This locale served as a sanctuary for a multitude of creatures, unaware of the human presence encroaching upon their domain, within their native habitats, and cohabitated peacefully and without concern. A diverse array of animal species thrived, yet remarkably, they all dwelled in harmonious coexistence. At the heart of this forest, where the story unfolded, a lone figure sat upon the remnants of a colossal tree. He concentrated intently, delving deep into a meditative state, endeavoring to attain the utmost limits of his consciousness. Nevertheless, liberating himself from the shackles of recurring thoughts proved unexpectedly challenging. The apparition of the cloud dragon, in particular, relentlessly plagued him, tormenting his every thought. Prior to this, his mentor, after years of tutelage, bestowed upon his disciple an object of great significance. He elucidated that the entirety of the Kunlun arts resided within the celestial realm, but only Taizong Shigang held the key to their attainment. The pupil had long awaited this pivotal moment. That focusing became impossible for him. His expression betrayed his distraction, a sight that clearly irked the instructor. He impatiently inquired of his mentor when the appointed time would arrive. The teacher simply exhaled, clarifying that providing an answer remained impossible, as the pupil was required to hone his skills until attaining the necessary proficiency. The mentor firmly held that the road to triumph necessitated unwavering dedication and limitless tenacity from his disciple. Henceforth, the student immersed himself completely in his training, investing every ounce of his energy, exerting his utmost effort and dedication to reach his objective. His aptitude did not improve daily, but his persistence and resolve ultimately prevailed. He finally transformed into a genuine expert. On one occasion, amidst the woods, he nearly took flight, moving with such incredible swiftness that he ascended to a significant altitude. He employed the esoteric Tech Chan method to dominate the very essence of the air itself. From this precarious position, he unleashed an astounding strike. The magnitude of the impact defied conventional physical quantification, yet its sheer potency was awe-inspiring. The resultant energy released upon collision was phenomenal, and the ensuing detonation from this impact was breathtaking in its sheer, unbridled force. Time elapsed imperceptibly. The disciple remained oblivious to the passage of years, since he initially embarked upon his solitary, rigorous training. By virtue of the disciplines he had conquered, he traversed the water surface with unwavering equilibrium. He took several strides atop the liquid expanse, delicately gesturing with his right hand. This seemingly effortless motion possessed such immense force that it bisected the cascading torrent, arresting the relentless descent of the water. The aqueous deluge resumed its prior course. It was unfathomable that he had single-handedly halted such a formidable phenomenon of nature with a mere wave of his hand. The disciple, acknowledging his accomplishments, assumed the lotus posture, entering a profound meditative state, seeking to attain equilibrium with his surroundings. He had perfected all of Tech Chan's teachings and sensed a communion with the natural world. Yet, the prospect of returning held no allure. Months elapsed, and finally, following a frigid winter, tender shoots emerged from the earth. Years transpired, and these nascent growths matured into vines that, expanding relentlessly, extended towards the disciple as if compelled by an unseen, mystical energy. The vines entwined around his form, but the youth remained stationary for reasons unknown, making no effort to extricate himself from the entanglement. Nevertheless, this inertia could not persist indefinitely. One day, he positioned his hands in a specific manner to channel a novel form of energy. He attained two remarkable conditions. Firstly, 5 hues of energy enveloped his physique, and the other instance occurred when the energy manifested as 3 floral buds. From an external perspective, it appeared utterly breathtaking, resembling a magnificent spectacle of nature. Blossoms abruptly unfurled from the very spot where the man stood. The energy surged beyond control, notwithstanding the miraculous occurrence. It also yielded detrimental repercussions for his physical form. His physique suffered the depletion of numerous cells, expending its energy reserves, and the consequences swiftly materialized. His body was utterly depleted, reaching its absolute limits. His hair, already tinged with gray due to the passage of time, abruptly commenced shedding. This was because his physical being lacked the necessary vitality to sustain life functions. He succeeded in shedding his altered appearance and reverting to his original state, concurrently undergoing a process of rejuvenation. One ponders, was the master cognizant that he would not persist in the Taiyan form indefinitely? And now, at last, this long-awaited moment has arrived, the very day his disciple has anticipated, for practically his entire conscious existence. On this fateful day, the world encountered a novel being, poised to revolutionize everything and reshape it according to the paradigm he deemed most fitting. The initial action of the surviving disciple of the upheaval was to ascend a tree stump and vow to dedicate himself to reuniting with his master. The following morning, the sun radiated brilliantly. It presented an opportune moment to execute a long-deferred scheme. The protagonist arrived at the location where his mentor was expected to be. Two sentinels promptly inquired about his identity. The warrior responded to the guards, proclaiming himself a student of Kunlun, known by the moniker Cloud Dragon. The guards briefly lapsed into silence, exchanged knowing looks, and concluded they were confronting a common vagrant who had misappropriated a uniform. The sentinels were enraged and vehemently commanded him to cease his charade of belonging, asserting that paupers were unwelcome there. The hero forewent explanations. He simply bypassed the sentries and proceeded to open the primary entrance. He observed that they were excessively severe with their fellow soldiers. Subsequently, the armed guardsmen readied themselves to assault him from behind. Nevertheless, the protagonist, without even raising a hand, immediately severed the blades of their weapons. With a mere turn of his head, the guard stood transfixed, gazing in astonishment at the remaining fragments of his sword's handle. He attempted, in vain, to comprehend how such a feat was possible. Meanwhile, the hero advanced confidently, traversing the terrain that was intimately familiar to him as his homeland. He even perceived that the very air he breathed felt significantly purer than that which he had grown accustomed to. Throughout his years spent within the forest, his presence there did not remain undetected. As he journeyed, a shrill whistle abruptly pierced the air. The piercing sound conveyed a singular meaning, an immediate alert, placing every guard within the vicinity on high alert. Their facial expressions clearly indicated an unwavering readiness to eliminate their designated target. In a matter of moments, the guards encircled the unfamiliar individual, blades poised, taut, and unwavering. They observed him in utter silence, with the unsettling stillness of a snowdrift on the verge of collapse. The protagonist abruptly discerned that he was encompassed by unfamiliar individuals, and not a single recognizable countenance within this alien throng. An individual materialized behind him, his tone markedly graver than that of the two sentinels. The enigmatic man inquired with a solemn voice about the nature of the disturbance. The hero, somewhat disoriented, recognized yet another unfamiliar visage in his vicinity. He elucidated that he was a cloud dragon, having concluded his isolated training regimen. However, it felt as though an epoch had elapsed, as no one seemed to recall him. The man was greatly irked because their organization lacked such a training program. He further observed that numerous imposters had recently infiltrated their ranks. To substantiate his affiliation with this location, the stranger resolved to inquire about the names of the instructors. He commenced enumerating Xinjing Jing, followed by Guangjing, and numerous other mentors. Following this statement, the man erupted in fury and immediately brandished his arm. Poised to strike, the hero instantaneously perceived this aggression, predicting the man's each and every action. Before he could even react, the hero commanded him to be silent. Simultaneously, he launched a lightning-fast assault, attempting to assail him with his weapon. With a single swift motion, he evaded the strike and found himself directly beneath the man's weapon. The hero delivered a solitary blow to the blade, generating an astonishing reverberation within the metal. The vibration was so intense that the warrior wielding the weapon could feel its immense force. He lifted his weapon, and even the surrounding pupils observed the substantial harm it had sustained. It was rendered completely useless. Approximately a century elapsed, and the hero discerned that much had transformed during his absence. The environment around him was irrevocably altered. Everything appeared foreign and uncharted. The students encircling the hero lamented his deception. They cautioned one another to proceed with vigilance and launch a swift and decisive assault, ensuring their adversary had no opportunity for retaliation. The protagonist had devoted his entire existence and youthful vigor to Kunlun. Now, a century had elapsed in the blink of an eye. All that had transpired felt remarkably ephemeral. The disciples unsheathed their blades once more, poised to strike down the unwelcome intruder. Perceiving the formidable aura, the hero immediately conjured a protective barrier of energy, encasing himself within its confines. This maneuver compelled the disciples to disperse in various directions, as their capabilities proved insufficient to effectively counter this formidable defense. Their forms were flung haphazardly, desperately extending their hands outward in a frantic attempt to mitigate the impact and avert harm. Their cries of distress still reverberated within the chamber. But the young man had already concluded that he did not belong there. He was compelled to take action and embark upon an alternate course. The dilemma remained unanswered. The young lad found himself lost and uncertain of his next move. Thus, he opted to roam aimlessly through the wooded area. Initially, all seemed well, until his physical needs made themselves undeniably apparent. The boy experienced a ravenous hunger, feeling as though a pride of famished felines were clawing at his insides. For he couldn't recall his last meal. His devotion to martial arts had entirely consumed him. Nourishment had completely slipped his mind. Now, misery accompanied each step as he continued his trek. Abruptly, he spotted a pristine, snowy white hare beside the path. It appeared remarkably tempting. The potential meal was now within his grasp. All that remained was to properly prepare and swiftly consume it. However, a diminutive creature complicated matters. It possessed an exceedingly adorable appearance. Its gaze seemed to pierce the protagonist's very soul. He released the rabbit. Compassion overwhelmed him, preventing him from consuming it. Resuming his journey, the hero's mind remained a blank canvas. As the pangs of starvation became unbearable, his journey continued until he abruptly halted, his attention captured by a remarkably intriguing establishment. The edifice appeared unexpectedly recognizable. It felt as though he had previously visited this location. On multiple occasions, without a single moment of delay, he proceeded onward, eventually stepping inside the hostelry. Over the past century, virtually nothing had altered within its walls, save for the inevitable decay brought about by the passage of time. He cherished the memory of this locale with particular fondness, a place where cordiality was consistently esteemed. Indelible moments resided there, each one leaving behind solely agreeable recollections. He yearned for the bygone days spent with his companions from the Academy of Magic, gathered around the identical table, engaging in conversations on diverse subjects. He fostered an ambience of camaraderie, strengthening the bonds between them. The veil of his past almost lifted, but his reminiscences abruptly vanished as a young woman approached his table. The maiden promptly offered a greeting and inquired as to his initial order. The protagonist undeniably originated from Kunlun, yet his presence aroused suspicion. His garments were tattered and grime-covered. Despite having ample opportunity to freshen up, the champion remained indecisive about his selection from the menu. Observing his vacillation, the young woman serenely encouraged him to take his time. Abruptly, the maiden vanished. It was at that precise instant that the protagonist discovered his utter lack of funds to settle the bill. Thus, he resolved to depart and return upon acquiring the necessary payment. However, his plan was thwarted, for within mere moments, the lass reappeared, bearing a platter laden with a substantial quantity of victuals. The gentleman responded with astonishment, declaring he hadn't placed such an order. Yet the damsel assertively proclaimed that the establishment had covered the cost of the repast. She graciously extended a warm wish for a delectable dining experience, accompanied by a gentle smile. She instantly deduced that she was in the presence of a Kunlun inhabitant who had fallen victim to theft. Adversity reveals the strength of unity and mutual support. Thus, she resolved to lend assistance. The young man, bewildered, struggled to articulate a coherent response. His mind was utterly captivated by the delectable array of dishes before him. He expressed his gratitude to the girl, his voice brimming with genuine appreciation. The meal was so exquisite, it evoked a sensation of having not tasted sustenance for an eternity. The emotions that welled up within him at that juncture transcended words. All seemed harmonious. Abruptly, the hero perceived a firm pressure against his shoulder. The interloper adamantly demanded that the hero disrobe before partaking in the meal. The newcomer had been informed of numerous individuals falsely impersonating Kunlun and mistook the hero for one such charlatan. Meanwhile, the boy continued to dine placidly, but then abruptly ceased. He pivoted and fixed an intense gaze directly upon the stranger's eyes. The intimidation persisted. In a matter of seconds, the Kunlun member reiterated his demand for the hero to disrobe. This escalated the tension to an even more precarious level, amplifying the already fraught atmosphere. He responded while continuing to eat, claiming affiliation with the Kunlun, though perhaps that was no longer the case. The stranger observed with astonishment as the hero effortlessly unsheathed his sword. Without pausing his meal, he cautioned the stranger against further interrupting his dinner. The stranger's fury intensified. His burning glare remained fixed on the hero, relentlessly boring into his back with his eyes. The newcomer seethed with rage at the hero's indifference to his pronouncements and the uncertainty of his true allegiance to Kunlun. He took a seat beside the hero. Maintaining a stern countenance, he offered to purchase him a beverage. The stranger's seriousness was palpable. He declared that such attire was unbefitting of a charlatan like the hero. He insisted on their removal, providing a detailed account of how he acquired the garments. The protagonist remained resolute and impassive. Having devoured every morsel, he consumed the broth and, setting his dish aside with satisfaction, uttered the following words, then directed his attention to the server. He observed that she had acquired the culinary secrets behind the exceptionally delectable couscous previously presented at this establishment. His countenance exuded assurance. He further proposed that Kunlun should divulge certain confidential information. At this juncture, the outsider's tolerance abruptly ceased. He launched his fist, ablaze with fury, and demanded of the hero, "How dare you besmirch Kunlun?" Yet, the strike never connected with its intended target. For reasons unknown, the stranger inadvertently inflicted the full force of his attack upon himself. The impact was tremendously potent. The stranger immediately succumbed to unconsciousness and, resembling a marionette devoid of its strings, commenced a swift descent to the ground. Departing the alehouse, our protagonist pondered how to express gratitude for the warm hospitality. However, upon stepping onto the cobblestones, his sight landed upon a massive object that immediately captivated his attention. It was a gigantic and towering tree, long deceased. Devoid of even a single leaf, it loomed like a specter of bygone days. A radiant sunlit day inspired optimism, and those surrounding the hero discovered a purpose for the barren tree. In the meantime, the young woman who had devised a solution for the raggedly dressed man exited the culinary workspace. She observed that the man had already consumed everything, and with remarkable swiftness. The clamor from the thoroughfare was unavoidable, compelling her to investigate the commotion. As the girl hurried out into the street, the scene that unfolded before her was utterly astonishing. A veritable mountain of chopped wood stood before her, its immensity dwarfing even the tavern itself. She uttered a tremor of apprehension in her voice, inquired about the situation. The young woman was uncertain how to respond to the circumstances. The man clarified that he had simply observed his surroundings and realized the firewood supply was nearly depleted. Their usual storage location was almost empty. The girl gazed at the stack of chopped wood with bewilderment, baffled by how she could have managed such a laborious task so quickly. Lost in thought, the boy announced his departure. Regaining her composure, the girl beckoned him and offered him dumplings. The hero promptly seated himself at the table, anticipating the delectable repast that awaited. Once he had satisfied his dumpling craving, the girl returned, presenting a fresh platter bearing an aromatic creation. A perfectly roasted chicken, its golden brown skin irresistibly enticing. Having long been deprived of chicken, the dish felt like a true culinary gem. She advised him to savor the meal slowly for better digestion. She continued serving him various dishes until he was satiated. After some time, as the hero neared the end of his feast, she deduced it was time for an introduction. Jean Sohee, a 19-year-old woman, was her name. The protagonist felt the need to reciprocate with his own identity. Yet, an unspoken force held him back. Departing Kunlun, the hero understood that uttering his true name had become an insurmountable task. A sense of personal loss washed over him. To avoid raising any alarms, the champion had to act swiftly. Thus, he presented himself to the young woman as Bach. He knew he couldn't avoid the subject of his age. However, deception was out of the question. He claimed to be a little over a century old, She'd heard tales of powerful individuals succumbing to madness during rigorous training. This situation seemed to fit that narrative perfectly. She remained speechless for an extended period. At last, her eyes fell downwards. She complimented him on his youthful appearance despite his age. Recognizing her unintended remark, the young lady hastened to express her regrets, clarifying that her comment referred to a cooked fowl, one that was not only visually appealing, but also incredibly tender and flavorful. The young man had a fondness for meat, and he felt a sense of relief upon understanding that her words held no offense. He then expressed his gratitude once more and inquired about the current proprietor of the establishment. The young lady responded that her grandfather had previously managed the tavern, but he had passed away. Now, she had assumed the responsibilities of management and was successfully handling the tasks. Consequently, several accommodations had fallen into disrepair due to a lack of maintenance. Furthermore, no assistance was available. Managing the tavern wasn't easy for Beck. Operating such a substantial establishment at the young age of 19 presented a considerable challenge. Beck abruptly stood up, declaring that he had a minor proposal for the girl, whom he had encountered previously. He proposed refurbishing the pub in exchange for the young lady's employment. Although this proposition proved quite lucrative, Jean swiftly discerned that she was completely devoid of funds. To compensate for his services, Bayok didn't hesitate for a moment. Instead, he suggested to the girl that she provide him with room and board throughout the renovation period. The young woman fretted that he might be working pro bono. Nevertheless, the hero reassured her it was his own volition. Therefore, she shouldn't be concerned. Jean couldn't decline such generosity. Thus, she readily consented. In the meantime, the man contemplated where to commence the restoration. He aimed to enhance the overall appearance significantly. To achieve this objective, utilizing implements was essential. As is customary during repairs, Bayok inquired if the girl possessed the requisite equipment. She presented him with a modest toolkit. Shortly after, she questioned if he had commenced his labors. The man responded, contemplating his subsequent course of action. While occupied assisting with the restoration efforts, novel concepts were already taking shape in his mind. Venturing outside, he positioned a work table where he planned to labor ceaselessly. As the components were being prepared, the rapping grew so intense and piercing that for numerous individuals, it constituted an unbearable auditory assault. It was the customary clamor of construction that emanated from his meticulous preparations. He focused intently on utilizing a specialized instrument, meticulously fine-tuning the measurements of the components, resembling a maestro leading a cacophony of construction sounds. These were the familiar noises John perceived whenever her grandfather toiled. She doubted she would ever again be privileged to hear them. Lost in reminiscence, Jean abruptly grasped a profoundly disturbing truth. Should a champion approach John at nightfall and inquired about lodging for the night, she would respond immediately. The moment this notion crossed her mind, Jean leaped to her feet and darted into the street, as if anticipating something remarkable. Upon reaching the street, Jean exclaimed that the agreement had to be voided at once. Jean clarified that the linens were unusable, leaving no place to rest. The lad confessed with a sigh of relief that he had already deduced this. Upon surveying the room, he opted to simply slumber on the tavern table, deeming it the most prudent choice given the situation. With the matter resolved, Jean declared that all was well, and he could resume his duties. The scenario perplexed Bayo, unable to decipher the girl's actual intentions. Bayo was clueless as to her behavior, but he recognized her tendency towards distraction, and the sound of someone's slumbering snores echoing across the tavern floor added another layer of intrigue to the scene. The origin of the rumbling remained unknown, but as it didn't raise any alarms, it was universally ignored. However, the source was a member of the Kunlun group who had been abruptly incapacitated by a well-placed punch to the face. Upon regaining consciousness, he erupted in a fit of rage, incensed that he had been unceremoniously knocked out without any prior consent. In a furious haste, he shattered the window and swiftly found himself out on the street. The man landed and immediately focused his gaze towards Beck's current location. Sword in hand, Beck observed the ethereal dragon. The newcomer confessed his bewilderment at how the beast had been subdued, but vehemently demanded the immediate removal of the creature's attire. Beck then inquired about the shattered window, pointing out the presence of a perfectly functional door nearby. The enigmatic stranger remained unfazed by this inquiry. He immediately discerned that the moment for action had arrived. Thus, the enigmatic figure unsheathed his blade and, with a swift bound, resolved to launch an ambush upon Bayak. His maneuver was executed with blinding speed. Within mere seconds, he had closed in on his intended quarry. The young warrior scrutinized Bayak intently, endeavoring to assess his vulnerability and deliver a decisive strike. Yet, at the critical juncture, he paused, recalling Kunlun's directives. He abruptly recollected that within his knapsack, borne upon his back, he possessed precisely what the predicament demanded. Thereupon, he gingerly removed the backpack from his shoulders. He placed it on the ground and proceeded to carefully withdraw a necessary item. He proclaimed himself a Kunlun disciple, avowing never to assault an unarmed individual. Therefore, he unsheathed his blade and extended it towards his adversary, allowing the latter a means of self-defense. Silence ensued. There was no reaction. He resolved, even without acceptance of the offer, to issue a final caution before commencing his assault regardless. Exasperation consumed him. He abruptly exclaimed, "BOC." He sensed a squandered opportunity for survival. He undoubtedly evaded strikes, nimbly navigating in various directions, resembling a performer on stage. Halting was impossible, as it would provide an opening for a retaliatory strike. Connecting with a grinning, evasive opponent proved exceedingly challenging. The foe merely smiled and offered no counteroffensive. His opponent offered no retaliation, only a smile. Upon attaining the critical proximity, he launched himself skyward, aiming to land a definitive strike to conclude the battle and secure the long-anticipated triumph. Yet, even this astonishingly unforeseen assault posed no challenge for Buck and his remarkable agility. The newcomer was incredulous, baffled by his opponent's seemingly frail appearance. He possessed unparalleled strength, unmatched by anyone in this realm. He retreated slightly, surmising that this individual must have attained mastery of some exceptional martial art, due to the remarkable finesse of his movements. By this point, Bach had established a clear objective, which he relentlessly pursued throughout this encounter. The stranger recognized the necessity of unleashing his full potential, and resolved to employ Kunlun's esoteric technique. Those who had previously challenged Kunlun's disciples referred to this method as the Sochihan sword, alternatively known as the 100 Flowers technique. This technique dramatically amplified the master's velocity, enabling him to wield his weapon with blinding speed. Despite his adversary's astonishing swiftness, virtually no one could evade the onslaught when he unleashed such a maneuver. But the velocity proved inadequate. The adversary was already positioned behind the newcomer, striking him with the flat of the blade, squarely on the occiput. His form crashed to the ground, stirring a slight dust cloud. This spectacle further solidified the Cloud Dragon's conviction that triumph was assured. The man promptly seated himself at the tavern table, clearly requiring a brief respite. It appeared this combatant genuinely admired and possessed mastery of Kunlun. Yet, it was peculiar that he wielded a method typically employed solely by females. As Bayak observed his vanquished foe, a distant noise abruptly reached his ears. His instincts indicated it was the resonant reverberation of a gene. Nearing the culinary area, he perceived that the surroundings were in disarray, and it appeared as though the young woman had collapsed there. He dashed over and found Jean kneeling on one knee. She admitted to experiencing a fever since the previous day, but her condition had deteriorated significantly. He lifted his hand to her brow to gauge the intensity of her body heat. Her forehead was intensely hot. Her temperature was markedly elevated. If a woman trained in martial arts, she could rapidly restore her inner strength and recuperate. Within moments, the young lady was reclining on the bed. The Cloud Dragon observed her, concluding that no mystical abilities could aid her. She required rest more than magic. As he departed the chamber, however, Beck reassured everyone that there was no cause for alarm. He would simply display a closed notice and proceed to the lower level, to the room housing the vanquished foe. Now, having succumbed to slumber due to unconsciousness, he started experiencing vivid, dreamlike hallucinations. He vividly recalled the instance when his mentor turned towards him, and serenely stated he had a minor task for him. The instructor requested Yongrung to journey to the Sanctuary of 9 Secrets. With utmost haste, Yongrung was astonished that his master had directed him to proceed to the 9 Secrets location. Immediately, the Sanctuary of 9 Secrets. This served as the assembly point for delegates of the unorthodox sect, convening to deliberate upon their proficiencies and exchange knowledge. The youth confessed that he hadn't yet attained mastery over even half of his capabilities, an aptitude with the Soken blade. The tutor was cognizant of this shortcoming, yet counseled him to concentrate on the skills in which he truly excelled. Further time elapsed, and the educator found himself incredulous at the extensive repercussions of the monumental conflict. Despite the war between the demonic cult and the righteous alliance culminating in triumph, the aftermath was so devastating that it couldn't be deemed a genuine victory. Having suffered the loss of numerous virtuosos, the instructor had to approach his pupil with a novel proposition. It became apparent that this was the rationale behind the young miscreant's mandatory visit to that location. The purpose was self-improvement and personal growth. He meticulously gathered his belongings and eagerly anticipated new escapades. The master bid him good fortune on a voyage filled with remarkable prospects. Prior to embarking on his expedition, he was abruptly consumed by a persistent notion that lingered relentlessly. Young Pun hastily returned to his instructor and proposed that it might be preferable for a companion to accompany him. Someone protested, declaring such an arrangement unfeasible, as his peers were en route to Gumabon. This locale resembled a veritable thieves' lair, where inhabitants wouldn't hesitate to exploit someone, even for a trivial debt. Nevertheless, the pupil maintained a positive outlook, convinced that his teacher had dispatched him to this menacing destination to steer him toward a righteous path. However, the true motive was something altogether different. Young Poon felt disillusioned by the response he received. He contemplated his mentor's statement for an extended period, unable to grasp how such a suggestion could be made. The instructor explained that he was dispatching these pupils to acquire funds. Due to their inability to provide for themselves, they even faced the threat of famine during the winter months. Throughout the journey, Zongpun realized that physical prowess alone could not resolve every challenge in the world. Abruptly, an apparition materialized before him, commencing with the sun radiating with unusual brilliance. He had adequately rested during the trek and promptly embarked, resolute in his intent to return swiftly. The path extended into a seemingly infinite stretch, and a sense of tedium washed over him due to his solitary journey. There was no companion nearby to offer support or alleviate the monotony. Nevertheless, his surroundings captivated him with their allure and understated beauty. Unexpectedly, a noise emanated from behind him, and he nearly succumbed to terror. The lad unsheathed his blade, comprehending that now he would, in all probability, have to fend off the highwayman. He understood the necessity of maintaining composure to effectively retaliate. Abruptly, he bellowed toward the shrubbery, commanding the concealed individuals to emerge. Yet, without warning, he pivoted to face the opposite thicket. From behind the foliage emanated a faint, ethereal susurrus hurtling in his direction. He brandished his sword with maximum force in various directions, uncertain of the adversary's precise concealment. His relentless strikes accelerated with each passing moment. Subsequently, Zongpun discerned that he was no longer engaged in combat with a human, but rather something otherworldly. Now he perceived his foe. It was Bio. His pronouncements regarding the ephemeral nature of existence and the eventual demise of all within a century, including his companions and brethren, resonated with chilling familiarity. Following this encounter, the protagonist propelled himself from the earth, vanishing into the celestial expanse, leaving all present astonished by his enigmatic vanishing act. This peculiar circumstance prompted young Pun to abruptly awaken and bolt upright from the table where he had been confined for this entire duration. Instantly shaking off his slumber, he commenced scanning his surroundings and discerned that he remained within the same tavern. The most baffling aspect for him was the presence on the adjacent table of a sizable map bearing the remnants of spilled wine. It appeared as though he had simply been peacefully asleep, as if mere moments ago he had been untroubled by any worldly concern. Yongpoon erupted in a bellow that rattled the very foundation of the building. He exclaimed that a century-old specter was lurking nearby, despite the fact that nightfall had not yet descended. Dragon Cloud opted to regain his composure and indulge in a brief respite. Bayok was instantaneously roused by the ear-splitting cries, and gazing directly into young Poon's eyes, asserted that he was unequivocally not an apparition. The unfamiliar individual inquired as to his identity, and subsequently, whether he had indeed encountered him within the wooded area while journeying towards this establishment. Bayok simply glanced aside with indifference, asserting that justifications were pointless, as the young man appeared to be merely a phantom. Out of apprehension, one final inquiry lingered. What was the origin of Bok's Kunlun manifestation? This enigma represented a profound puzzle that perplexed all those in his vicinity. Following a brief respite, the cloud dragon abruptly proclaimed Bayak's conundrum held no significance for him, as he himself hailed from those very realms. The dragon was so immersed in martial disciplines that he completely lost all sense of time. Over a century elapsed. More than 100 years had transpired since the culmination of the seclusion training. Young Pan struggled to accept the veracity of what he was hearing. Young Pan was filled with anxiety, but as a hush descended upon them, his stomach rumbled unexpectedly, disrupting the strained atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Cloud Dragon stood up from his seat and inquired if the young lord was capable of preparing sushi. He gave a confirming nod. Beck then examined all the necessary utensils for creating what was by no means a straightforward dish. It had been a considerable period since he had last cooked, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he overestimated his abilities when he boasted he could cook anything? With determination, Beck grasped a handful of vegetables and launched them skyward, directly overhead with a swift motion of his wrist. He employed his unique culinary technique. The vegetables sliced through the air, resembling shimmering knives, diced with an almost incomprehensible level of accuracy. In a mere moment, the mass of vegetables suspended in midair, transformed into paper-thin slivers. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the water prepared in specialized containers, positioned adjacent to him. Harnessing his expertise, he effortlessly manipulated the water and promptly guided it towards the location of the prepared vegetables. It's noteworthy that these culinary maneuvers were performed midair, with the components rarely making contact with any horizontal plane. Combining all the elements, a sphere of water hovered above the culinary workspace, containing sizable chunks of suspended, chopped vegetables within. To initiate the cooking sequence, Beck employed the arcane divine fire method, which ignited materials using unadulterated energy, generating a remarkable blaze. The liquid within the sphere reached a vigorous boil. The moment arrived to introduce the noodles. With all constituents assembled, it remained only to allow a brief interval for the water to completely infuse with the essence of the vegetables. An instant later, each element was gracefully deposited onto a waiting dish, positioned precisely beneath Biox's attentive hand. He grasped a pair of wooden implements and commenced delicately blending the contents, endeavoring to enhance its visual presentation. The expression on Zongpun's countenance defied description. He had to witness it firsthand. He erupted in cries upon observing. Bien qu'employé une extraordinaire, ésoterique culinary technique. Young Pun collapsed to his knees, imploring the Cloud Dragon to bestow his clandestine knowledge upon him. Under the tutelage of Master Bindo, he was dispatched to the location of the 9 secrets. Nonetheless, his abilities were sorely lacking, and he dreaded dishonoring the Kunlun lineage. Upon discovering this, Bayak contemplated. Perhaps instructing this outsider was truly worthwhile. His inquisitiveness gradually transformed into resolute determination. He vividly recalled the instance when he resolved to inform his mentor of his aspiration to achieve Qin. Shingen, the master, responded that such ambitions were premature for him. After several months elapsed, the pupil once again approached his instructor, inquiring if they could commence their journey towards attaining Shingen. The master, seated at the table, observed that attaining mastery of such a refined combat style demanded peak physical condition. Achieving this necessitated proficiency in the art of bloodletting, channeling inner strength into the Bayok's physique, purifying it of all detrimental influences. The master's companions were too advanced in age for this endeavor, and even he himself lacked the capacity for such an accomplishment in his younger days. This was Bok's distinct advantage, a youth who had eclipsed all their anticipations. This realization prompted by OC to earnestly contemplate accepting John Putin as his apprentice. By OC gestured towards the dish of food, instructing him to consume it entirely and hasten to the courtyard. The Cloud Dragon exited and remained motionless, awaiting young Yang's arrival. He remained uncertain about the precise knowledge he should impart to young Yang and the optimal starting point for his tutelage. Meanwhile, a genuine outpouring of jubilance pervaded the tavern, as all present reveled in the exuberant atmosphere, exuded by the youthful and alluring. For Young Poon, the flavor was unparalleled, and Young Poon was astonished by its rapid preparation. Although the couscous lacked any meat, its savoriness was remarkably potent. It was as if this culinary delight possessed a mysterious and exotic element. Young Poon devoured the entire serving of noodles without realizing it. Its deliciousness was simply irresistible. The eagerly anticipated moment arrived. The time had finally come to consume the remaining broth. A true symphony of tastes erupted within Young Poon's mouth. A myriad of fragrances burst forth simultaneously, engulfing him in sensations. His mind reeled from the invigorating flavors, while his stomach protested, with burning intensity, and the fiery spiciness imparted by the red pepper. The meal consisted solely of plants, and the boy was baffled by its extraordinary deliciousness. Upon finishing his meal, he promptly departed the establishment, yelling something unintelligible towards Bia. As he drew near, he joyously proclaimed the couscous a culinary triumph, an exceptionally delectable dish. Beck beamed with self-satisfaction as the youth fervently voiced his appreciation. He confessed to never having encountered such extraordinary flavors before. The lad abruptly knelt and, with a grin, implored the dragon to divulge the secrets of the recipe. However, Beck diverted the conversation, asserting that such culinary knowledge remained undisclosed. Instead, he initiated training, pledging to impart new combat skills encompassing movement techniques and hand formations. Jun Poon was unaware of the existence of such methods. The mentor's motions were so fluid and seamless that Jun Poon struggled to keep pace. Beck remarked that all things originate from the void and progressively manifest into being. Life perpetually progresses and ultimately, inexorably reverts to a state of oblivion. Within this void, there is utter nothingness, neither illumination nor obscurity. In this all-encompassing desolation, there exists no demarcation between day and night. The very notion of time remains foreign here. Existence and non-existence are not diametrically opposed, as many initially presume upon encountering these ideas. Being and non-being are intrinsically linked. Much like a mighty tempest cannot shatter a delicate blade of grass, nor withstand tenderness. Observing his actions while he spoke proved simultaneously captivating and profoundly mesmerizing. At this juncture, the Cloud Dragon proclaimed that one must comprehend the fundamental principles of martial arts. Above all, martial arts embody the capacity to perceive and regulate the universal current within oneself. The sage concluded his teachings by forcibly expelling every ounce of air from his lungs. He then cast a discerning gaze upon his disciple, inquiring whether his directives had been fully comprehended. As he observed the youthful learner, he discerned an unusual response to the recently acquired insights. A remarkable transformation became evident in his gaze. This persisted indefinitely. Finally, Beck ventured to inquire why the boy had been crying out and thrashing about for such a prolonged period. With tear-filled eyes, he elucidated that the demonstration had made him recognize the futility of his actions cultivated over the preceding years. It appears, the instructor commented, that in this instance, you possess a significant prospect of triumph. Should Jun Poon retain all that was imparted, then a favorable outcome would be highly probable in the times ahead. The tutorial resumed, and Beck observed that veracity is frequently lacking in aesthetic appeal. During the session, Beck interrogated his pupil regarding dichotomies, eliciting an unforeseen response. They are not mutually exclusive, the student asserted, but rather, they are mutually reinforcing. The entirety of existence is founded upon the 8 trigrams of yin and yang. Through mastery over these 8 fundamental forces, an individual could ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality. The disciple, immediately captivated, inquired about the designation of this combat style. However, the master lacked a definitive response to his query. He was known as the Cloud Dragon within Kunlun's realm. Thus, he surmised that this martial art was titled the 8 Cloud Dragons technique. Once Young Poon had fully grasped the theoretical principles, well then, Biak requested a demonstration of his acquired knowledge. At this juncture, the practical application of the training commenced. The sun reached its apex in the sky, but upon the training's conclusion, the Cloud Dragons resolved to check on the wounded individual. He cautiously approached her, chambered to ascertain her current state. Observing the girl, Biak swiftly discerned her grave condition. Her health had demonstrably not ameliorated. As he drew nearer and made contact with her brow, Beck sensed the lingering heat of the illness that still raged within the young woman's frame. But at this point, his options were limited. The girl's only recourse was repose and maximizing their slumber. Young Poon slumbered directly upon the tavern table when Bayak, upon his return from the girl's chamber, observed him. It was undeniable. The man demonstrated genuine effort and possessed exceptional expertise in the art of Kunlun. Eventually, Beck discerned that his accomplishments significantly surpassed those of his peers. He concluded this disparity stemmed entirely from his proficiency in bloodshed. Amidst a battle, he recalled a specific instance where he expressed gratitude to his mentor for the wisdom that facilitated his triumphs. The elder countered that it wasn't his personal endowment, but rather a blessing bestowed by Kunlun himself. Following a period of contemplation, Bok resolved to impart this benefaction upon his new disciple. In honor of Kunlun, it appeared to be the optimal course of action. The master had attained mastery over his internal life force, utilizing the blood-cleansing method, which had imbued him with genuine strength. He shouldn't fixate on that presently. Thus, we resolved to assist the pupil in transcending his limitations and absorbing the essence of nature into his being. Despite the young learner being in a slumber with a tranquil mind, his physique still exhibited indications of its influence. His musculature involuntarily tensed and released as Beck elevated the student's form, channeling vital energy into him. The detrimental energy gradually dissipated from the lad's physique, though he persisted in his unconscious state. He perceived no disparate energies, encompassing his form from various directions, oblivious to all occurrences in his vicinity. The Azure Dragon meticulously guaranteed that all proceeded seamlessly and impeccably. To the best of his ability, his protege remained suspended midair, the energy within his constitution purifying with each elapsing moment. Upon completion, the young student's body gradually slumped onto the desk. He couldn't grasp what had just transpired. The complete absence of the dark energy within him failed to rouse him. Beck then understood he needed to ascertain the events that had unfolded. He, too, considered reclining on a nearby table for a brief respite. The little one might feel warm tonight, so it's all right to remove his blanket. Dawn arrived, and the new student was brimming with vitality, prepared for exploration and new experiences. He stepped outdoors and was astonished by a surge of immense power. A readiness for training washed over him. His eyes gleamed with determination at the break of day, fixated on the upcoming challenge. His stance conveyed a preparedness for any obstacle. He approached his backpack and shifted it slightly, serving as a reminder that he hadn't embarked on this journey unequipped. An extraordinary energy surged within him, and perhaps he considered that age-old combat techniques and rigorous discipline had miraculously altered his circumstances overnight. Therefore, he focused his attention intensely and observed a massive rock adjacent to the inn. It was at that moment he comprehended that he presently possessed the chance to evaluate his newfound power. He unleashed a focused burst of energy directly towards the stone, meticulously calculating each action. A tremendous shockwave erupted within the rock, and the shards were propelled in various directions with incredible velocity. The youth remained intently concentrated, his gaze locked onto the rubble plummeting earthward, each piece impacting the ground consecutively with remarkable swiftness. He attempted to decipher the events of that evening, seeking to understand the sudden, substantial augmentation of his capabilities. Beck, observing from nearby, commented that the lad ought to hasten, lest he be tardy for the 9th position. He remained turned away, adding that the young man could dispense with pleasantries, and reiterated his uncommitted status. The pupil struggled to maintain focus, and his physique trembled subtly with apprehension. The persistent notion that he was already under the tutelage of Bindo plagued him. He harbored a deep desire to convey his appreciation to the senior, as a gesture of reverence, to comprehend the subsequent events. A rewind of 3 days is necessary. 72 hours prior, within Cheongha County, nestled in the core of Gyeongkabun, occurrences unfolded that irrevocably altered the trajectory of history. The expansive residence overflowed with individuals, for it was midday within the courtyard, and life throbbed with vitality. A considerable commotion erupted at a particular table, where games of chance were underway. Onlookers observed with astonishment as the unfolding circumstances defied all anticipation. One participant achieved a remarkable triumph, astounding all present. A substantial mound of coins materialized in the man's possession, which filled him with immense delight. A nearby spectator harbored suspicions that Hawk was overly eager to vanish. Following his substantial triumph, the man seized Hawk's arm and abruptly yanked it downwards, aiming to reveal any hidden tricks. Another cube tumbled out, intensifying the man's distrust. He swiftly alerted the security personnel and declared that he had been deceived. The guard started to cautiously advance toward the individual who habitually disregarded the established gambling regulations. Kim Hobbin's disciples donned black, crimson, azure, and ivory sashes, indicative of their respective statuses. The guards held the azure rank and were identified as Huan Yong and Sam Bunji. The guards firmly apprehended the man, disregarding his pitiful wails. Pleas for assistance guided him towards an unfamiliar destination. Once in the cellar, they rested his hand upon a diminutive wooden cask. They were poised to deliver a practical demonstration. Mere moments later, the area was engulfed in deafening cries and piercing wails, intermingled with weeping as the victim's lifeless form was carried out. The captain of the guard received an unanticipated communication, delivered by a courier. The commander had summoned him. He was called Nan Sabin, a figure renowned within exclusive circles. Immediately upon entering the structure, Nanam Sabin directly addressed the leader, inquiring about the purpose of his summons. The reason remained unclear, the matter significant enough for the leader to seek him out personally. He questioned the leader if he truly intended Choi, Yunrin's offspring. The objective was to apprehend Choi. Without him, the entire endeavor could collapse. The group would encounter substantial obstacles that could entirely sabotage their scheme. Nan expressed gratitude for the immense faith bestowed upon him, guaranteeing that all tasks would be executed impeccably. The narrative resumed within the familiar setting of the tavern. But now in the present, an individual was hastily approaching her, as if fleeing from a pursuer, or perpetually consumed by anxiety. The newcomer abruptly threw open the entrance and bellowed, seemingly searching for a specific person. Apologies, but I am unable to fulfill that request. Only Bayek emerged from the doorway and, observing the stranger, inquired with disbelief about his identity and purpose. In a quivering tone, the stranger asserted that he was merely a typical patron. He in turn questioned Beck about his own identity. Beck responded that his name was Beck, and that he was a recently hired member of the tavern staff. The protagonist inquired about what he had left behind in the culinary area, and the reason for his current presence, to which he answered that the woman was slightly unwell and required his assistance. Cloud Dragon suddenly recalled a crucial detail, inquired of the newcomer whether he had observed the notice at the threshold. Upon receiving no reply, he courteously requested the patron to depart. A guest spotted the placard in the pub and boldly declared that it appeared to pertain to her. It would seem the protagonist had overlooked her presence, dedicating the majority of his efforts to arduous training alongside Young Pon. When the Azure Dragon ceased engaging with his conversational partner, Choki abruptly grasped numerous realities. The dragon addressed him, posing the question of whether he truly hailed from Kunlun. Despite Bayaki's vehement denial, Chothimai dubio, his employment was at an establishment adjacent to military Kunlun. Nevertheless, despite this peculiarity, he refrained from excessive contemplation of his suspicions and simply persisted in summoning Soka. The celestial dragon suggested the lady was indisposed, recommending a later visit. Choka remained preoccupied with the matter, that the man had deceived and restrained the young woman. He understood he could linger no longer. He proceeded towards the incident site, then pivoting, announced his intention to examine alternative locations. Abruptly, a forceful impact to his sternum momentarily rendered him breathless. He instantly crumpled to the ground. An acute pang coursed through his frame, leaving him with a sensation of multiple fractured ribs. The two hired soldiers conferred on Chokei's delayed escape, concluding he would now face retribution. He drew near to the countenance of his quarry, and with a subtle smirk, offered a sardonic salutation. The terrified youth declared his true appellations to be Chohi and Jiangi. The mercenary refused to accept this preposterous fabrication, and without a moment's pause, delivered a resounding slap to the boy's cheek. Subsequently, the man advanced, gazing intently into the boy's eyes and reiterating his inquiry for his name. However, Choi's mind was preoccupied solely by his outstanding balance of 30 gold pieces. Disobeying Guam Hobin could be a death sentence. Lost in his somber contemplation, Choi's heart pounded with apprehension. Yang delivered a resounding slap to Choi, a strike that nearly rendered him senseless. The other mercenary addressed him, criticizing Choi's excessive formality and lack of decisiveness. He should have acted more swiftly and with less hesitation. With the target apprehended, the second mercenary, widening the gap between them, exclaimed that Choi was becoming increasingly irritated. He sharply raised his leg, challenging if Choi could endure the upcoming attack. Bunji achieved astonishing aerial velocity, striking his adversary with full force, directly in the abdomen. The impact was so devastating that his opponent instantly felt while rising, collapsing to the ground in a wave of nausea. Nan stormed into the establishment, bellowing to his mercenaries that their sole objective was to seize the individual. Ignoring the commotion, one of the mercenaries scoffed and declared him delusional. They resolved to impart a harsh lesson upon him. Nani proposed merely binding his ankles to prevent escape, then commencing the interrogation. The boy's shrieks reverberated throughout the chamber. As a mercenary proceeded to remove his footwear, he howled that his true name was Choki, consumed by sheer dread, certain that Nan intended to sever his leg. Just as Nan prepared to execute his gruesome plan, Beck abruptly bellowed at the group, insisting there was no need for commotion, and they should depart immediately. He turned to leave, admitting his negligence in omitting the warning sign. Nevertheless, he demanded everyone vacate the premises at once. He reminded them that long ago, the cuckoo wasn't prepared, rendering their presence pointless. One mercenary, more terrified than his companions, abruptly unsheathed his blade and lunged toward Ya. In an instant, he found himself plummeting. He hurtled uncontrollably through the air, direction unknown. A single maneuver from the Cloud Dragon, and every mercenary was ejected from the edifice, directly onto the pavement below. As the trio tumbled out onto the roadway, Nancy Bone landed at the very bottom. Two mercenaries crashed down upon him like an avalanche, completely immobilizing him. Nan Simone was consumed by rage. He demanded an explanation from the mercenary about the recent events, desperate to comprehend how he had been ensnared in such a predicament. It felt as though he'd been struck by a serving staff member, resulting in Nan being propelled outward. Now, stranded on the street, he struggled to piece together the incident. The mercenary instantly started groveling for pardon, for Nan was convinced that under different circumstances, he would have remained inside and subdued the server. His fury was boundless, his weapon gripped tightly in his grasp. With unwavering resolve, he approached the tavern's entrance. His gaze burned with fierce determination. Prepared to go to any lengths, he was set on obliterating the server. Meanwhile, the hired swords remained stationed outside, attentively listening to the commotion emanating from within the establishment. One of the mercenaries remarked that the NS appeared to be in a state of intense fury. Another chimed in, observing that it seemed they would once again be tasked with cleansing the remnants of the waiter's blood. It became evident that the time had come to breach the tavern and commence the disposal of whatever remained of the unfortunate server. Upon entering, they were met with an astonishing spectacle, one none could have foreseen. A completely unexpected vista materialized before their very eyes. An unforeseen tableau unfolded in front of them. Nan was prostrate before the waiter, imploring his pardon and confessing to his transgression. A voice, resonant with power and rage, boomed a command for them to kneel and plead for clemency. Simultaneously, Beck instructed them that within a tavern, proper etiquette dictated composedly taking a seat, placing an order for sustenance, and savoring the meal. Choki experienced a renewed sense of security and expressed gratitude to destiny for the fortuitous encounter with the secluded sage, who ultimately became his genuine deliverer. Their only recourse was to await the departure of the hired soldiers from the locale. Chohi was ravenous, so famished that he resolved to request a serving of couscous from Bakak. The Cloud Dragon pondered briefly, then responded that he could whip up another portion. However, the preparation would necessitate a certain duration. Nan and the Soldier of Fortune settled at an adjacent table, scarcely acknowledging the reality that the individual they sought was situated mere steps from them. He discerned that Choke was simply endeavoring to capitalize on the opportunity. Therefore, he opted to devise a more astute stratagem to outmaneuver him. Choke contemplated for a moment, then addressed the hired fighters. Their directive was to safeguard the area. Meanwhile, he would convey the intelligence to their superiors. This conclusion was reached upon the realization that even the combined might of the trio wouldn't suffice to vanquish Bach. All predicaments would find resolution only upon notification of their commander. In mere moments, he hastily departed the tavern, rapidly distancing himself with each stride. A considerable amount of time abruptly elapsed. One of the hired swords abruptly rose from his seat with determination, proclaiming his desire to address Beak. Despite his remarkably stern and irate countenance, the mercenary turned to the Cloud Dragon with a petition for a morsel of cookie shoe. Bach's visage was far from serene, and for a brief interval, he simply gazed intensely at the mercenary's eyes. A curious utterance emanated from Choi, for he comprehended that Huang Yin and Bongji would tarry there for an extended duration. The Cloud Dragon offered a genuine smile and stated that he would commence preparations for 2 portions of the dish forthwith. The hired soldiers greeted the Cloud Dragon's declaration with elation. However, Choki demonstrably did not reciprocate their enthusiasm. In reality, it was mere moments before both tables were presented with prepared meals, and while the others reveled, Choki contemplated how to discreetly depart the establishment without arousing the notice of the hired swords. But his intentions abruptly shifted when he, alongside every other patron in the tavern, sampled the kikisu for the initial time. The sensations that overwhelmed him were indescribable, as he had never before encountered such profound emotions. Choki found it inconceivable that simple sustenance could induce such immense gratification. Huang Yang and Bong, having also partaken of the dish, were equally astonished. They boisterously proclaimed the dish's exceptional culinary excellence. Even Chaco appeared to concur with their assessment. Following the delectable repast, twilight gradually descended upon the city, seamlessly melting into the nocturnal obscurity. As he cleansed his hands, he observed that every patron he had served remained seated at their tables. He approached the table occupied by the mercenaries and inquired about their continued presence, considering they had already settled their bill. They were initially speechless, but Choki quickly assessed the circumstances and addressed the server. If this establishment is indeed a tavern, perhaps lodging is available? The Cloud Dragon pondered briefly and responded that if standard accommodations were acceptable, a stay was possible. However, Beck's statement was abruptly cut short, for at that precise instant, a tremendous detonation erupted before him. Overwhelmed by terror, the occupants were momentarily incapable of comprehending the event. As dread consumed their minds, it became evident that a massive breach had been created in the wall. 2 figures materialized before the Cloud Dragon and inquired about the whereabouts of the reclusive master. But within an instant, it was evident that the visitors numbered far more than 2 individuals. A whole contingent of menacing figures, each progressively more intimidating than the last, materialized before Choki. The gravity of the situation dawned upon him. This night could be his final one on this earth. The unwelcome guests converged, and their most imposing member selected a seat, positioning it directly in the tavern center. The commander established himself in the chair amidst the tavern, resembling a starship captain on the bridge of his vessel. With a composed yet authoritative demeanor, he lifted his face and issued a directive to locate the reclusive master, who was concealed somewhere within the building's walls. Choki, the target of their search, was seated at an adjacent table. He struggled to comprehend that the chieftain of the Yellow Warriors himself had graced this establishment with his presence. Beck materialized from the kitchen, radiating cheerfulness. He extended a warm greeting to the assembled throng. Yet, notwithstanding his jovial disposition, Beck informed the assembled individuals that providing service today was impossible due to a complete depletion of all available provisions. Stepping to the side, Beck referenced the outstanding renovations that had long necessitated his immediate consideration. He guaranteed them that attending to customers was presently beyond his capabilities. A warrior, accompanying his commander, made an attempt to assault the Cloud Dragon. As his sword arced through the air, the sharp edge sailed mere centimeters from Biox's form, who evaded the strike with blinding swiftness. The Cloud Dragon disregarded the offensive maneuver entirely, proceeding forward with an unperturbed stride. Subsequently, it was the second mercenary's turn. He commented on Cha's apparent need for target practice. The mercenary rotated his substantial head, and arrogantly proclaimed his newfound capacity to dispatch Cha with a solitary strike. The force of the blow missed its mark yet again, sending sizable chunks of the very ground beneath them, scattering in various trajectories. Beck was displeased with the recent events and mentally calculated the recovery time required. With a swift maneuver, he materialized behind his adversary, softly remarking that such boisterous behavior violated the established decorum of the tavern. The leader, his patience exhausted, abruptly sprang from his seat and declared that this was indeed the very same reclusive master who required immediate apprehension. In response, the assembled mercenaries brandished their arms in perfect synchronicity, poised to deliver a decisive strike. Yet, the Cloud Dragon refrained from any offensive action, instead repositioning himself behind the mercenaries. In the blink of an eye, he stood outside on the street, casually descending the tavern steps. The warriors gazed around in astonishment, their foe having vanished with blinding rapidity. Their eyes met Bayak's, and within his gaze, they perceived a silent, stern rebuke. Mere moments later, Bayak propelled himself from the earth, vanishing into the ether like a phantom caught in a gust. The commander hastily sprinted into the thoroughfare, bellowing commands while simultaneously inquiring of his hired soldiers regarding Bayak's whereabouts. As the mercenaries congregated around their captain, one was on the verge of confessing their inability to contend with such a formidable adversary. But before uttering a single syllable, a detonation abruptly erupted directly before them, projecting a plume of debris skyward. Everyone narrowed their eyes, attempting to shield themselves from the airborne particulate matter, and focused intently, striving to discern the unfolding events before them. Seconds later, as the dust commenced its descent, affording the protagonists a glimpse of the spectacle before them, their sights fixated upon a colossal, lithic cube that had inexplicably materialized from the ground. Once the dust had completely settled, a vaporous dragon materialized before the voyagers. The upper-level barriers had crumbled. He suggested substituting them with stone fortifications. A single facet of the cubic structure remained devoid of a stone panel. Its position lay at a remove from the cube itself. With the merest brush from Beck, the maiden instantly detached herself and propelled towards the cube. At a blistering pace, the geometric form was ultimately finalized, and all onlookers gazed in utter astonishment. Their eyes and mouths agape. Amazement swiftly yielded to trepidation as the nebulous dragon amassed energy around its form. He proclaimed the urgency of immediate action. Eschewing delay, his motions became remarkably swift, as though cleaving the very air before him. His abrupt gesture produced the finest of incisions, dissecting the stone cube into uniform segments. The commander discerned that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of most, and that retreat presented the sole viable course of action. But as he deliberated, the ethereal dragon, sensing their apprehension, drew nearer. It proposed remaining for the night if departure wasn't desired. Choki, who had fled outside, declared he was retiring for the evening. Bayak then inquired about the upfront compensation for the accommodation. The young man approached the proprietor, presenting him with several coins as remuneration for lodging at the inn. Nan subsequently lowered his tone considerably and spoke to the head of the group, insinuating that Choki had engaged in this behavior previously. They resolved to approach Bayak and request he spend the night at his establishment. Meanwhile, a fresh dawn had broken, filled with optimistic sentiments, particularly for the tavern's proprietress. Miss Jean awakened with a joyful countenance, feeling invigorated following a superb slumber. Swiftly composing herself, she dashed from the chamber, consumed by inquisitiveness about events during her absence. She surveyed her surroundings and observed that the encompassing barriers were no longer constructed of timber, but it had transformed into an exquisite stone sculpture. She drew closer and reached out to feel it, discovering that every wall on that level had become opulent, elaborate stonework. A multitude of questions flooded her mind. He sprinted down the staircase with astonishing velocity in search of Bayak. As she descended, a fresh wave of bewilderment washed over her. The sight before her rooted her to the spot. A remarkably vast throng of individuals had congregated within the tavern, and every single one was partaking of a meal or beverage. Engrossed in the convivial ambience, Nobody could fathom the origin of this sudden influx of people. For the last instance of such a numerous clientele dated back to her grandfather's management of the establishment. Then, as the young woman surveyed her surroundings, attempting to decipher the events, the cloud dragon approached, inquiring if all was well. She responded cheerfully, expressing a sense of unexpected well-being following her repose. Her primary curiosity lay in the transformation of the second-floor walls. He dismissed her inquiry, claiming to have merely performed some trivial maintenance, and opted to substitute the barriers. But he still inquired about the reason for the large assembly. He responded that they were yesterday's patrons who had already settled their accounts, but chose to prolong their visit. The activity shifted to the heart of the woods, where an unparalleled surge of power now raged, infusing the air with suspense and expectation. This occurred due to Yang Pun's training at this location. He consistently asserted that darkness cannot exist without light, and night cannot exist without day. These are not contradictory forces, but interconnected occurrences. In 6 days within Kunlun, he acquired proficiency in 4 techniques, nearly reaching the midpoint of his objective, owing to the sage he encountered at the inn. The youth drastically altered his comprehension of energy and his own physique, revealing new avenues for self-enhancement. His thoughts were now consumed by resolve, for he had attained power beyond his wildest imaginings. The lad felt genuine appreciation for encountering the enigmatic traveler. He vowed that at the gathering of the 9, he would demonstrate his genuine. The youthful individual was nearly a stride nearer to achieving his objective. He was determined to exhibit his finest attributes at the Council of Nine's assembly. Upon arriving at his intended location, 2 sentinels stationed at the entryway obstructed Vadim's path. "State your identity and purpose," they inquired with a stern demeanor. For a fleeting instant, the newcomer pondered if he had mistakenly approached the incorrect entrance, finding himself in an unintended locale. Despite the familiarity of his surroundings, he swiftly regained his composure and recovered his bearings. With unwavering assurance, he proclaimed himself as Yong Poon, hailing from Kunlun, and stated his intention to partake in the clandestine convocation of the 9 academies. Upon hearing such pronouncements from an unfamiliar individual, they erupted into uproarious guffaws. Young Poon, baffled, failed to comprehend the sudden outburst of boisterous laughter. If granted the opportunity to rewind time by 4 days, he was about to uncover numerous fascinating facts about this particular establishment. The tavern was currently flourishing, enjoying a period of unprecedented success. This was especially true in contrast to the bleak period experienced mere weeks prior. The building was packed to capacity with patrons. Every single person desired to sample the exceptional cuisine. The dishes boasted the ability to gratify even the most discerning palates. Abruptly, Jean confronted Choi, inquiring about his presence there. She further questioned whether he intended to repay his outstanding debt. Observing his relaxed dining demeanor, she promptly instructed him to accelerate his chewing. She demanded an explanation regarding the whereabouts of her funds. Masticating deliberately and stroking his chin, he unexpectedly gestured towards the cloud dragon and declared, "I entrusted everything to him." Beek subsequently approached the young woman. He regarded them as close acquaintances due to Joey previously referring to her as his sibling. The girl expressed astonishment, clarifying that their connection was solely financial. In the meantime, the group's leader had already departed from the premises. He expressed sincere admiration for Cuckoo. He lauded him with the simple yet impactful adjective, magnificent. He conveyed his gratitude to the proprietor for the hospitable reception. The young woman curtsied and expressed gratitude to the commander for traveling such a distance to her establishment. She conveyed her desire that someday he would grace her in with his presence again, accompanied by his entire company. The moment the squad leader bid farewell, he promptly mounted his steed and swiftly departed from the locale, eager to exit its confines with utmost haste. As he rode, he addressed Mung Boho, remarking on the necessity of confronting the proprietor. Originating from the Benrak and Kanaka Tavern, a mission was assigned. Their objective, to discreetly apprehend the owner without causing harm. Shortly thereafter, the tavern's dilapidated walls were replaced with aesthetically pleasing and robust stone structures. It was a momentous occasion for the young lady. She savored delectable and fragrant couscous for the very first time. It was akin to embarking on a culinary adventure. Only then did she comprehend the widespread acclaim surrounding the establishment. She proposed that henceforth, the Cloud Dragon would manage the culinary operations, and she, personally, would assume the duty of attending to the patrons. Naturally, the lad consented, and Jean pledged to progressively instruct him in all the remaining culinary creations. He felt content, having finally discovered his niche in this realm. A simple youth, not a combat prodigy. He strolled, carrying a bowl of guksu, a present from Lady Qin, possessing a unique allure. Merely 2 days prior, upon arriving in Chunhei, you could have ascertained at the marketplace the presence of numerous clandestine organizations within this town. Among these, the Four Dragons Syndicate is prominent, the most formidable of all, boasting over 1,000 combatants. The Black Dragon, Kadoki, the White Dragon, Yanukazan, the Yellow Dragon, Quaxin, the Red Dragon, Larva. Collectively, they constitute an indomitable quartet of dragons. Amongst their ranks is the Yellow Dragon, a celebrated golden warrior hailing from the remote Isle of Guam, known as Hoban. A prominent figure familiar to all, drew near and, with a humble bow, expressed remorse for his inability to apprehend a Huriang operative. He attributed the entire debacle to their superior, currently lodging at an establishment on the slopes of Mount Cullen. The warrior's affiliation with the organization became instantly apparent. The Yellow Dragon observed this and realized the situation had become crystal clear. He discerned the leader's apparent apathy towards Kunlun, explaining the delayed dissemination of information. The predicament stemmed from the Yellow Dragon's conviction that Kunlun was no more, ceased to exist. Every member of the unit had vanished, leaving no one to render aid. Consequently, they were permanently discharged from the Marama forces. They found themselves stranded amidst a foreign landscape, bereft of assistance and any prospect of repatriation. The Yellow Dragon expressed contentment, relishing the certainty of never again encountering individuals from this cohort. Within this domain, a solitary inquiry lingered in the leader's mind, who was preordained to assume their mantle in this narrative. The Yellow Dragon merely responded with boisterous laughter, an amusement that persisted for an extended duration. The reason being, the identity of their eventual successor would undoubtedly astound the leader. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the contemporary era, specifically Mount Udon, where the destinies of these heroes hung in the balance. Upon encountering representatives from rival factions, he promptly declared himself as Yongpun, a member of the Kunlun clan. This proclamation elicited uproarious laughter from the assembled individuals, as if Yongpun's introduction was the most comical event of the day. One of the onlookers remarked that the situation was concluded, insinuating that Yongpun had arrived tardy, even for this crucial summit on the mountain. Individuals from rival factions surmised that Yongpun harbored a fear of potential failure throughout the expedition, hence his deliberate pace, as though seeking to evade peril. Nevertheless, the young man observed that a minor misinterpretation might be at play, for his mentor had prophesied that all events would unfold this very day. One youth remarked that their assembly had commenced 4 days prior for a designated discourse. It seemed peculiar that Kunlun had only been informed of this matter today. Initially, the individual known for posing inane inquiries reassured his companion that the discrepancy was inconsequential. In actuality, Kunlun's academic attendance would cease in the forthcoming year. Young Poon's irritation escalated, prompting him to rebuke the youth for his impudence. An emissary from a competing clan pointed out the youth's affiliation with the Heavenly Mountain sect and asserted that, in his judgment, no disrespect had been intended. The sect's adherents proclaimed that their sect would now join the illustrious Nine, supplanting Kunlun within the esteemed alliance. The youthful disciple could no longer contain his silence and declared his disbelief in the narrative regarding Kunlun's expulsion from the Nine. A member of a different order urged him to compose himself, since the verdict had been rendered by the high-ranking authorities. He erupted into such a vehement outcry that everyone in the vicinity turned to face him, astounded. This simply couldn't be factual, he protested, gesticulating wildly in utter incredulity. Throughout the conflict with the demonic cult 2.5 decades prior, virtually all of their mentors had sacrificed themselves to secure victory. Consequently, they forfeited the majority of their elite combatants. No other faction had endured greater casualties than Kunlun. This was precisely why Young Pun felt exploited in this instance. An individual affiliated with another sect conceded that those pronouncements filled him with profound dread, for their implications were shockingly appalling. He abruptly shifted his demeanor, criticizing the youth for drawing unwanted notice. Gesturing accusatorily, he guaranteed everyone that their faction single-handedly was insufficient to combat the demonic entities. Abruptly, from his rear, a command boomed forth to cease harassing the lad. Unexpectedly, the speaker was revealed to be the maiden who had cautioned him. Should he persist, the boy might weep once more. The young man retorted that under those circumstances, he would sever all contact. He refused to affiliate with the feeble individuals hailing from Kunlun. As the guffaw subsided slightly, Yongpun addressed the emissary of the opposing clan with a smirk. Would you be so kind as to reiterate your prior statement? When met with silence, the clan delegate boldly proclaimed that he could withstand any ordeal, but would never brook an affront to his Kunlun prowess. Suddenly, a pair of razor-sharp blades materialized behind the mountain dweller. Positioned high on his back, he concurrently hurled only the appellation at him. Fortunately, his adversary remained at a secure remove. The onlookers couldn't fathom what they were seeing. They anticipated amusement and a tranquil resolution. However, events unfolded contrary to expectations. Young Pun staggered his adversary with an abrupt abdominal strike. At that critical juncture, the repercussions of this seemingly unremarkable blow were astonishingly significant, particularly for young Pun, owing to his exceptional velocity. Pun soared several tens of meters skyward. After traversing a considerable span, he plummeted to the earth with a resounding crash. Upon impacting the ground, he executed a series of disorienting somersaults. The spectators gazed on in terror as energy surged from young Pun's form. Having just felled their companion, a member of the rival faction unsheathed his blade, poised to inflict a catastrophic strike upon his foe. Yet at the final instant, the adversary evaded the attack, demonstrating his prowess and circumventing the predictable blow. He lunged ahead, resolute in his intent to capitalize on every moment. He spotted his adversary on the opposite side, who, for inexplicable motives, maintained a safe distance. It became apparent that the foe was holding back to launch a surprise volley of blades at the most opportune juncture. However, such an offensive posed no challenge for the young Pan. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly altered the knive's trajectory. He was not alone, necessitating swift action. With a series of rapid parries, he successfully deflected the incoming projectiles, ensuring none reached their intended recipient. All the kunai clattered to the ground. Their velocity was so sluggish that the boy could easily repel each one. The onlookers were astonished that the youth could so effortlessly neutralize the assault meant to obliterate her. The girl responded decisively, leaping backward and expertly aiming her armament. She focused her palms toward her youthful adversary, but the young man simply and calmly advanced a few steps toward his rival, exuding assurance with each gesture. With a single, forceful motion, channeling his energy into a focused burst, he disrupted the girl's trajectory, propelling her skyward, astonishing all onlookers. As the girl ascended, it became crucial for her to reposition herself away from the spot, directly over her adversary's head, lest he deliver a crippling strike. She needed to react with instantaneous swiftness, so she executed a rapid aerial rotation. A brief moment later, she touched down a short distance from Young Poon, but lacked the energy for a subsequent assault. However, it appeared such an action was no longer required, as Yangpun now found himself under attack by one of the sect's most imposing and formidable members. The attacker's blow possessed immense force, yet lacked agility. All he perceived was the Young Poon poised to retaliate with an even more devastating blow. The counteroffensive possessed exceptional might. A straightforward yet remarkable palm strike, landing squarely in the bullseye. The moment the crimson hand connected, the colossal adversary was propelled into the adjacent wall with blinding velocity. The behemoth succumbed to unconsciousness upon impact, colliding with a substantial barrier. One combatant, brandishing a blade, swiftly retaliated, attempting a sudden assault on the foe, unaware that young Puna's combat agility mirrored the lightning-fast reflexes of a cheetah. This opponent likewise fell back, leaving young Pun with a solitary objective. The young woman poised for a counterattack, mustered resolve and vigor for her ensuing maneuver. Though the strike appeared almost imperceptible, the adversary instantaneously seized her wrist, effortlessly hurling the girl earthward. The force was so overwhelming that she remained immobilized for a fleeting moment. In the final phase, energy coalesced around his palm, poised for unleashing The girl's last glimpse before losing consciousness was a frail combatant from the Kunlun faction, who swiftly dislocated her shoulder blades. The detonation engulfed the girl. As the potent force pierced the earth, onlookers were awestruck, baffled by how the wind's intensity could extend to their location. The young man's physique constantly shifted hues, as if engaged in an enigmatic chromatic display. The girl was utterly depleted, immobilized by the strenuous fight. Spectators remarked that such a combat technique was likely unprecedented. Within Kunlun, observing Yongpu's battle maneuvers, one could discern the fluidity of a dragon in his motions. It dawned on all present that his style mirrored the Dragon Master's combat form from Kunlandia. Following this revelation, the lad emphatically stated that henceforth they should exercise caution before uttering a word. This held especially true should they attempt to disregard the Kunlun clan. The locale of events shifted once more. Now, everything unfolded adjacent to the very same public house. On one side, it was evident that the refurbishment remained unfinished. Everywhere except where the Azure Dragon had chosen to intercede, everything already appeared quite respectable. A portion of the contingent pursuing Choki declared their retreat from the zone, yet continued to relentlessly pursue their quarry. Locating him proved challenging due to the dense undergrowth, and within her thoughts, she envisioned him returning to the alehouse, then was consumed by fury. He was now the individual charged with the critical mission of apprehending the objective, and he dared not falter in this endeavor. Meanwhile, the youth concealed himself within the shrubbery directly beside the inn. Any member of the search party could effortlessly glance within and identified him. Choki understood capture meant certain demise. Perishing was unavoidable. However, remaining indefinitely within the tavern was impossible. One of the NAS sentinels conveyed a message of utmost importance to him. The guard hastened to inform the NAS about their intended search of the village outskirts, but he advised a thorough re-examination of the tavern and its vicinity. The commander had previously stressed the importance of constant surveillance of the tavern. Therefore, observing all activity nearby was crucial. Subsequently, the Black Squad mounted their steeds and promptly departed the location. They swiftly retreated from the scene. Choki vigilantly observed, witnessing the Black Squad's final departure. He experienced simultaneous relief and apprehension, recognizing his near isolation on the field of conflict. Encouragingly, the Anon squad, accompanied by Savan, had also entered the establishment. This implied she hadn't even cast a glance towards the shrubs. Thus, the moment was opportune for a swift, unrestrained retreat. Concurrently, the young woman directed her recent hire and declared it was time to proceed. For practical application, she emphasized the paramount importance of ensuring the dumpling dough possessed a delicate thinness and a tacky consistency. Observing the novice's impending attempt, she cautiously commenced a gradual withdrawal. Simultaneously, she maintained a curious observation. Meanwhile, the girl stated her intention to gather some herbs, but presently, she would permit the newcomer to practice. Left unaccompanied, Cloud Dragon resolved to dedicate himself fully to dough preparation. Physical contact with the dough proved unnecessary. It oscillated autonomously, morphing its form. Within moments, the dough achieved a near-translucent state. However, Bach remained undeterred. Bach persisted in manipulating the dough without tactile interaction, relying solely on his prowess. The three warriors observed with awe, incredulous at the spectacle. The spectacle appeared even more peculiar than they had anticipated, originating from this unconventional artisan. Meanwhile, Yongpun proceeded gradually, step by measured step, traversing the woodland directly adjacent to the rendezvous point. Within this forested area, Yongpun continuously contemplated the current state of his sect. Yongpun wavered, uncertain of how to rectify the predicament and restore Kunlun's prestige in the perception of others. Abruptly, in a fleeting moment, he discerned his grandfather perched upon the limb of a tree. His grandfather unexpectedly leaped from the bough and commenced moving with remarkable swiftness, presenting a rather unusual sight. This was astonishing, considering his grandfather's age. He possessed extraordinary vigor. As his grandfather drew near to young Poon, within arm's reach, he gingerly inquired if the disciple could afford him a moment of his time. Concurrently, within the public house, Beck was engaged in conversation with a pair of soldiers of fortune and their leader, who remained positioned slightly apart. Narrowing his eyes against the haze, The proprietor, his eyes pinched shut against the cigarette fumes, inquired why the soldiers of fortune remained present and hadn't embarked on their money-making expeditions. The hired swords responded that they possessed ample funds and were requested by Ox to allow them lodging at the inn once more. Amidst their conversation, a young lady glided towards the dragon, clutching a petite parcel. Beaming, she declared she possessed a trifling token for him. These were several items John had discovered within her chambers. Jean suggested the lad don them, highlighting that they were her paternal figure's attire and footwear. The youth was reluctant to relinquish his Kunlun garments, despite the maiden's insistence that he couldn't perpetually sport the same ensemble. Daily, he pondered selecting a fresh aesthetic. Nevertheless, it was evident he would eventually be compelled to make a change, as his current clothing appeared utterly unbecoming. Bayek now resembled a genuine martial arts practitioner. His expression exuded newfound assurance, and his actions became swift and deliberate, resembling those of seasoned combatants from ages past. As the hired soldiers observed him, they couldn't deny the glaring inequity of existence. A single change of attire drastically enhanced his appearance, highlighting life's inherent unfairness. The young woman gazed at the boy with captivation, and on a whim, proposed a stroll. The girl relished exploring Chang'an in pursuit of knowledge. This particular excursion stemmed from a depletion of provisions, necessitating an on-site assessment. A band of mercenaries observed their leader's impending departure, and one proposed a sly scheme to trail him. A hush fell over the group as Beck addressed them, declaring a mission for each member. Curiosity permeated the atmosphere, drawing attention like moths to a flame. He commanded 3 to remain and safeguard the lodging while he embarked on his expedition. The setting shifted, bringing the elder face to face with young Poon. They remained momentarily speechless, contemplating their thoughts and fixing intense gazes upon one another, as if attempting to predict his subsequent action. At a certain moment, he initiated a forward stride, and young Poon immediately perceived the heightened atmosphere. It's crucial to remember that this elderly gentleman could potentially be a martial arts expert, and thus become a formidable adversary. So Yongpan mustered all his strength, cautiously admonishing the old man. Maintain your distance. He deemed it improbable to cultivate such prowess at that age. Therefore, he inquired about the source of his profound understanding of dream energy. The young man was now fully convinced that the elder had exerted some influence upon him during his slumber. Nevertheless, the young man recognized the imprudence of divulging his revelation to every stranger encountered. Consequently, he informed the old man of his inability to disclose the information. The knowledge held too much personal significance. A tinge of disappointment washed over the old man, yet he remained optimistic. He posed the question to young Pun once more, a cunning grin playing on his lips. He inquired whether the youth would divulge the secret with such ease a second time. A pregnant silence descended upon them. The stillness reverberated, and neither dared to break the quietude with utterance. The lad sensed a potent inner surge of energy conveyed by the breeze, rendering him nearly immobile. His grandfather, turning his back, declared, "I embark for Kunlun. You shall uncover the truth for yourself." An instant later, he propelled himself from the location, vanishing instantaneously into the celestial expanse. Initially, the boy contemplated pursuing his elder. Nevertheless, the events unfolded with such rapidity that the young man had no opportunity to react. Yongpoon's mission could now be deemed unsuccessful, for he remained clueless as to his grandfather's inquiry. In the meantime, the young lady and her devoted companion were strolling through the urban landscape, meticulously surveying the encompassing terrain. Beck gazed around with focused intent, for such a vista had eluded him for quite some time. Each minute detail captivated his awareness. Their route led directly to the threshold of the Porcelain Tavern, renowned for its convivial gatherings amongst the local populace. Once they had settled at their designated table, the server neglected to approach and inquire about their preferences. Jana merrily declared her desire to sample dumplings and a carbonated beverage, specifically excluding poultry. Meanwhile, the young man simply glanced about, discerning the tavern's popularity and its notably more opulent ambience compared to his own place of employment. The establishment exuded an alluring charm and distinct atmosphere. After a brief interval, the attendant delivered 2 portions of couscous and a plate of delectable dumplings to their table, a dish they eagerly anticipated savoring. With gusto, they commenced their repast. However, the lad continued to surreptitiously eavesdrop on the surrounding conversations, seeking crucial intelligence. And within moments his surreptitious listening bore fruit. At the adjacent table, two individuals were conversing about Kunlun's banishment from the 9 sects. One of the men expressed incredulity, as the report of Kunlun's expulsion appeared implausible. He further discovered that his fellow sect members were incurring debts from outlaws. To compound matters, the Four Dragons faction was enraged with them. Based on the demonstrated capabilities, it was evident that the sect's longevity was in question. Conversely, he was no longer overly preoccupied with this predicament. The young woman observed the frown on Beck's face as he contemplated these revelations, and presumed he found the cuisine disagreeable. The man responded that everything was satisfactory. He was merely absorbed in contemplation. Subsequently, Jean inquired about his impression of the restaurant's fare. After a moment of reflection, Cloud Dragon remarked that the cuisine at this establishment initially appeared unremarkable, but upon closer examination, each dish possessed a distinct flavor and complexity. Even serving commonplace fare, these establishments thrived, striking her as unjust. Meanwhile, the young boy observed that unfairness permeated every facet of this realm. He continued eavesdropping on the discussion when a boisterous and hostile exchange erupted from behind. A handful of Kunlun disciples were embroiled in a dispute with the server regarding reimbursement, to which he retorted that outstanding balances were not settled there. One of the sect adherents demanded the waiter acknowledge his presence and articulate what stood before him. He boldly proclaimed their affiliation with the Kunlun sect. In that instant, one of the men abruptly started bellowing for the proprietor, seeking to garner his attention. Within moments, the tavern keeper approached their table and courteously requested the 3 sect members to lower their voices, alluding to their disruptive conduct. Kunlun audaciously proclaimed they would defer payment for the meal, asserting their continued status as a prominent family, readily capable of procuring funds whenever necessary. However, the tavern proprietor countered that their establishment's regulations had been amended, and extending credit had been discontinued for a considerable period. When the Kunlun clan members, specifically Lin's companions, examined the ledger, they discovered inconsistencies with the actual situation, hinting at fraudulent entries. Enraged, the man violently kicked the chair and demanded the proprietor's immediate presence. He menacingly approached the owner, inquiring whether he intended to record their debt in the accounts receivable book, which he meticulously maintained. Recognizing the potential for severe dental and skeletal damage, specifically fractured ribs and missing teeth, the proprietor hastily consented to document their debt. Subsequently, addressing the clan, the Cloud Dragon asserted that even individuals of their stature, hailing from the esteemed Kunluns, were obligated to settle their accounts promptly after dining. The man was deeply displeased. He stepped forward and demanded the name of the individual who had arrived there, with such audacity and arrogance, and immediately commenced issuing directives. The 2 warriors responded to this statement in contrasting ways. The first was filled with trepidation, while the second, conversely, erupted into laughter, as if relishing the prospect of a thrilling escapade. The Kunlun man inclined towards the Cloud Dragon and commented that during one's younger years, it's often challenging to differentiate between sagacity and folly. Therefore, he resolved to grant the youth an opportunity to retreat. Unexpectedly, Beck observed that the man's mind seemed utterly consumed by darkness. Beck further cautioned that such individuals require immediate intervention, lest their afflictions escalate in the times ahead. The man swiftly cocked his fist, poised to strike his adversary directly in the mandible. However, the regent simply crooked a single digit and enclosed it with his thumb, poised for an unforeseen maneuver. With a mere flick of his wrist, he propelled the Kunlun clan warrior several meters distant, as though he were a weightless feather caught in a gust. A prominent mark now adorned the vanquished warrior's brow, a symbol that would serve as a lasting reminder to all present of his humiliation in combat. The subsequent warrior from the Kunlun clan boldly approached the master, inquiring about his conduct. A single swipe of his finger, and the warrior lacked the opportunity to even react, sustaining a crippling strike. From this impact, the young man was launched skyward, and after traversing several meters, plummeted violently to the earth, The youth lay prostrate on the ground, utterly spent, making no attempt to rise, for all his energy had dissipated. The final Kunlun member hastened towards the tavern's proprietor, proffering the payment. "Consider it not a debt," he declared, refusing any concession. He then darted closer to the master, declared the score settled, and it was time to proceed. The tavern's proprietor gazed intensely at the master, attempting to anticipate his subsequent action. Suddenly, the cloud dragon assailed the final adversary with the delicate graze of a single digit, and he, like his two predecessors, crumbled to the earth. Beck observed that even in the aftermath of combat, transgressors must atone for their misdeeds. The onlooker within the tavern lifted his drink with contentment, spectating the events transpiring before him. He had successfully rendered assistance to Koichi and aided them in escaping their predicament. Bjork and Jean departed the establishment, and the young woman promptly inquired about the peculiar conduct of those individuals. However, the man merely expressed regret for the disrupted repast. Jill offered a smile, reassuring her that all was well, and even confessed her enjoyment of the spectacle. The sight held a particular captivation for her, and her eyes gleamed with inquisitiveness and enchantment. This explains Cloud Dragon's accomplishment. Her implication was that Cloud Dragon single-handedly vanquished 3 adversaries simultaneously. Employing just a single digit, the master observed the young lady. He discerned her apparent yearning to attain martial arts mastery. However, the lass responded with a grin, expressing her desire, though the opportune moment hadn't yet presented itself. Throughout this particular phase of her existence, the public house held precedence over all other matters. He observed the expressions that flitted across the maiden's countenance. It dawned on him that her presence often brought a smile to his face. They proceeded on their journey. The girl then mentioned it was the moment to gather the necessary provisions. At that juncture, peculiar occurrences commenced. Within the woods, not far from the Moon Horse encampment, the elder man was traversing the forest at a rapid pace. He was engrossed in contemplation, pondering various matters. His gait was effortless, yet his thoughts were profound. As he progressed, his mind remained fixated on the enigmatic individual he had encountered in the woods. He acknowledged that, due to his own obstinance, he would remain silent. His stubborn nature rendered further discourse futile. Prolonging the questioning served no purpose. Kunlun had disregarded his counsel for a decade. This greatly displeased the elderly man. He wondered how such remarkable power could emanate from a Kunlun inhabitant. The old man was baffled. He was determined to uncover the solution to this enigma at any cost. Upon reaching the sect's entrance, he observed that the security measures were rather lax. As he neared the gate undetected, his presence completely unnoticed, it became evident that the sect lacked any true vigilance. Due to his impaired vision, he mistakenly believed the 2 sentinels slumbering at the entryway to be deceased. He proceeded past the guards unchallenged and unlatched the gate, breaching the perilous zone. This roused the guards, who promptly moved to apprehend the trespasser. Upon being prompted for identification, he declared himself as Nogok, and stated his purpose was to acquire crucial knowledge. The guards exchanged glances, slightly unnerved that the outsider had directly responded to their inquiries. The guards aimed their firearms at his face, proclaiming that mendicants were unwelcome there. A subtle cue for him to depart was given. Nevertheless, the elder disregarded their warnings and surged ahead, disabling the guard's weaponry. Having achieved this penetration, he proceeded calmly forward, drawing ever nearer to the heart of the restricted zone. One of the sentinels overtook him, seizing his shoulder tightly, and sharply commanded him to vacate the premises at once. The elder, without exerting any undue force, gestured with his hand, and his adversary, incredulous, was propelled 5 meters into the air. Following this, the young man plummeted to the earth, his body and head impacting the stone with such tremendous force that a resounding crash reverberated. The second guard, stationed beside the old man, bellowed that this transgression would not go unpunished, and the elder would atone for his deeds. He had already cocked his arm, poised to strike his opponent from the rear, but abruptly, just as the blow was about to land, time appeared to cease around him. With lightning speed, the old man struck him on the head with a wooden staff, inflicting an unexpectedly devastating blow. The sentinel collapsed to the earth, utterly spent. He had sustained a significant head injury, rendering him immobile. The elder advanced relentlessly, as the initial guard recovered his senses, and hastily retrieved an item from his pouch. With trembling hands, the watchman, extracted an object from his pocket, and commenced blowing on it. It proved to be a signaling whistle. The shrill sound pierced the quietude, and within moments, the old man found himself encircled by clan members poised for an assault. However, before initiating action, they not only encompassed the unanticipated visitor, but also brandished their blades at the ready. They gazed intently into the depths of his being. The elder halted, remaining motionless, meticulously observing their every maneuver. He scrutinized them closely, for the only remaining task was to ascertain the location of such potent, oniric energy. Surveying his surroundings, he remained unable to pinpoint the elusive source he had long sought. Despite his persistent efforts and continuous scanning of his surroundings, he remained unable to attain the aspiration that brought him to this place. Abruptly, an unknown voice intruded upon his contemplation. He glanced upward and observed a Kunlun clan elder standing before him. The senior member meticulously scrutinized his disciples and declared that they were in the presence of the head of a vagrant band known as Nogok. Astonishment filled the Kunlun members, rendering them incredulous, for they were only acquainted with one Nogok, the fifth ranked among the 7 most formidable masters within Manhwa. The instructor, exasperated by his pupils' deficient understanding, implored his fellow educators to dedicate additional time to instruction, as the students had failed to grasp even fundamental principles. Subsequently, the instructor addressed the elderly man, conveying his apologies, and stayed unburdened. The grandfather merely muttered about the instructor's impoliteness, and with unwavering self-assurance, proceeded onward. He advanced towards the structure at the city's core, ignoring the shouts that trailed behind him. A clan disciple approached the instructor, questioning the sudden emergence of experts and the ensuing disarray within the sect. Concurrently, the elder surveyed his surroundings, overwhelmed by a sense of lethargy, as if slumber had claimed him. He contemplated whether he had erred. The relentless strain rapidly depleted his energy, prompting him to decide on a visit to the alehouse. He yearned for a swig of strong spirits. In the meantime, Bayok and the young lady arrived at the pub. Her eyes were instantly drawn to the damaged furniture. Bayok arched a brow in astonishment. He observed the mercenaries observing the establishment, but their shrugs reassured him of their non-involvement. The youth delved into his recollections, attempting to mentally reconstruct the tavern's interior, where he and the genie had once plotted and schemed. He reminisced about the tavern's less vibrant past. Thus, he resolved to construct a fresh stone slab. To execute his objective, he concentrated his power and channeled it squarely towards the rock that ascended from the earth. With a mere flick of his wrist, the stone fractured into fragments, yielding a polished incision down the center. It was a display of mastery that captivated all onlookers. The trio of hired soldiers observing this spectacle through the doorway remained awestruck by the extraordinary prowess of this adept. Grandfather was teleported to the location where the antiquated dwelling now resided, as though he had journeyed back in time. As grandfather neared the threshold, he was astonished to discover the establishment was still operational. The unbelievable proved astounding. Adjacent to this forsaken locale, grandfather perceived not actuality, but solely the essence of slumber. It was as if the surrounding world was a mere phantom of bygone days. Beck gazed fixedly at the stone block, meticulously manipulating it with energy. He meticulously gathered the resources to construct a new table. A handful of additional supports were required to finalize the construction. He affixed the remaining components, and the new tavern table was complete. The room now possessed a renewed and practical aesthetic. He addressed the hired soldiers and instructed them to hoist the final table and transport it indoors. The mercenaries immediately hastened towards Cloud Dragon. They seized the table crafted with sleep energy and returned inside. Cloud Dragon observed the ongoing transformations with a discerning eye. He was particularly impressed by the seamlessness of the renovations. Jean expressed satisfaction with the tavern's metamorphosis. He remarked that the stone tables imparted a revitalized ambience to the decor. Nan, who had been meticulously scrutinizing each table, perceived their excessive coldness. He deduced that their frigid nature would likely deter patrons. The moment he uttered these words, Grandpa abruptly entered the tavern from the outside. He landed with a resounding thud upon one of the chilly tables. The mercenary quipped sarcastically, observing that Grandpa appeared to have discovered his preferred seating arrangement. However, in actuality, Grandpa burst into the bar and pounded the counter. Owing to the overwhelming presence of oniric energy, he instantly surveyed the hired swords and inquired who was responsible for crafting this magnificent piece of furniture. Almost instinctively, each mercenary gestured towards the artisan, who, at that precise moment, was polishing the incomplete tables with a cloth. Grandfather approached him, aiming to converse with Beak. A powerful urge to glean as much knowledge as possible from him consumed him. Initially, the elder approaching the cloud dragon failed to grasp the dragon's intentions. The situation grew even more peculiar as the old man started circling. Bayak, meticulously scrutinizing him from every angle. The elder was utterly astonished, for he sensed only a void within this young individual. Not a trace of internal force could be detected. Following a brief pause, he addressed Bayak, seeking a word. However, Bayak curtly responded, "I solely engage in discourse with patrons." The Cloud Dragon rejoined the mercenaries and instructed them to attend to the forthcoming newcomers, to partake in refreshments and delectable cuisine. The climate proved unexpectedly agreeable, and this fostered a jovial ambience amongst all attendees. A remarkable aura pervaded the space. Every individual basked in the encompassing warmth and coziness, evoking a genuine sense of festivity. Gina presented sustenance to the elderly gentleman, who initially regarded her with a degree of skepticism. The formerly wary elder transformed. Upon observing the nourishment Gina offered, he was visibly pleased, for this couscous was imbued with the vitality of the uplifting melody. Yet, what most captivated him was its unparalleled flavor. He devoured the entire dish in a single sitting, relishing each morsel. The protagonist confidently acknowledged the gathering, declared his name, and proudly proclaimed his culinary expertise. Originating from the Kunlun Tavern, Grandfather, abruptly adapting a grave demeanor, inquired if Bayak hailed from the enigmatic realm of Murim. The fellow responded that he had sojourned in Kunlun during his youth, but that wasn't the case at this moment. When the hired soldier proposed learning from the Cloud Dragon to his superior, the commander instructed him to remain silent. He wished to overhear a discussion occurring. Nearby, the dragon attempted to decipher the exchange and comprehend the gentleman's implication regarding a visit to Kunlun during his younger days. Despite his relatively young age, the elder inquired about the Cloud Dragon's age. The dragon paused in contemplation and responded that he was undoubtedly beyond a century in age. The Cloud Dragon anxiously awaited his conversational partner's eventual amusement and acknowledgement of the jest. He perceived his counterpart on the verge of boisterous laughter. However, as this failed to materialize, he abruptly stood from his seat and declared his realization, specifically, that the younger man was employing a sly tactic of youthfulness. He further divulged that he himself had already attained the age of 115, and inquired of the Azure Dragon if he had knowledge of the unopened liquor. The narrative shifted to a new locale, where the disciples of the Kunlun clan were bound in numerous columns, resembling captives ensnared in a snare. It became apparent that, for reasons unknown, the Kunlun clan members had lost consciousness. Consequently, those who had previously revived hastened to rouse their companions, who remained slumbering. None could comprehend who had inflicted such an assault upon them, nor the events that transpired prior to their arrival in this predicament. Abruptly, an unfamiliar figure stormed into the chamber and commanded his subordinates to escort all the restrained individuals into the thoroughfare. The Kunlun clan combatants were paralyzed by terror, as the situation remained utterly perplexing. Moments later, they found themselves outside, still firmly bound. After traversing a significant distance, the final member of the clan to awaken unexpectedly witnessed a horrifying spectacle before him. A surreal panorama, reminiscent of a nightmare, materialized before his eyes, within the familiar confines of the marketplace. Every master of Kunlun was apprehended, restrained as if ensnared within a dream. One captive was escorted back to the Yellow Dragon. With utmost deference, he conveyed that his subordinates had thoroughly investigated Chiangyi. The Yellow Dragon commended his valor. Subsequently, addressing the Kunlun warriors, he inquired, "Why resort to consuming humans for sustenance, when your rightful domain lies amidst the mountain peaks?" One of the instructors recognized the individual and discerned that they were confronting the Yellow Dragon. It then became evident that they had been ensnared by a quartet of dragons. One of the valiant fighters ventured to question the yellow dragon regarding his intentions for their captivity. Simultaneously, he endured a forceful blow to the occiput with his staff, as a consequence of previously issued explicit instructions mandating silence. The four dragons, displaying no attempt to conceal their derision, made it abundantly clear to the SEC personnel that they were audaciously readying themselves for conflict. By this point, a throng of curious onlookers had congregated around the apprehended Kunlun detainees. They stood at a distance, conversing amongst themselves about the peculiar circumstances, and murmuring softly when abruptly the Ashen Dragon, Yang, materialized before Wuxin, proclaiming that the Kunlun members would not be subjected to such treatment. Initially, Yang resolved to escort the captives back to their homeland, subsequently returning to eliminate the remaining individuals. At last, the moment of their long-awaited liberation had arrived. The four dragons exulted in the prospect of being emancipated from the tyranny imposed upon them by their oppressors. For decades, a crimson dragon emerged on the skyline, converging upon the central plaza with its legion. Its arrival instilled hope of emancipation in those present, who had endured prolonged subjugation. The common denizens of the metropolis murmured in astonishment upon witnessing the crimson dragon. This extraordinary creature seldom bestowed upon them the honor of its magnificent aerial display. The golden and ivory dragons rejoiced as their sibling joined their celestial ascent. Yet he offered no response to his brethren, but instead silently unsheathed his blade and brandished it towards the firmament. The vermilion dragon bellowed a command, directing the entire legion to draw their weapons. This day marks the termination of Kunlun's reign. Amidst this tumultuous upheaval, a captivating dialogue transpired between a member of the mendicant fraternity and the Azure Dragon, further intensifying the intrigue of the unfolding circumstances. The elder inquisitively inquired of his counterpart regarding the method by which he amassed the essence of dreams. The respondent elucidated that he sought to harness the potency of slumber, which constitutes the concentrated quintessence of Mother Nature's might. Bach further observed that Mother Nature follows her own course and resists constraint. This parallels the process of mastering mental disciplines to imbue them with one's internal force. Beck felt gratified that he could readily assist the amiable gentleman. After a brief interlude, the Cloud Dragon explained that to attain energy mastery, one shouldn't aspire to acquire the power of nature directly. Grandpa swiftly recognized his folly, as he had consistently been preoccupied with surpassing others. His perpetual quest for dominance obscured his judgment. He incessantly measured himself against others, succumbed to avarice, and ultimately vanished into the chasm of his own hubris. Grandpa expressed sincere gratitude to his conversational partner for enlightening him. The time for departure had arrived. Nogok addressed the Cloud Dragon, inquiring if he might visit occasionally. Without a moment of delay, Beck guaranteed Nogok that he would always be received warmly at this location. The three brigands seated at the table, observing the unfolding events, were taken aback by the unexpected turn. One of them turned to his companions, inquiring if their leader intended to permanently silence the elder. His accomplice concurred, expressing suspicion. What possible motive could a powerful warrior have with this elderly man, accompanied by a band of paupers? The youth's claim of being a centenarian seemed ludicrous. It felt as though the boy was jesting, declaring an age of 100 years. However, the grandfather remained stoic, offering no smile in response. Rising from his seat, the man commanded everyone to depart with haste, as there was no longer any reason for them to linger. Jean, strolling nearby, observed the patrons readying their departure, and approached them. The captain expressed gratitude for the superb meal, remarking that, regrettably, it was time for them to attend to their own matters. The young woman offered a smile and a curtsy, extending an invitation for them to return. The three hastened towards the exit. Abruptly, a recognizable voice called out from behind. As the trio attempted their escape, their progress was halted by a shout. It was Cloud Dragon inquiring as to the reason for their departure. The leader, barely suppressing the tremble in his speech, responded that they were deeply engaged. Despite his apprehension, Buck simply wished to express gratitude to the group for overseeing the inn. During his time away, following their parting of ways, one of the outlaws approached his chief and ventured to inquire about the ultimate objective of their expedition. The other brigand, more astute, swiftly responded to his comrade. Naturally, their destination was Gumkoban. Concurrently, a vast procession of numerous steeds and a complete legion of red dragons steadily advanced upon Kunlun. A member of the four dragons' entourage proclaimed that, lying before them on their route, lay the terminus he had previously referenced, and they were obligated to enter it. The yellow dragon expressed discontent. However, he conceded that if a formidable expert were present, they ought to cease their advance. His mind raced, completely preoccupied with contemplating how such an adept would confront the three unified dragons. His sibling merely offered Chidna a smile, confident that not even the most formidable expert could withstand the combined might of three of the four united dragons. The entire massive formation remained blissfully unaware that the Cloud Dragon had been discreetly observing their maneuvers for an extended period. Beck discerned a substantial assembly of individuals, approximately 200 fighting units within the army's ranks. It appeared they were orchestrating an assault on Kunlun. His expression remained impassive until a crucial detail caught his attention. As the entire column drew nearer, he spotted captive Kunlun masters amidst the soldiers. It was inconceivable that the adversaries had merely bound the masters and were forcibly escorting them. Besides the sect leaders, there were others. The procession consisted of novice combatants who were just embarking on their quest. Abruptly, the march halted. An unforeseen impediment materialized before the steeds. The mounts screeched to a sudden standstill, overwhelmed by trepidation, and the riders endeavored to pacify their frightened animals, clutching their saddles firmly to avoid being unseated. The Cloud Dragon stood defiantly before them, gazing intensely at the visages of the newcomers. He inquired as to why they were tormenting the sect's disciples, as if attempting to illuminate the palpable injustice. The Yellow Dragon expressed astonishment upon hearing this, for he remained unaware of the identity of the individual confronting him. This master outwardly resembled a feeble-minded soul, and the White Dragon surmised that he was merely a demented hermit. Bayak reiterated his ultimatum, commanding the Kunlun faction to liberate the captives immediately and retreat whence they came. Not a single member of the entourage intended to comply with such directives. Thus, the White Dragon wheeled his steed around and commanded his legion to subdue the insolent man. Every soldier in the host was garbed in a dark cloak, and finely crafted blades shimmered within their grasp. All the troops gazed in astonishment as the winged dragon produced a simple, unremarkable wooden staff from his pouch. The staff emanated an intense, violet energy that captivated all those present, compelling them to fix their gaze upon it. Beck abruptly unleashed an energy surge into the atmosphere, deftly manipulating its course. He quickly directed it squarely at the throng of adversaries. The force of the detonation was focused upon its intended mark, inflicting catastrophic harm upon everything in its way. All the combatants were propelled a significant distance, plummeting earthward. Taken aback, the Yellow and White Dragons were baffled by this display of power. With a single flourish of the wooden rod, the sensei single-handedly floored an entire squadron of soldiers. The White Dragon erupted in a fit of rage, boasting of prior knowledge about it. Before them now loomed the inferno of sulfur. Hailing from the west, unwavering certainty filled his mind, for he firmly believed this maneuver would prove futile against him. Achieving astonishing aerial velocity, he commenced emanating energy from his form, aiming to employ the glacial strike technique. To his astonishment, the Azure Dragon remained stationary, merely observing the White Dragon's advance with intense focus. Now his apprehension intensified significantly, as Backwood once more grasped the wooden rod in his grip. With a single, swift motion, a tremendous surge of power emanated from the staff's tip and hurtled rapidly towards the White Dragon. The impact was devastatingly forceful, propelling the formidable master's body deep into the throng of soldiers. The sheer intensity of the shockwave was so immense that 30 nearby warriors collapsed to the earth. Before they could comprehend the situation, the combatants were scattered like 10 pins, completely losing bodily control and equilibrium. The majority of the fighters were incapacitated, sustaining multiple blunt force traumas. The White Dragon was prostrate on the ground, expectorating blood following a recent devastating impact. His respiration was labored, Yet his eyes blazed with fury and a thirst for vengeance. Quacksun rushed towards him, brimming with apprehension, seeking to ascertain from his comrade what had transpired and its significance. The master responded that from that instant onward, his internal power felt utterly depleted. The yellow dragon was incredulous, for he grasped that such dire repercussions would be challenging to inflict with a mere exhalation of vapor. Awakens continued, confessing his bewilderment at how the adversary had managed to vanquish them. It could barely maintain its footing. Mere seconds later, the white dragon crumpled to the earth, utterly spent from the exertion. The red dragon, confronted by OC, halted abruptly, remaining motionless for minutes, gazing intently into his eyes, as if attempting to decipher the nature of the enigmatic warrior standing before it. Within distant realms, a tale circulated regarding the red dragon, a formidable combatant known as Megan. He issued a menacing challenge to the adversary, insisting on the removal of his mask. The opponent retorted that his appellation was Beck, and his occupation was chef aboard the vessel Kunlun. The adversary refused to tolerate this jest, and was enraged that such a potent foe would identify as a mere culinary artist. Consumed by fury, Mago commenced preparations for an assault. The onlookers exhaled in collective relief at Mago's intervention, for he was acknowledged as the paramount among the quartet of dragons. Mago unsheathed his blade with lightning speed, charged into the fray, poised to dismember his adversary. Beck's behavior was once again peculiar. He remained stationary, yet methodically oscillated the twig held in his grasp, sweeping it horizontally. Then the Crimson Dragon discerned the origin of his foe's might and directed his blade squarely at the slender branch. Subsequently, the Vermilion WYRM unleashed his fiery wrath upon the enemy without hesitation. He brandished his sword aloft, mustering his power, and executed a precise strike upon the branch, which served as the wellspring of his opponent's strength. He lunged, intending to impale his adversary, but the attack went astray, sending him plummeting earthward. Reeling from the impact of his own misstep, the events unfolded with astonishing swiftness. He was incredulous that he had failed to land such an elementary strike, a blow that should have connected after marshaling his remaining energy. With all his might, the white dragon commanded a halt, cautioning that persistence would result in the complete depletion of his inner power. Meg reacted with irritation, retorting that he was spouting gibberish once more. The white dragon simply needed repose to imbibe a portion of the concoction, and his vitality would be swiftly restored. Despite this, the red dragon haughtily bellowed at his adversary, declaring him ignorant of the true extent of his magical prowess. He audaciously vowed to sever his head. He resolved to employ one of his clandestine maneuvers, a crimson blade with the capacity to annihilate souls. The onlookers were further astounded upon witnessing the red dragon brandishing this very weapon. Among select individuals, this method was known as the flash technique, renowned for its ability to overwhelm any opponent with the sheer magnitude of energy unleashed. Upon its execution, as the red dragon cleaved the air horizontally with a forceful swing, a potent surge of energy hurtled directly towards Bia. A tremendous detonation rocked the vicinity, propelling fragments of stone in every direction and projecting potent energy currents skyward. Upon closer inspection by the troops, they observed the Crimson Dragon prostrate on the earth, gasping for air. The Golden Dragon, witnessing his sibling's plight, shrieked his name in utter anguish, unwilling to allow him to perish there. Prostrate on the ground, spent and kneeling, Maggot focused intently, contemplating which maneuver would secure victory in this confrontation. Abruptly, Maggot perceived an internal sensation, a feeling that induced anxiety. Yet now, the formidable combatants no longer sensed the potent energy within themselves. Their bodies felt devoid of power. Within mere moments, he abruptly commenced coughing, trembling with strain, as a torrent of crimson fluid erupted from his lips. His vitality rapidly dissipated before their very eyes. Utterly depleted, he crumpled to the ground. Exhibiting no indications of vitality, the yellow dragon observed the unfolding events, utterly disbelieving the occurrence. Yet he recognized the necessity of regaining command of the circumstances. He commanded the remaining troops to engage this individual, enticing them with the allure of compensation and a distinguished appellation for his demise. This inducement proved effective. As for the battle-hardened warriors, the prospects of substantial riches and an esteemed title transformed into guiding principles. The soldiers swiftly surged onward, poised to assail and dismember their adversaries simultaneously. Concurrently, the dragon amidst the clouds cast the branch he clutched toward the ground, whereupon it ceased emanating energy. He adopted a combative posture, and a distinct hue of energy coursed through his being, and peculiar sound commenced, intensifying with each elapsing moment. The brigands experienced no trepidation, for their objective was singular, and no impediment could obstruct their trajectory. The adversary shifted his posture, and abruptly, the aura emanating from him intensified brilliantly. He harnessed the 8 elements of the Azure Dragon and unleashed a devastating energy blast toward his foes. The Golden Dragons witnessed the entire event unfold before their very eyes. The display was nothing less than sheer terror. The combatants evaded fatal injuries, but were debilitated by the immensely potent strike. The Golden Dragon recalled the prophecies regarding the dragon manifested in Kunlun. Abruptly, one of the fighters exclaimed that the dragon seemed to have undergone a transformation into a human. At that precise instant, Beck retreated slightly from the combat zone, launched himself skyward with a mighty jump, and vanished instantaneously. Upon observing the battlefield, one could discern how the engravings etched into the earth bore a striking resemblance to dragon forms. The following day commenced in an unforeseen manner and was distinguished by a peculiar phenomenon. The location of the clashes appeared to have been inexplicably transferred across space-time, leaving behind vestiges of draconian silhouettes. The 2 brigands had already roused from their slumber and proceeded towards the captain's quarters to awaken him. Upon entering, one of them declared that the sun had long since ascended, and it was high time for their departure. The captain had retired late the previous night. Thus, he was oblivious to the rapid passage of time. They traversed the hallway towards the thoroughfare, when one of the outlaws proposed that Sobin indulge in strong drink, while the opportunity presented itself, for there was no foretelling what assignment their leader would bestow upon them. Within Gimabun, a triumvirate of individuals, each possessing distinct characteristics, converged, bound by a shared sensation, an insatiable craving that relentlessly asserted itself. Nevertheless, Bong reminisced about his intense desire to savor that kuksa from the establishment once more. He remained perplexed as to why this particular culinary creation surpassed all other dishes in flavor. As the team deliberated on their dining options, Soba abruptly spotted a substantial blaze, engulfing several structures in the distance. The captain instantly recognized the fire's location as the exact spot where Gumbo resided. Without hesitation, they swiftly raced towards the scene. Upon arrival, they encountered a local townsperson who, having also witnessed the inferno, stood at a secure remove, observing the unfolding events. Subahan charged towards the building consumed by flames and bellowed, "Who dares commit such an act, and when did this occur?" The bystander conveyed that the news arrived too late. A dragon had manifested in Kunlun. The captain surmised it was the work of the 4-dragon sect, but the onlooker refuted this assumption. Allegedly, a human had metamorphosed into a dragon and decimated the 3 remaining factions. Their leader, present at the scene, perished. The populace, enraged by Gamaban's deeds, congregated, ignited his dwelling, and subsequently dispersed, leaving only plumes of smoke as silent testament to their presence. The tidings did not sit well with the small band. Thus, one of the brigands inquired about the captain's subsequent course of action. An immediate resolution proved elusive. However, Sabong observed the abundance of clandestine operations within Jinyo. Procuring funds there wouldn't pose a significant challenge. One outlaw voiced his refusal to venture there, citing compelling justifications. He envisioned the lodge nestled at the base of Mount Kunlun. Yet, his companions remained perplexed by his rationale. After a moment of contemplation, he clarified his sense of security under the proprietor's care. He could simply remain idle, or perhaps dedicate himself to further reflection and the mastery of combat techniques. To Sabong, this sounded utterly preposterous. His underlings failed to grasp the intricate and laborious nature of such an endeavor. Nevertheless, they were prepared to jeopardize their livelihoods to avoid unemployment. The leader discerned that his crew was endeavoring to formulate a plan, yet they struggled to even collect their thoughts. As time elapsed, the crew became so engrossed in their schemes that they attempted to persuade their leader to accompany them on this escapade. Observing his countenance, they immediately recognized it was their cue to depart. Offering a respectful bow to their captain, They expressed gratitude for his past contributions and readied themselves to leave. They had barely traversed a few steps when abruptly, Song experienced an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Though the cause of this distress eluded him, he ordered them to halt instantly and face him. His visage was ablaze with fury, despite intending to utter something entirely innocuous. Nevertheless, his subordinates were filled with trepidation, for they were now uncertain of what to anticipate from their leader. Within moments, Sabong proclaimed he would join their ranks, refusing to remain inactive. He preferred to at least partake in a satisfying meal at the local inn. He further declared that he had nothing to gain from this mentor. Thus, he intended to simply pass the evening at the local pub. The scene shifted once more. Now, the subsequent events transpired within the refurbished Kunlun Tavern. The young woman was delighted, for after a considerable hiatus, a familiar patron had graced the tavern with his presence. The elderly gentleman, upon entering, joyfully proclaimed his intention to frequent the establishment daily. The grandfather selected his customary table and, settling into his seat, inquired about the whereabouts of Mr. Beck. The girl offered a smile and turned towards her grandfather, and with a mischievous wink, questioned if he genuinely desired to sample the couscous she had prepared. The grandfather asserted his unwavering faith in her culinary skills, and simultaneously requested his grandson to summon Björk. Within mere moments, they were gathered at the table, and the grandfather produced a remarkably ornate bottle. From a small satchel he had brought forth, Cloud inquired about the peculiar bottle and the reason for its presence. Grandfather elucidated that the beverage was a unique variety of amber wine, meticulously matured for a decade. He further stressed its rarity and difficulty of acquisition. Victor recounted that on the previous day, an actual dragon manifested at the base of Mount Kunlun. According to his account, affiliates of the Four Dragons clan confronted a magnificent dragon and suffered a resounding defeat in a ferocious engagement. Their leader perished, and his followers dispersed in a frenzied retreat. He posited that destiny had presented them with an opportunity for self-improvement, and they might eventually express gratitude for these trials. Grandfather instantly discerned the dragon's identity, remarking that Bayek appeared to have endured a strenuous day prior, and thus should partake in this exceptional wine. The gentleman lifted the petite cup to his gaze, engrossed in contemplation. Recently, the taste of alcohol had almost entirely vanished from his memory. With the initial sip, the sensation abruptly resurfaced, for he hadn't engaged in such indulgence for decades. Grandfather resumed his discourse, claiming his intel suggested those leaders were still among the living. The young man opted to shift the topic of discussion, refilling his grandfather's cup. He commented that Grandpa should partake more frequently. Nogut beamed with pleasure, exclaiming that the flavor was breathtaking. He yearned for the taste to linger even in the afterlife. After Plum Dragon sampled the wine, he confessed a noticeable improvement in his spirits. Grandfather grew more audacious, declaring the need for another drink. He revealed he had acquired the beverage from a distant land, specifically to ensure not a single drop remained for the morrow. By then, the young lady had already delivered the couscous, setting the dish directly before her elder. His demeanor, like his leg, turned solemn. He addressed Cloud Dragon with a weighty inquiry. His heart ached as he lamented the passing of all his companions. His pupils had departed, leaving him feeling utterly abandoned. He confessed to profound solitude, lacking companions for his evenings. Sharing a goblet of wine with the Azure Dragon, the mastery of combat and the celestial grandeur of the heavens had proven to be ephemeral. Consequently, he understood firsthand the profound depths of solitude. The elder, perceiving the other's intent, inquired again if his companion abruptly desired companionship. Book then concluded that further contemplation was futile. He grinned and joyfully consented to becoming the old man's new comrade. The grandfather erupted in laughter, astounded to have acquired a companion for conversation, much like conversing with his own grandchild. He deemed it appropriate to abandon all formalities. The Cerulean Dragon immediately concurred, sensing it would foster a deeper connection. As Nogot prepared to replenish their beverages, he abruptly noticed their vessel was depleted. Grandfather, facing Jane, offered a tender smile and softly requested she defer other engagements. In the interim, amidst the recently scorched earth, the remnants of a fire buzzed with renewed activity. At the fire's aftermath, a man exerted himself, hauling singed pillars with great effort. as if pushing his physical limits to the utmost. It became evident that his struggle with these columns had a purpose. He appeared to be searching for something amidst the charred debris. Commander Gui Hobong confessed that the master's choice to engage the Red Dragon almost prompted him to desert the conflict. He possessed too much talent and power to perish in a lopsided confrontation. His determined removal of burned timbers and other wreckage revealed his objective: to uncover a buried chest. He toiled tirelessly to extract the container from the debris. Upon opening the chest, relief washed over him as he discovered the entire sum he had stashed there previously remained untouched. A sudden noise made him swiftly turn. He was met by the sight of a strikingly handsome man standing close by. Clad in black, the newcomer declared that true leaders do not forsake their brethren for material possessions. The man was Kadoki, the Black Dragon. The sect faced precarious times. Numerous critical choices required attention. Within the central chamber, all influential sect members convened to deliberate on recent developments. One individual shared a piece of hearsay. A dragon had reportedly manifested on Kunlun Mountain a few days prior. The leader of the 4th sector, Baek Odin, observed that the current conversation revolved around their triumph against the 4 Dragons faction. A learned man acknowledged familiarity with the tale, yet remained puzzled about the rumor's origin. The elder stated that, according to captured disciples' accounts, their assault was carried out by a lone youth who vanquished them all. However, the 3rd elder, Bakamak, expressed skepticism regarding a single-use capability to achieve such a feat. He postulated that the events might be attributed to a collective delusion. Alternatively, Shay might have compelled a collaborative fabrication. The sage remarked that, irrespective of the underlying cause, the repercussions were evident. Due to these circumstances, their societal standing has dramatically improved. He inquired of his subordinates, which among them had partaken in the 9th Sexual Congress. The 4th elder responded that it was Yongpun. He stated that, based on intelligence gathered from affiliates of other sects, they had been banished from the 9 principal factions. The sage erupted in fury. Overwhelmed by rage, he forcefully struck the table with his hand, conveying his vehement disapproval of the predicament. He proclaimed that with everyone abandoning them, swift intervention was imperative. He approached Baekwan and proposed that he escort his pupils to the Nam-Gon clan, asserting that this would constitute a critical maneuver in their endeavor. This assignment was of utmost urgency, though the 4th elder hadn't yet fully grasped its objective. Concurrently, a contingent of disciples departed their quarters, attempting to decipher the nature of their mission. One of the students questioned their very presence there. The other individual responded that it was imperative to, following the disintegration of the 9 alliances, they desperately required new partnerships. Another pupil remarked that he had learned of the clan's vault. Yongpun, having inadvertently become privy to these rumors, felt discontent with the information he had acquired. In the meantime, patrons once again entered the establishment. The young lady cheerfully welcomed the arriving clientele, sensing that the day held promise. The identical trio of brigands materialized at the tavern's entrance. All those present exchanged astonished glances. What prompted their swift return, if they had departed on an errand? The threesome proclaimed that all matters were promptly resolved. Hence, they intended to linger briefly. One of the outlaws, while passing, murmured that the genuine motive for their presence was a yearning for the local confectionery. He observed the individual consuming ravenously and hastily, as though it were his first sustenance in an extended period. It dawned on him that this was the exact hideout they'd been searching for lately. Upon spotting those who had been pursuing him for so long standing before him, he abruptly bolted from his seat and dashed towards the rear exit within the kitchen. Yet the leader, with minimal exertion, succeeded in seizing his garments and, with a vice-like hold, apprehended the runaway. Subsequently, with a cunning smirk playing on his lips, Grid offered a knowing wink to his companion and softly inquired of the youth just how far he intended to flee. The outlaws closed in on him and proclaimed that fleeing was no longer an option, as June Gabin was absent. Without their target, they had no further incentive to pursue the lad. Nevertheless, the captain chose to underscore that Choka had created significant difficulties for their gang, and thus, they must face the consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze towards Jean, who was occupied with a task in the galley. and requested 3 servings of kuksu for their group. The young woman faced him and, after a moment's contemplation, recommended including an order of dumplings. The leader embraced Choki firmly and vowed to cover the cost of the dumplings. A tankard of corn liquor and a brief respite at this establishment. His magnanimity astonished everyone present. As the assembly deliberated on their matters, an unfamiliar individual started to advance towards them, which instantly captured the outlaw's notice. It was no other than the Cloud Dragon himself, who without delay presented them with a platter of victuals, astounding the brigands with his unanticipated cordiality. As if by prearrangement, all eyes shifted towards Bayok. Hailing him in unison, Choki recognized this as an opportune moment for a swift retreat. Beck offered a subtle grin and remarked that he had augmented the portions slightly. Having meticulously assessed the circumstances at their table, it swiftly became evident that Chokia had vanished, and the highwaymen, instead of initiating a search, were ravenously attempting to satiate their appetites. So, Boom surveyed his surroundings once more, searching for Choki. Nevertheless, it appeared he had already absconded from the establishment, leaving tracks in the dirt path. Locating Choki was imperative, but this task felt less crucial than savoring the warm couscous. A period elapsed, and just as it neared completion, a torrential and incessant downpour commenced. The precipitation seemed interminable, without cease. A modest gathering of individuals approached the tavern, and without delay, opted to enter. They were thoroughly fatigued by the relentless rainfall. Jean promptly made his way to the doorway to welcome the newcomers and ascertain the size of their party. His vigor was boundless. The Kunlun sect members stepped inside, and the 4th elder proclaimed, with a grin, that their group consisted of 4. She proceeded to enumerate their possessions, but abruptly halted upon recognizing a familiar visage amongst the attendees. She exchanged greetings with a young gentleman named Pan. He responded enthusiastically, expressing his pleasure at the encounter. The lad was particularly delighted by the girl's recognition. His fellow sect disciples were astonished by his presence there. He simply clarified, with a grin, that he had paused during his travels, following the 9 sects assembly. As everyone convened at the dining table, young Pan observed that the most delectable dish offered was the gosu. He proposed ordering 4 servings per individual. The cuisine was already presented, and naturally, it was delivered by none other than the Cloud Dragon himself, who consistently astonished with his mystique and exquisite culinary creations. Though she and the youthful, mischievous lad did not verbally engage, their eyes connected, and they exchanged silent nods of acknowledgement. One of the sect members inquired of Pan regarding his sudden air of refinement. Pan responded that he was indebted to this establishment from a previous expedition. Pan was captivated by the martial arts customs, yet the ancestral practices of the Kukusu elders increasingly astonished him. On each such occasion, the bandits occupied a table nearby, feigning casual conversation amongst themselves, but instead eavesdropping on the dialogue of the sect members. Meanwhile, Sabin recalled that, to his knowledge, it was the Kunlun dragon who had vanquished the 4 dragons. However, a distinct lack of awareness permeated the sectarians' discussions. One even inquired about the Namgon clan's financial gains. The master responded that while he lacked certainty, rumors suggested the Namgon clan amassed thousands daily, solely from their illicit enterprises. He observed that they resided in the mountains, devoid of wealth or provisions, rendering them anonymous to outsiders. This was a stark contrast. Their lifestyle stood in stark opposition to the mysteries of the mountains. The Kunlun sect warriors expressed anticipation for another meal. Upon reaching their destination, as time wore on, a benign weariness from their arduous journey began to settle upon them. Yet, the anticipation of a substantial meal sustained their spirits. Their thoughts turned to more sensitive matters. Forging an alliance with these unconventional individuals would be necessary. Nevertheless, the leader instantly discerned that broaching this subject in the present location would prove fruitless. The master regarded his followers and declared that the precipitation had ceased. Upon hearing that it was time to depart, the young lady promptly hastened to the leader to convey that he now had no fewer than 8 caretakers. Yongpoon approached the master and unhesitatingly asserted that immediate compensation was required. Disregarding Yongpoon, the elder proceeded toward the exit. He simply stated, as he turned away, that he would remit payment later, should any of his companions possess funds. Their payment is due now. The lad retrieved a compact billfold from his inner pocket and emptied all the contained coinage. He presented the entirety of the coins to the lass, assuring her with a grin that the outstanding balance would be settled subsequently. A smile slowly spread across the girl's face. She extended well wishes for a prosperous and tranquil voyage, enigmatically hinting that their destinies would soon intertwine once more. The chef, displeased, addressed Youngpun, proclaiming his improbable return to this establishment. Bayak materialized on the scene, immediately divulging his recent presence in the culinary quarters, where he detected the offensive aroma of the chef's dreadful concoction. Yangpun had merely bestowed a present upon her. Therefore, he confronted the man, asserting that his payment far exceeded the value of his meal. The common dragon meticulously deposited the coins into Yunpun's hand, and without further ado, discreetly proceeded toward the sect's fourth elder. Glancing in his direction, he proclaimed that the remaining individuals would bear the financial burden. Instantly, the underlings erupted in a cacophony of shouts directed at the chef, inquiring if he comprehended the personage he was confronting, and vehemently declaring their refusal to relinquish anything. At that juncture, the brigands emitted menacing chuckles. Recognizing the lad's desperate predicament, they pondered how to extricate themselves from their dire situation. Cloud Dragon's expression turned somber. He apprised the patron that sustenance was not provided gratuitously at this establishment, nor were provisions loaned. Without hesitation, the overlord commanded his subordinates to impart a lesson in etiquette to the culinary artist. Anticipating his henchman's assault on the chef, the master abruptly discerned a recognizable voice from behind. Upon pivoting, the overlord perceived a familiar figure who hailed the cook as a long-lost companion, confessing that he had felt his absence keenly for even a single day. Bok softly requested his grandfather to await him at the dining surface, as he was preoccupied with a trivial affair. The leader of the fourth faction, the senior member, approached his grandfather to offer his formal felicitations. Grandfather attempted to recall the gentleman's appellation. After several attempts, he concluded it was likely Pekwan. All the subordinate instructors offered respectful obeisances and greetings. Elder Peck assembled the group, his hand gestures displaying an assured gait. He guided them outdoors, beckoning them to accompany him. The elder remained uncertain if he and Mohawk shared a genuine camaraderie. Every glance from Mohawk felt like an enigma, a puzzle not easily deciphered. The Cloud Dragon presented the visitors with a stipulation. Failure to compensate would necessitate the construction of additional tables. The head of the sect stood bewildered, attempting to comprehend the chef's pronouncements, who was gesturing towards a massive rock. Peck's utterances seemed particularly peculiar when he declared his intention to cleave the enormous boulder, to provide them with workable material. With a single, potent motion, energy surged directly into the rock, channeled with immense power for an extended period. It resembled a concussive wave. At this moment, the Kunlun sect disciples were in a fit of laughter, certain that they and Nogek appeared as the local eccentrics. Their amusement was unexpectedly carefree. However, seconds later, a resounding fracture emanated from the stone, abruptly silencing their mirth. An extraordinary power resided within the massive surge, cleaving the rock into multiple, nearly uniform fragments. The instant Junpoon was seated at the table, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman already present. The young man pondered the peculiar conduct of his brethren, uncharacteristic of members belonging to a formerly prestigious sect. The lad remained speechless and perplexed, unable to formulate a response. He was completely oblivious to the answer. Meanwhile, outside, his fellow disciples witnessed genuine marvels. Upon hearing the Cloud Dragon decree the creation of a table from the stone, they were astonished. The dragon further stipulated that the table's surface must be flawlessly polished, that it would be impossible for even a toddler to injure themselves, regardless of how earnestly they desired to. When a clan member protested, arguing they lacked the skills of artisans, and asserting the task's infeasibility, the Cloud Dragon proclaimed with icy resolve, under these circumstances, departure is forbidden for all. Observing the unfolding events from his study through the ajar doorway, the grandfather discerned a hint of ire in the Cloud Dragon's demeanor. The scene momentarily shifted to a different locale. Upon a throne, seated in regal splendor, resided the Black Dragon, Kadoki. He was engaged in a fervent discourse with the Gumaban's commander, the subject being the treachery and desertion that had driven a wedge between the siblings. The man attempted to rationalize his actions, offering heartfelt remorse for his pusillanimity. He elaborated that his sole concern at the time had been self-preservation. The Black Dragon disregarded these pronouncements, apathetically inquiring as to the true perpetrator. The entire narrative revolved around a fragrant aroma. His voice quivered increasingly as he delivered his confession. The true perpetrator was not the Kunlun sect master, but a common chef from the Kunlun Tavern. The Black Dragon required a moment longer to process the sequence of occurrences. His soul-consuming desire was to be rid of the pathetic sight of the craven before him, and finally clear the path for his own agenda. His tone lowered, and he icily declared to the Humboldtian leader that absolution was impossible. Thus, the verdict was already rendered. Death, the man shrieked relentlessly, pledging to forfeit all his worldly possessions to preserve his existence. This mattered little to the Black Dragon, for he already possessed a hoard, overflowing with the entirety of the rubber bum leader's wealth. Prior to acquiring this knowledge from the leader, he had surmised the presence of multiple adversaries who had collectively assaulted his brethren. In the meantime, the Kunlun disciples were diligently striving to bisect the stone, palpably sensing the advancement with every strike. One disciple speculated that to cleave the stone, one must enshroud a sharply honed blade in thick fabric and adopt a firm stance. Subsequently, one should attain mastery of the immovable pillar technique and exert significant pressure upon the stone while maintaining unwavering focus. With a single, precise motion, the disciple effortlessly severed the stone in two with his saber. Addressing the master, he proposed a comparable approach, posing a challenge with an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Following this remark, the master deliberately rotated and proceeded to depart from the inn, leaving an aura of mystery in his wake. One subordinate inquired about the master's course of action should Bach become aware of the situation. The master retorted audaciously, "He simply will remain unaware, that is all." One member of the group resolved to observe the master's activities, pledging to return with a detailed account. He stealthily approached the tavern, peering inside, attempting to discern the activity within. Partially opening an eye, he observed young Poon seated beside the chef himself, and noticeably absent were any onlookers. He informed the others that their opportunity had arrived. After all, young Poon was presently engrossed in a discussion with the cook, and their escape would undoubtedly go unnoticed. The leader instructed his subordinates to make haste, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. A swift retreat was imperative. One inquired about young Poon's fate. With a grin, the leader responded that he seemed content remaining, suggesting they depart without him. In the meantime, Cloud Dragon was conversing with a former associate about their accomplishments. He affirmed his remembrance of the master's guidance and claimed to be diligently training daily through OC. He cautioned young Poon against excessive pride, since he hadn't yet attained the necessary proficiency. The elder added that, had he been aware of the boy's tutelage under the Cloud Dragon, he wouldn't have treated him with disrespect. The reason remained a mystery to everyone as to why the youth refused the title of the Cloud Dragon's pupil, but Bach disregarded it. The grandfather addressed the lad, boldly proclaiming the boy a genuine apprentice. The elder then drew closer to the youngster, inquiring if he, too, desired instruction. Grandfather fixed a serious gaze upon the adolescent and proclaimed that he had long held membership within the enigmatic Kunlun sect. Throughout this exchange, the Cloud Dragon maintained his composure. Mere moments prior, his attention had been intensely fixed upon the wall, before abruptly declaring his imminent, brief departure. In the meantime, the Security Council trio hastened with utmost speed, striving to overtake their instructor. As they journeyed, he impressed upon them the importance of safeguarding a crucial verity. He emphasized that their flight should not be motivated by terror, but rather by the squandering of invaluable moments. However, as the sect elder continued his address, the individual who had resolutely obstructed their passage abruptly materialized before him once more. Dragon Cloud exclaimed, expressing his astonishment at the sheer idiocy displayed by the Kunlun sect disciples. Shrieks emanated from beyond the hotel, capturing the attention of Yongpun and his elder. They ventured outside, driven by a desire to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Upon opening the door, they discovered her directly at the inn's threshold, where the three Poon siblings lay prostrate, groaning in agony. The Cloud Dragon declared their enforced stay, briefly shifting the scene to a secluded location. Its existence was known only to a privileged handful. It was a modest sanctuary, long neglected and concealed from public view. The site appeared eternally deserted, its tranquility seemingly undisturbed by any living soul. In truth, a lone individual periodically performed maintenance, but with utmost discretion, that the shrine appeared deserted and forgotten. During his tidying, the man perceived the sound of the gate creaking open, signaling someone's arrival. A youthful gentleman stepped through the entrance, acknowledging the man who was meticulously inspecting the metallic stairway. The man offered a respectful bow, confessing it had been a considerable period since he last encountered a black dragon. It dawned on him after a brief moment that the black dragon had sought him out for another assassination contract. The dragon elucidated that for 10 nan, he would dispatch an assassin of commensurate skill, and for 100 nan, he would deploy a warrior of exceptional prowess. Therefore, he had presented himself with 100,000 nan to eliminate a specific individual. A wave of intense apprehension washed over the man as he struggled to comprehend the exorbitant sum offered for someone's demise. He swiftly recognized the magnitude of the payment and surmised that the intended victim might be affiliated with the Wudong sect. Nevertheless, the black dragon silently retrieved an object from his inside pocket. It quickly became evident that the item was a parchment displaying a schematic, illustrating a culinary artist employed at the Kunlun Hotel. The recipient was further astonished and alarmed upon comprehending that the black dragon was proposing a substantial financial reward for this particular chef. Nonetheless, he cautioned against underestimating this adversary, since all of his siblings had recently perished at the hands of this individual. The man accepted a modest container of currency, declaring the transaction finalized. He proclaimed that henceforth, the chef should be deemed deceased. Concurrently, the elder's dialogue with his longtime companion was intensifying. The suspense escalated. He inquired of Jungpun whether their quartet would genuinely journey to the Namgun clan. Jungpun lacked the opportunity to respond, as he promptly addressed God, recommending a solo expedition. After all, they argued that accompanying the instructor would only result in humiliation. The youth concurred, as his mentor and fellow disciples frequently encountered compromising predicaments. But prior to finalizing this choice, he needed to confer with and seek approval from his instructor. In the meantime, activity was bustling on the road adjacent to the public house. The cobblestones were being flattened, rendering them sleek. The disciples of the order were elated that everything had proceeded flawlessly, and they experienced no fatigue whatsoever. The sect members implored their master to utilize it repeatedly to expedite the completion of the ceremony. He was filled with arrogance and hesitant to assist, despite their genuine need to accelerate the procedure, to reach their endpoint more swiftly. As the cloud dragon soared nearby, it descended toward them and guaranteed that no one was prohibiting their sustenance. Exuberant at this proclamation, one of them grinned and declared, "We shall each partake of a single couscous. That will suffice." Nevertheless, Beck cautioned them, following the repast, "You will be obligated to construct 2 additional tables as payment." Venturing outside, Yunpun resolved to converse with his instructor. Summoning his bravery, Yunpun proclaimed his intent to journey to the Nam Gun clan unaccompanied. The master inquired about the impetus behind Yunpun's decision, given the presence of all his fellow disciples and the teacher himself gathered before him. Yunpun adamantly elucidated to his instructor that tarrying would inevitably postpone their arrival and consequently jeopardize the predetermined schedule. Cloud Dragon opted to bolster his companion. Amidst this predicament, he pledged his unwavering assistance in any way possible. The mentor discerned the urgency of the matter and approached Bayok directly. Softly, he requested his departure, citing pressing engagements requiring their immediate attention. However, Cloud Dragon disregarded the plea, asserting his intention to remain until the task was fully concluded. Meanwhile, Nogok also emerged and recommended the master dismiss the pupil first, for if they reneged on their agreement, they would become objects of ridicule. Junpun contemplated briefly and stated he required his mentor's authorization prior to departing. Upon receiving the consent of Baekwan, the sect's 4th elder, the youth commenced his expedition. His brethren were abruptly consumed by envy. Concurrently, elsewhere in the metropolis, a genuine training regimen was underway within a vast practice arena. The training area was replete with an assortment of weaponry, brandished by combatants, each exhibiting a distinct technique. At the very heart of the chamber stood a gentleman poised to commence his exercise, exuding assurance and resolve. Besides the diverse armamentarium, the area was furnished with simulators, also employed for honing these proficiencies, focused with an enigmatic intensity in his gaze. The gentleman fixed his attention upon the timber training apparatus, exuding an enigmatic presence, employing a clandestine maneuver. He hoisted the axe, resting upon the ground. The armament commenced its ascent, hovering in midair, and with a mere flick of the wrist, the axe abruptly materialized behind him. The axe hurtled towards its destination with astonishing velocity and embedded itself directly into the timber component of the training apparatus. Concurrently, a masterful display of telekinesis elevated a diverse array of weaponry skyward, where they lingered momentarily, conjuring a mesmerizing spectacle. Abruptly, this assortment of armaments propelled themselves towards the intended mark with remarkable swiftness, as the man simply gestured subtly in its direction. An instant later, the projectiles impacted the simulator en masse, each striking the objective in its unique manner, astonishing in their precision and potency. The man discerned the training's efficacy. Yet in that instant, he perceived another's proximity from behind. These individuals were among his closest confidants. One of these associates approached, observing Ike's progressively proficient movements. With each passing day, this individual, known as Sojik, who had resided within the estate since his youth, much like its proprietor, maintained the conviction that his knowledge was incomplete. The strongbox overflowed with currency, although marginally less than the sum the Black Dragon had entrusted to his intermediary. The individual tallied 70,000. Disclosing that the patron had proffered 100,000 for the commission. The subordinate remarked on the absence of intelligence regarding the culinary artist from the establishment, attributing this to the Kunlun people's inherent solidarity and their avoidance of interaction with outsiders. He informed his superior that the tavern's proprietor was Jean Plow, a 19-year-old youth without familial ties. He further recounted Jin's purported triumphs over 3 dragons in combat. In actuality, the key to preparing this specific dish lay in the technique of extracting the hide from the carcass without inflicting any damage upon it. The young woman undoubtedly initiates the process with a minor incision just above the wing and continuously instructs the Azure Dragon on replicating her specific technique. All internal organs must be extracted through the aperture, seasoned, and then broth infused following these preliminary steps. The concoction was meticulously decanted into timber casks to impart a uniquely delicate fragrance, and naturally, prior to presentation, this enchanting beverage needed to be flawless in each and every droplet. Naturally, the fowl required simmer. To the protagonist, this culinary method appeared remarkably straightforward. He envisioned its eventual inclusion upon the menu. However, something felt amiss. The hero promptly discerned the absence of the rooster's customary morning crow. It was uncharacteristically silent at dawn. Jean clarified that she was compelled to barter the rooster for new laying hens. As Jean elucidated the rationale behind this action, a gentleman entered the establishment, surveyed the surroundings, and boisterously inquired, "Is anyone alive in here?" The young woman observed and the cerulean dragon announced his intention to attend to him. The stranger ventured further inside, and Beck cautiously advanced towards him, narrowing the gap with every stride, until a comfortable proximity was established between them. The unfamiliar individual greeted the recent arrival. This person was the very same who had lately been engaged in rigorous training within his private exercise chamber. By this time, the Cloud Dragon had already reached their table and inquired about the new patron's dinner preferences. The man observed the newcomer. His refined attire strongly suggested he wasn't a local inhabitant. Merim soon. Sunguk opted to inquire with the server about the menu offerings. He mentioned kuksa dumplings and an alternative poultry dish. When Sunguk pressed for details regarding the chicken preparation, the server promptly retreated to the kitchen, vowing to return with a sample for tasting. The man commenced gesturing with his hand, reassuring Sunguk that he hadn't requested a special chicken entree to be made on his account. Nevertheless, Sunguk swiftly concluded that a light refreshment wouldn't be unwelcome. The journey had been quite taxing, and I was clearly lacking the stamina for further escapades. Within moments, a dish of poultry materialized before him, releasing fragrant steam as though freshly prepared in a kiln. The gentleman didn't delay, swiftly cleansing his hands with a dedicated cloth stored within his jacket's pouch. He grasped a utensil and commenced carving the fowl. The brigands at an adjacent table were unable to avert their gaze from the tantalizing scent of cooked chicken that permeated the establishment. Even the Kunlun sect disciples, presently constructing furnishings outdoors, were engulfed by the alluring fragrance. The man promptly assessed the circumstances and deduced that it was likely accurate. The previous chief of the Mendicant League frequented this locale daily. It was plausible that the head had arrived for a rendezvous with the chef. Thus, the man opted to refrain from intervening momentarily. Observing the elder before him, the cloud dragon promptly grinned, and the gentleman enjoying his poultry at the table was utterly astonished. After briefly hesitating, the elder presented the adventurers with a pouch. Grandpa cautiously proffered his sack, mentioning he had a trifling token for them. The bag held ginseng root, estimated to be 2 centuries in age. But Beck clarified that he didn't utilize that variety of ginseng. Nogok chuckled, observing that the hero certainly wouldn't consume ginseng. However, the young lady couldn't withstand the allure. In that instant, the protagonist contemplated that it would be beneficial if Jean engaged in some martial arts training, at the very least for the sake of his well-being. Thus, Beck graciously accepted the present from the elder, remarking on his exceptional companionship, which elicited a genuine smile from him. The gentleman at the table abruptly recognized that the lad, who had just received the offering, was his intended victim. The moment Nogok departed the property, he was to be apprehended and immediately removed. However, his perspective shifted abruptly when his grandfather inquired of the chef about the surrounding beauty. Yet, a foul odor permeated the air. Abruptly, the cloud dragon interjected, observing that the stench of blood was implied, which now pervaded the entire area. Goku paused, perplexed by the man's inaction, given the obvious imminent threat. Consequently, Beck remarked that until the man made a move, evicting him as a guest was unwarranted. Upon hearing this viewpoint, the grandfather reluctantly concurred. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to share some pertinent information. The elder desired to inform the young man that a group of at least 12 individuals were concealed within the woods. This was the man's encampment, and he was astonished that both Nogok and his quarry were already cognizant of its existence. This revelation elicited a grin from Nogok, and he presented his companion with a modest token. Despite his seemingly pristine appearance, the perpetrator erroneously perceived him as harmless. It became evident that had he advanced mere moments earlier, he would likely have perished there. Trembling with sheer terror, he was unable to relinquish the blade still resting on his thigh. Bewildered by the unfolding circumstances, the gentleman approached the young lady with shaking hands and inquired about the total cost. Jean Sohee, with unmistakable composure, declared that their meal would require 145 months of payment. Jean struggled to suppress her feelings as she questioned the girl regarding the exorbitant price. In reply, she elucidated with a grin that he had selected the priciest item on the menu. The culprit hastily tossed the currency onto the table and departed the establishment. The cries of the maiden, who lingered in anticipation of her patron, could be discerned after he had reached a secure location. With a mighty surge of strength, the man launched himself from the earth, achieving maximum velocity. Moments later, one of his underlings rushed toward him, consumed by the urgent need to pose a crucial inquiry to his leader. He yearned to ascertain the outcome of the conflict and determine if the moment had arrived to mobilize for a counteroffensive. However, Suguk commanded them to remain silent, instructing them to depart the area immediately. To grasp the unfolding circumstances, we must rewind 1 month and journey to the breathtaking Tang Xian mountain range. The locale possessed an ethereal quality, its natural splendor captivating in its sheer magnificence and scale. This region was devoid of human habitation, rarely disturbed by the presence of mankind. Abruptly, the tranquility was shattered by a blood-curdling shriek, violating the serenity of the natural world. The cry intensified, seemingly emanating from a nearby cavern. As they drew closer to the grotto, a shrill scream pierced their eardrums, intermixed with a still more piercing shriek. At the cavern's furthest depths, A figure was observed in a state of utter astonishment. Fetters firmly secured his wrists to the stone wall, as his form emanated a vibrant violet aura, and he bellowed in anguish. Within mere moments, his cries subsided as the energy ceased its violent extraction from his physique, and the agony abated. This individual was the mightiest blood demon in all of sorcery, recognized as Awakens, the sovereign of the celestial demon temple, and commander of a formidable legion comprising 100,000 demonic subordinates. Yet this individual was discontent with his current level of potency and aspired to dominion over the entire globe. Did Providence alter his malevolent ambitions? Ultimately, he did attain his desires before his demise. The celestial demon's technique constituted his most significant endowment. His grasp attained the paramount knowledge of the central realm, bequeathed by the celestial demon himself, the progenitor of the arcane arts. Following rigorous combat training in his warrior's garb, only the third celestial demonic blade technique remained unmastered. Upon conquering the initial technique, remarkable metamorphoses manifested within his physique. His skeletal structure had undergone a complete regeneration. His form now possessed resilience surpassing the most impenetrable rock. When he achieved mastery over the second technique of immense devastation, time bent to his will. He could manipulate it effortlessly as if it were a plaything, commanding it with absolute ease. He commenced with methods of revitalization. Owing to this, he reclaimed the vigor of his youth. Nevertheless, accompanying these newfound powers were detrimental repercussions. His very identity, his own name, eluded his memory. He was compelled to confront these tribulations and discover a means of escape. Thus, he strained his sinews and concentrated his entire might to shatter the restraints that confined his wrists. Shashan remained oblivious to the reason for his imprisonment. He couldn't fathom who would undertake such an audacious act. Paramount was Shashan's newfound liberation and unrestricted movement. A breathtakingly stunning vista unfolded before his eyes. Its magnificence struck him with awe-inspiring grandeur. Emerging from the cavern, he witnessed a long-forgotten luminescence. Upon finally achieving his goal and venturing outside, a previously uncharted realm lay before him. He was utterly bewildered and disoriented. The reason for his presence in this place eluded him entirely. Despite his confusion, he sensed an immense inner power surging within him. Utilizing the limited energy he could muster, he managed to propel himself forward 500 meters. He vaulted from the cavern in a single bound. This act brought him immense satisfaction, for ordinary individuals lack the capacity for such rapid movement. His landing was remarkably gentle. He seized this moment to execute a new, even more potent leap, spanning several kilometers. The man became so engrossed in this third technique that he inadvertently lost all recollection. Sean simply reveled in the sensation of flight for an entire month. He was perpetually enthralled by the feeling of liberation and motion. Meanwhile, events had transitioned to real time, unfolding amidst the expansive Kunlun mountains. The assassin assembled his entire retinue in a single location and commanded their undivided attention. Based on his assessments, the chef, their designated target, possessed monstrous capabilities unlike anything he had encountered. Sajik affirmed his commitment to the client's trust, declaring the mission non-cancelable. Abruptly, an unfamiliar figure materialized beside his underlings, inquiring about the assassin's muttered pronouncements. This enigmatic individual, a formidable master of the arcane arts, materialized abruptly amidst the assembled group and inquired with an air of inquisitiveness whether they possessed any sustenance. All present were astonished by such audacity. Sogek, in particular, contemplated with intrigue regarding the newcomer's origins. The youth reiterated his request. He professed his hunger and adamantly demanded provisions. Indignantly, they charged towards the impertinent lad, exclaiming, how he dared address them with such disrespect. An unexpected assault could easily catch one unaware. However, Josh possessed the extraordinary capacity to manipulate time. For him, the onslaught seemed to stretch into an eternity. This afforded him ample opportunity to contemplate and devise a strategy. He swiftly propelled himself off the ground, generating a dense cloud of particulate matter and dislodging a cache of rocks concealed beneath the terrain. The projectiles hurtled towards his adversaries with astonishing velocity, impacting them sequentially, as if an unseen hand of destiny was orchestrating their individual demise. So you went and witnessed a spectacle utterly astonished that he'd crossed paths with multiple monsters. In a mere half a day, So Good was in disbelief. Someone akin to a legendary champion had obliterated a dozen seasoned hitmen with a single kick. The enigmatic man confessed that fortune had finally favored him, but only after 30,000 endeavors. Sogek was astounded and baffled by how such a feat was even conceivable. The stranger commenced explaining how he awakened and leaped from the mountain's summit. He quickly discerned that it was the Tianxian Mountains, and he was so captivated that he executed 30 jumps. The vista was a genuine masterpiece, and this very sight motivated him to perform 31 breathtaking leaps. One of the incomplete structures shifted during his narration, and he effortlessly demolished it with a flick of his foot, highlighting the irony of his tale. After performing this act, the man declared with a grin that he had completed approximately 300 additional jumps. But abruptly, several individuals materialized and began levying a toll for traversing their domain. Nevertheless, Yakum emerged victorious. Despite enduring 3,000 prior setbacks, he effectively neutralized the aggressors. It was within these very mountains where they currently found themselves that he executed his 30,000th leap. Weary of these endless tales, he fixed a serious gaze upon Sajik's eyes, declaring his ravenous hunger. He was infuriated that this cutthroat was brandishing blades at him, out of apparent trepidation, despite having merely requested sustenance. Employing his most rudimentary strategy, Saga directed multiple swords toward him, weapons salvaged from the remains of his fallen comrades, and commanded him to halt his advance. Observing the foe's relentless approach, he trained all his blades directly upon him, constructing a formidable barricade of sharpened steel. Not a single blade found its mark, as the stone barrier transformed into a heap of scrap metal, and several blades disintegrated into dust. The assassin couldn't fathom what he was witnessing. He understood he was staring directly into the abyss, a hair's breadth from his own demise. Now, the blood-soaked sorcerer materialized before him, an embodiment of dark magic. His glare conveyed an unequivocal message: no quarter would be given. With a single flick of his wrist, the sorcerer punched a 20-centimeter cavity through Sohex's torso. Sohex faltered, his equilibrium shattered. The murderer managed only a blood-curdling shriek before death claimed him, abruptly silencing his cry mid-utterance. Barely grazing the earth, Joshi sprang upwards, hoisting his leg. He proclaimed that the defeated should depart if they had nothing to offer in recompense. Joshi delivered a swift kick to his adversary's abdomen, propelling him skyward with astonishing velocity. There he remained, suspended for eternity. When his stomach reappeared, he declared that the experience only amplified his hunger. After a brief interlude, the narrative resumed its culmination, already poised to accommodate new patrons. And indeed, a visitor materialized. The tavern's entrance swung open, admitting a fresh arrival into the establishment. The outlaws instantly fixed their gaze upon him. They scrutinized the newcomer with appraising eyes. Chekshun approached and inquired if dining was possible. The young woman pleasantly responded that on this particular day, the offerings included dumplings served with guksu, accompanied by a flavorful sauce and rich broth. Maintaining her smile, she questioned if the young man desired such a meal. He assented but discerned a slight predicament. He was completely devoid of funds. He forewarned the server of his inability to pay. The brigands recognized an opportunity to demonstrate their value and gain recognition. The individual who had just conversed with Jean detected a peculiar noise from behind. He pondered if the signal was directed at him. Nan drew near, inquiring with astonishment if he genuinely intended to dine without any money whatsoever. He declared that such an act would be impossible, due to the trio's vigilant watch over the premises. The outlaws started to escort their companion away, but much to their astonishment, Beck commanded them to be silent and stay put at the table, insisting on quiet and obedience. Jacqueline resolved that this instance he would not hold his tongue, and proclaimed aloud that they were all still breathing, solely due to the presence of the three of them. Had there only been two individuals present, only recollections would linger in their stead. Though Nan failed to comprehend a single utterance, his rage intensified with each passing second. However, the moment Nan recognized Silver's countenance in the newcomer's gaze once more, his wrath immediately vanished. The stranger seated himself at the table without a moment's delay and boisterously demanded that Coca-Cola be brought forth. Just then, the chef emerged from the culinary quarters, and the brigands, who had already assumed their positions at the table, sensed that an extraordinary event was imminent. The protagonist approached the table where the unfamiliar individual was situated. It seemed he greatly disapproved of the recent occurrences. Despite the newcomer's intense and inscrutable stare, Bayak remained completely unfazed. The brigands, though apprehensive, kept their eyes locked on the tabletop, where the atmosphere thickened with each passing moment. Anticipating the next event was impossible for anyone present. The stranger continued to appear utterly bewildered. Then, the cloud dragon curtly gestured towards the exit, proclaiming that a penniless patron was unwelcome there. Jack couldn't tolerate the indignity inflicted by a mere chef. Consumed by fury, he abruptly lifted his hand, poised to strike before fully comprehending the situation. With astonishing speed, his adversary materialized, swiftly intercepting the blow with a single hand. It was as if he had foreseen the attack. Following the deflected strike, the hero effortlessly hoisted his opponent overhead, as though it were child's play. After executing the throw, he launched his foe towards an adjacent table. The only remaining action was to sit there in stunned silence, completely baffled by the rapid sequence of events. Even the most formidable of demons deemed it an impossibility. Mere hours prior, he had effortlessly dispersed his adversaries with a solitary strike. The memory of his prodigious power remained vivid. Yet, he now confronted the reality of someone who eclipsed him. Undeniably, this realization was difficult to reconcile. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate to himself and his foe that his martial prowess significantly exceeded theirs. Abruptly, he sprang from his seat and proclaimed his immediate departure to pursue the celestial dragon. However, upon nearing his target, the hero executed a maneuver, propelling his adversary skyward. Once more, resembling a puppet, the events unfolded with astonishing swiftness. And now, Deshawn found himself suspended mid-air yet again, disoriented and uncertain of his impending trajectory. It transpired that his opponent had hurled him forcefully against the entrance. Consequently, Deshawn was propelled directly into the thoroughfare. Due to his remarkable prowess and aptitude, Deshawn executed a mid-air reversal, landing gracefully on his feet. Decelerating his descent, a solution was imperative. The daunting recognition of not being the paramount power in this realm plagued the most formidable of blood demons with relentless unease. He was particularly apprehensive as the cloud dragon materialized from the hotel. Its visage was truly monstrous. This was a novel and unsettling experience for the hero, marking the first instance of encountering such a forceful impact. This was no ordinary assault. Despite his trepidation, the hero courageously confronted his adversary, bracing himself for a fresh confrontation. Beck sensed a sinister aura radiating from the figure, and the implication was unmistakable. Furthermore, his youthful appearance, suggesting he was not even 20 years of age, bolstered the hypothesis that Beck employed age-reversing methods. The mightiest blood demon's heart seized with fear, with each advancing step of the enemy. A sense of unease washed over him as the cloud dragon materialized before him. The hero, shaking off his astonishment, inquired about the stranger's identity. The sudden realization that the stranger could perish at any moment compelled the hero to respond truthfully. Without a moment's delay, Jashan confessed that he himself was oblivious to the answer. He was unaware of his own identity and his purpose in this world. Now informed, the cloud dragon discovered that the enigmatic stranger suffered from amnesia, sustained during his training. The cloud dragon's suspicion morphed into intrigue regarding his past. He offered a nod in acknowledgement and, turning his back, proceeded into the tavern, beckoning him to follow. Within moments, a bowl of aromatic couscous materialized on the stranger's table. The infamous blood demon, leaning inquisitively over the table, pondered aloud what culinary delight awaited him, and the reason for its presence. Beck, with a grin, clarified that it was couscous, a culinary creation he'd requested prior to the altercation. Only at this moment did the unfamiliar individual recollect the appearance of this nourishment, and now the memory of its purpose would remain etched in his mind for a considerable duration. He delicately lifted the container and commenced inhaling its fragrance, attempting to conjure the scent he had previously forgotten. The brigands, observing from the periphery, contemplated with curiosity the stranger's anticipated response to the meal. One among them proposed that he might shed tears, or perhaps emit squeals of delight upon tasting the cookie. The stranger's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulous at the sensations experienced by his palate. Tears welled up as he inquired once more about the dish's identity. He merely grazed it with his lips. A subtle grin formed on one of the outlaw's faces, remarking that he anticipated the stranger's inevitable payment for indulging in such fare. The stranger consumed the dish without raising his gaze, relishing each bite until the plate was devoid of contents. After a brief interval, the stranger lowered his empty dish and looked upward. His expression was tentative, yet he appeared poised to utter something. He addressed the celestial dragon with a question, astonished, questioning if he had truly performed such an act. The cuisine was so delectable that a bandit exclaimed in awe. It appears that exceptional fare can even instill proper etiquette in the most uncouth. The protagonist rose from his seat and inquired of the unfamiliar individual whether he desired additional servings of the savory meal. He attempted to penetrate the depths of his recollection, but conceded that he recalled nothing beyond the numeral 3. The young woman empathized with the boy's anguish, her gaze radiating genuine sympathy, sharing in the boy's distress. She extended an invitation for him to remain under her care until his memories resurfaced. Cloud Dragon's expression conveyed a sense of knowing, as though he possessed undisclosed knowledge about the girl. Jean was incapable of disregarding another's suffering, and it was this inherent compassion that led Beck to abide with her. Nevertheless, should this stranger genuinely hail from Myran, he might ultimately unleash devastation upon everything in his way. In such a scenario, none would be spared from calamity and carnage. Murama struggled to comprehend the offer of sanctuary extended to him, given his prior encounters had been less than amicable. The young woman approached and reassured him that from this point forward, their paths would be intertwined for a time, and in unison, they would surmount a multitude of challenges. The preeminent blood fiend, a virtuoso of arcane arts, struggled to comprehend the unfolding reality. Concurrently, the brigands bolted from the adjacent table, inquiring about the possibility of participating in the endeavor. However, the chief of the marauders intervened with unwavering authority, commanding his subordinates to resume their prior positions at the table, where they had remained throughout the preceding events. Baok pondered momentarily, and with the arrival of springtime, resolved to bestow upon him the moniker of Chongsung. The outlaws discerned that the very instant they had been dreading had finally arrived. One among them declared that the long-discussed moment seemed to have materialized. His companion merely blinked in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the utterance. 60 seconds later, the elderly gentleman entered the pub. He informed his companion of his eventual arrival. Noticing an unfamiliar countenance, he recognized the face as entirely new to him. His comrade clarified that the individual was their latest hire. The grandfather remarked with a grin, expressing his intrigue. His curiosity was apparent in his manner of approaching the newcomer. The elder stated that their encounters would become more frequent. He introduced himself as No Gook. In return, the stranger uttered only his recently adopted moniker. This displeased the recently arrived grandfather. The elder regarded the stranger with distrust and disapproval. He accused the newcomer of excessive impertinence. Despite possessing knowledge of proper decorum, his intuition instantly sensed an anomaly. He discerned something peculiar afoot. He retorted that, in his estimation, respecting those of lesser strength was pointless. The situation seemed poised for an altercation. Abruptly, the grandfather experienced a potent surge of power, and the prevailing anxiety started to dissipate. A vital force throbbed within the unfamiliar individual, which abruptly infused Chun Sam's being. Samyan deduced that conversing with the newcomer was futile, so he sought clarification from his companion, sensing the mounting pressure within the chamber. Meanwhile, in the exterior, 3 Kunlun sect disciples were meticulously arranging stones, constructing improvised platforms. Their actions were precise and synchronized, as if in preparation for a significant ceremony. The protagonist and his elder ventured outside, where he recounted the events in detail, including their recent encounter with the enigmatic stranger. Comprehension dawned upon the grandfather, and he resolved to divulge his insights regarding the mysterious visitor to the Cloud Dragon. Grandpa cautioned that this enigmatic guest resembled a dormant volcano, capable of erupting imminently. The young man explained that this was the reason for his reticence, since a calamity could otherwise occur. As dusk descended upon Murim, 3 Kunlandian warriors had established camp within the courtyard, at the rear of the inn, preparing their evening meal. Their supper consisted of a hare ensnared near the edifice. Every individual gazed longingly at the portion of meat sizzling upon the rotating spit, anticipating the opportune instant to dismount it, and finally savor the fragrant repast. The instructor abruptly addressed his pupils with a significant pronouncement. He stressed his reluctance to incite any disturbances or indulge in capricious whims. Consequently, he requested each student to furnish a table. Naturally, they objected, declaring their preference to forego the hare, rather than toil upon constructing additional tables once more. Amidst the heated debate, an individual stealthily and inconspicuously drew near and pilfered the skewer bearing the roasted hare. The culprit was none other than an enigmatic wayfarer who had lately materialized at the public house. Slowly drawing closer, he proceeded to tear small morsels from the rabbit. The master's disciples erupted in a chorus of outraged cries. Denouncing the newcomer, the inhabitants of Kunlan collectively held their breath as they observed the unfolding scenario. Turning as he departed, he softly remarked that, in comparison to the cuisine at the inn, this fare was mere refuse. This infuriated the culinary artists who, perceiving a threat to their creations, commenced yelling after him and resolutely braced themselves for an assault. The atmosphere grew increasingly strained when Chang Sung observed the display. The pupils had labored over for several hours. With a simple gesture, he transformed it into a mound of stones. They were astonished by the swift vanishing of their efforts and experienced an unprecedented surge of power. Their fury seethed. Yet, even this intense anger was insufficient to warrant attacking the stranger, and consequently sealing their own demise. Dawn had arrived, and the sun was already bathing its surroundings in the dawn's early light, infusing the earth with radiance and heat. The newcomer thoroughly savored the dumplings. His ravenous hunger was a testament to the effectiveness of his years of rigorous training. The grandfather, having already joined them, voiced his desire for the young man to be a true visitor, and not merely someone seeking a gratuitous meal. Jean discreetly informed Bianca that, given the guest's lack of payment, continuing to offer him sustenance and lodging was unsustainable, as it would inevitably lead to financial setbacks. Nogaka generally concurred with this assessment. He added that, should their endeavors prove successful, the financial gains would be substantial, a thought the dragon contemplated. He carefully considered the pronouncements of the other two. Subsequently, he was prepared to share his own perspective. The hero suggested that recruiting another team member would be advantageous, specifically a shrewd individual capable of boosting their revenue. The young woman wasn't entirely persuaded by this proposition. She inquired if the hero was truly certain of his recommendation. They were required to recruit new personnel, despite the already unfavorable circumstances. He reassured her that proactive measures were crucial. It would immediately boost revenue and elevate visitor traffic. Upon learning of this clan, the Cloud Dragons and Jean expressed astonishment at its globally renowned reputation. However, he promptly responded, dismissing any doubts about their agreement. These individuals were indebted to him, guaranteeing their compliance. This stemmed from a recent event where the Black Thieves successfully breached the defensive perimeter. That particular day marked a pivotal moment in their chronicle. None of these thieves originated from the Marama clan. Subsequently, the clan founder's heir attributed the breach to their dispatch of an advisor to the Wudong sect. Anxiety rapidly escalated among the warriors when a massive detonation erupted adjacent to the barrier. A massive detonation ripped a gaping chasm in the fortifications. Armed marauders surged through the breach, boldly proclaiming the clan's imminent demise. However, an elderly man confronted them at the entrance, his assured declaration foretelling that only the aggressors would meet their end. His voice resonated with such thunderous force that the adversary's malicious intent vanished without a vestige. All bore witness as their patriarch vanquished his foes, and the founder's descendant was utterly astonished. It was akin to a divine intervention, the adeptness with which he surmounted each challenge. The vision of their grandfather wielding a simple wooden staff, standing atop a peak amidst defeated adversaries, became indelibly imprinted upon his memory. Nino persuaded his companions that the clan couldn't deny his request, for their obligation to him was immense. Time seemed to halt, lingering at the tavern was futile. Thus, he rose with unwavering determination, announcing his immediate departure for the clan. The Azure Dragon declared his intention to accompany him, unable to bear the thought of leaving him to tread this path alone. Meanwhile, Zhong, with a melodious tone and a gentle smile gracing her lips, reassured them of her commitment to remain and await their return. He recognized the peril of allowing such a formidable individual to depart unescorted. He conveyed his assent with a nod. The cerulean dragon cast his gaze upon the brigands seated at the table and instructed them to oversee the establishment. Bong's countenance radiated with self-satisfaction, finally witnessing the Azure Dragon acknowledge his value. The trio of formidable combatants departed the tavern, leaving Nan behind, as he had developed an affinity for the locale and consequently desired to leave it in impeccable condition. Upon exiting, they observed the Kunlun sect disciples diligently, refining stones for the new table with practiced skill. At that juncture, Rooster harbored no doubts that his companion had merely extended a common courtesy. He launched himself into the air, traversing several kilometers with remarkable velocity. For a typical individual, this would take a considerable amount of time. This velocity was astonishing. Yet, catching Chung Sam off guard with such a feat was futile. It was so feeble in his eyes that Chung Sam, with a scornful turn towards Byack, remarked that the leap was utterly laughable. In a flash, both he and the hero were propelled from the earth, their pace eclipsing Grandpa's several-fold. The Kunlun sect disciples gazed in wonderment as the hero's dramatic ascent vanished from view within mere moments, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. In that very instant, Nan and his companions departed from the lodging and notified Kunlun that they were under strict instructions to adhere to their assigned mission. Hold on a moment. Master Kunlan barely had a chance to contemplate rest before the sentinels reappeared on the distant skyline. Simultaneously, the activity shifted to the mountainous region, where the most adept demon in the mystical arts persistently refined his abilities. Following an extended period of preparation, the chamber buzzed with activity. A multitude of dark-clad figures darted about, exhibiting astonishing swiftness. After countless hours of ceaseless motion, one individual finally uncovered a crucial piece of the puzzle. He promptly summoned his brethren to divulge his finding. His sibling concurred and elaborated, stating that these markings were unquestionably the remnants of the celestial fiend they sought. After a brief respite, the leader of the small contingent deduced, based on the terrain, this is the identical peak, yet the events transpiring there remain enigmatic. The men proceeded, speculating amongst themselves. A significant rationale must exist within this locale. Thus, they resolved to persist in their exploration. The scene shifts once more to the domain of the demonic sect, specifically that of the celestial devil. Crucial dialogues frequently occurred within these chambers, and this particular day proved no exception. Within a vast reception hall, comparable in scale to a throne room, Sada presides. A council to the sect known as Sama Yoga. A guest entered the chamber undetected, and Sada remained focused on his task. A recognizable caller stepped into the workplace, and just inside the doorway inquired how the quest for the ethereal fiend was progressing. It was the already renowned high priest of the celestial demonic order, called Hokrendo. Sama responded that they had gathered a contingent of 200 emissaries, and were currently advancing, selecting only the loftiest summits. Gao found it difficult to accept the reality of the unfolding events. From Yogi's perspective, the youthful sect leader's failure to secure election was the catalyst for the power struggle. The notion appealed to him, and Riando paused to contemplate it more thoroughly. Moments later, Riando declared to his counterpart that he was obligated to ascertain the whereabouts of the celestial demon by any means necessary before this disaster unfolded. By then, a compact contingent had already arrived at the Juji clan's domain. They were situated in the chamber typically reserved for visitor receptions. The clan patriarch immediately recognized Mr. Noga. The elder greeted him warmly with a smile, following a brief exchange of pleasantries. He subtly intimated a minor request to the leader. However, the chief interjected, remarking on his first encounter with the two accompanying individuals. He promptly surmised that they were likely pupils from the No-Hawk faction. The elder chuckled, clarifying that it was no jest, but rather his genuine companions, the clan head's contemporaries. The leader expressed disbelief at the revelation, as a Nogok forming bonds with such youthful individuals seemed improbable. Just then, an attendant approached, proclaiming the tea's readiness and impeccable brewing. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation, the young woman proceeded towards the table where the visitors were seated and commenced meticulously pouring the tea into delicate cups. Chung soon softly inquired about the nature of the beverage. The cloud dragon promptly provided an explanation. He described it as a concoction derived from the foliage or roots of various herbs. Changsha astonished all present by consuming an entire cup of the steaming liquid in a single gulp without betraying any visible reaction. But after a brief pause, vapor began to emanate from Nogek's lips, and he realized the brew was excessively potent. Simultaneously, he attempted to dispel thoughts of his companion's peculiar behavior. It remained an enigma how they had established a friendship with such a formidable elder. Perhaps they had attained mastery over a life-extending technique. That was the sole hypothesis that appeared credible. He observed that there wasn't a specific requirement for combat experts or individuals possessing battlefield knowledge. During the discussion, Cloud Dragon entered the woods, declaring their purpose was to identify a suitable individual for a critical mission. Beck mentioned his employment at the Kunlun Inn and his search for a new team member. Nevertheless, the hero declined the proposition, mentioning the establishment's connection to the tavern, emphasizing that this particular alehouse required a skilled expert to bolster its ranks. This marked the clan leader's maiden visit to this location, leading him to presume the tavern's proprietor was the Scourge himself. With a grave countenance, he clarified that he wasn't the innkeeper, as the public house was managed by someone else. Currently, his role was merely that of a chef. The clan head was perplexed, believing he stood before a practitioner of the revitalization art. In actuality, he was confronting a common cook presenting a demand. Action was necessary, as in his current state, acquiescence was improbable. Thus, Nogok revealed the tavern's dire circumstances, explaining their quest for assistance from a bright individual. Hearsay often holds a kernel of truth, and the Juji clan boasts numerous members poised to swiftly address such challenging appeals. So this was their chosen refuge for assistance. She pondered briefly, deducing that this individual was ideally suited. In that instant, the resolve to take action solidified. A few days prior, this man had approached his father and declared, with unconcealed enthusiasm, that at last, after an extended expedition, he had reached his destination. The man instantly recalled assigning his son the duty of eradicating the rodents in the cellar. He now inquired if his son had successfully fulfilled this assignment. The son reddened slightly, but confessed his inability to exterminate the rats, due to their status as living beings. Nevertheless, he devised an alternate solution to the predicament. He led his father outside and explained that the entire grain supply was housed on the barn's upper level. The dilemma was the presence of rats ascending the support beams. Owing to this novel contrivance, rats would be impeded from further climbing. Upon encountering the disc affixed to the beam, they would promptly plummet. At first, the patriarch deemed the solution ingenious and highly practical. However, the clan leader found the disc's appearance displeasing. Thus, he inquired of his offspring regarding its composition. The son responded that fermented soybean paste was necessary to achieve the desired form. The son received a sharp rap on the brow, for his father found this response utterly unsatisfactory. He bellowed, accusing his son of neglecting the fact that they intended to consume this rat paste, as it did not hinder their objectives in the slightest. The father's fury escalated, causing him to erupt in a torrent of shouts. His indignation stemmed from his son's decision to economize family funds for the purpose of constructing a dwelling that spring. Despite admonitions regarding a potential arid season, his tone softened considerably, and he confessed to feeling remorse for his outburst. In the present time, the clan elder was pondering the selection of a successor. Following a brief period of contemplation, he declared to his forefather that his youngest son would be the most suitable option. Meanwhile, Siam Yun's son was absent from his residence, occupying a seat within a local tavern. He reveled in the ambience, observing the vibrant patrons within the bustling establishment. Abruptly, a boisterous yell resonated. "We unequivocally decline credit." Instantly, the clientele expressed their outrage, exchanging glances. A server approached Siam Yun's son, identifying him as Point Blanca, and declared that until full payment was rendered, departure was out of the question. Behind this individual, a pair engaged in conversation, one expressing the need for a lavatory. Their dialogue was somewhat subdued, yet remained sufficiently audible. Seated in proximity, they deliberated upon matters of mutual contemporary concern. The sun gradually ascended above the horizon, illuminating the tableau before them. A figure materialized who, with a seemingly magical motion, produced precisely 7 women, clutching a substantial wad of currency. He departed, instructing everyone to disperse the remaining finances, according to their own judgment. The son approached the server, who had just berated him, and calmly declared that only 7 nannies were present. Dusk had already fallen when Sun arrived back at his residence. He was so exhausted that he could barely manage his steps. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with his father's inquiry about the scent of alcohol on his breath yet again. As he stumbled along the road earlier, he offered justifications upon encountering his father. He claimed to have been deprived of sleep due to anxieties concerning his family's welfare. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the temptation of a drink. Nevertheless, instead of embarking on his customary rant, his father acknowledged that he hadn't considered his son's profound emotions. The father remained silent, simply inquiring about his son's age. A surprised son responded that he was merely 21. His father guaranteed him that he distinctly recalled those words. In that instant, Salman perceived an oddity in his father's demeanor. It remained uncertain if he could fulfill this duty, or if it would culminate in his shaming the family's legacy. Xiaomian was displeased with the circumstances, convinced that people might endure hardship under the command of a foolish, martial leader. He deemed it reckless to jeopardize human lives. His father, with a smile, remarked that nobody suggested Xiaomian's own life would be at stake. Meanwhile, Xiaomian pondered that if he frequented this establishment, he should utilize his limited skills to assist with their business. None could decipher his father's intentions, and this further immersed his son into a maelstrom of anxious thoughts. Dread consumed everyone as he lifted his fan and proclaimed the tavern to be his son's cherished locale. Therefore, let him claim it as respite. Upon departing, his father assured Xiaomian that they were already awaiting him there. A trio of formidable combatants had congregated at the threshold, and the aura of power they exuded instilled profound fear in his offspring. Terror was etched upon his countenance. He confessed his complete ignorance regarding Nogek's ownership of the establishment. The patriarch clarified that he wasn't the proprietor, indicating that the true owner stood at his left-hand side. He then proceeded towards the Cloud Dragon, entreating it to safeguard his young son, who required guardianship. He confided in the hero, revealing his son's occasional eccentricities, advising caution in his handling. Comprehending the imminent peril, Samayon was gripped by intense dread. He contemplated his impending fate. Destiny seemed relentlessly unkind to Samayon. His father abruptly proclaimed that the moment had arrived to serve old OC. The son understood the necessity of introducing himself. Having familiarized himself with the Cloud Dragon, it in turn divulged its name. Meanwhile, uncertainty plagued Somian's thoughts. Could the young man handle the entirety of the welcoming estate? Departing from his residence proved challenging, a place he hadn't ventured from for practically his whole life. Yet, a smile graced his lips as he declared his reluctance to abandon his father. Though, he quickly added that he wasn't someone to fret over. Xiaoman remained resolute, urging him to gather his belongings, depart, and potentially stray from the righteous path. However, his father confidently reassured him that such a deviation wouldn't occur. The father gently guided his son towards the assembly, seeking Nogok's guidance and support. He implored Nogok to accompany them, urging him not to take offense. Now, Xiaomian found himself amidst entirely unfamiliar surroundings, and he vividly recalled the instant he departed from the threshold of his childhood abode. His father commanded him to attain greatness and bring honor to their lineage. This particular moment left an indelible mark upon him, as such an occurrence was unprecedented. He promptly descended into a profound melancholy, for the future remained an enigma to him, and the days ahead seemed inscrutable and indeterminate. The moment he departed the threshold, he collapsed to his knees, uttering a plea for his father's longevity, as though attempting to halt the inexorable passage of time. When his father emerged from the gateway, his sole thought was that under any other circumstance, he could never have borne to release his son. It was a poignant juncture for him as well. Yet, parting was imperative. At that point, Xiaomian was oblivious to the impending deluge that summer. Nonetheless, owing to the barrier he constructed, he averted any fatalities. Rodent-resistant barriers spanned the entire settlement, and now its residents could finally respire with ease, as unwelcome visitors were no longer a bother. In the meantime, the expedition had commenced, and a new companion had joined their ranks. Throughout the voyage, Xiaoyang contemplated that he couldn't simply trail everyone with such unquestioning compliance. He resolved to feign a need to visit the lavatory, allowing him to make his escape at the opportune time. He overtook a cloud dragon and, as a pretext, fabricated a story about drinking the previous night and experiencing nausea. He claimed he needed to use the lavatory. However, Beck stood firm. He reassured himself that there was very little time remaining. Thus, he could easily maintain his composure. The man failed to grasp the meaning of his companion's words. For the voyage to Kunlun required 3, occasionally 4, days' travel. This statement was met with silence. Then, Nogok abruptly declared the coast was clear, and they could commence immediately. The cloud dragon seized Semyon's garment, cautioning him about potential lightheadedness. In that instant, the cloud dragon launched himself from the earth with tremendous power, reaching a blistering velocity. Rapidly traversing fast expansies. The speed was so intense that for a few moments, Semyon was disoriented, unable to comprehend what had transpired or his current location. But in a mere 10 seconds, he comprehended he was airborne. Terrified beyond measure, he shrieked at the top of his lungs, wrestling to quell his rising panic. Bewildered by the inverted world around him, as anxiety mounted, a gnawing sensation gripped his stomach. Each time the cloud dragon propelled itself from the earth, a sharp pain pierced him in a matter of seconds. The entire vanguard gradually progressed onward until they attained their ultimate destination. Upon reaching solid ground, the boy's discomfort intensified significantly compared to moments prior. The cloud dragon observed the boy and remarked that, as previously agreed, the journey had consumed less time than he had likely anticipated. The abrupt spatial displacement induced a wave of dizziness in Jiami, a sensation perceptible to all those in proximity. They resolved to defer their tavern visit until the boy had recovered somewhat. After 30 seconds elapsed, I lifted my gaze and noticed an inscription positioned near the building's entrance. Suddenly, everything became crystal clear to him. He grasped the true nature of the Kunlun Mountains. The establishment before him was a genuine, authentic inn. Inquiring about the specific individual being referenced, Noga chimed in on the discussion. He clarified that he was referring to patrons. His previous remarks about attracting newcomers, he elaborated, pertained to guests. The simplicity and unexpectedness of the task were difficult to comprehend. It was utterly mundane and bore no relevance to military matters. He was captivated by her alluring presence. A faint flush crept onto his cheeks. He spoke with a wavering tone, introducing himself as Semyon. In the meantime, Grandpa and Chung Sam settled at a nearby table. They requested a bottle of potent spirits from Soho, along with a serving of dumplings. A server approached them, explaining that orders were taken only after the midday meal. K.O. Mahin sat isolated at the table, struggling to accept that he had become a worker at a common alehouse, rather than leading soldiers into battle, as he had always envisioned and diligently trained for. Nin approached him, raising a dubious eyebrow, and inquired if he genuinely anticipated dining without charge. His expression flushed with indignation, and he proclaimed menacingly that individuals of his stature were typically addressed by immediate removal of their hands. Right then and there, he clarified to all those present that he wasn't a freeloader, intending to consume without payment, but a prospective member of the tavern staff. Once they grasped who sat before them, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. One individual even expressed remorse for his prior conduct. She exhaled inwardly with palpable relief. As the matter was ultimately settled, she approached the protagonist and ventured to inquire, are all these individuals accompanying him also under his employ? Biaosi offered a rather enigmatic response, stating that these individuals were not staff members, but merely visitors, observing the astonishment on the boy's countenance. Bayek, with a subtle grin, clarified that they were indeed common patrons, yet they also served a distinct purpose. At that precise instant, a hush fell over the tavern as an individual abruptly entered. Their appearance suggested a lifetime of toil in the mines. They were affiliated with the Kunlun clan. The young man was taken aback at the sight of them. He was utterly astounded by their profound weariness. Upon entering this group promptly occupied the closest available table, and several among them immediately succumbed to exhaustion. The Pillar Sect master requested a beverage from the heavenly dragon. The dragon offered a smile and responded that water was complimentary within their establishment. The master ravenously consumed nearly the entire pitcher of water, leaving not a single drop for his disciples. When one of the pupils inquired about their identities, Beck explained that they were among the tavern's regular diners, but never settled the tab. This establishment was more peculiar than anything Beck had encountered in his life. In this locale, it appeared one could acquire sustenance not solely with currency, but additionally through strenuous physical exertion. The SEC team members were recuperating at the table, deliberating on how to refine the gem, since all their endeavors had proven futile. Barely a moment elapsed before they departed the tavern, leaving it in utter tranquility. Only the trio of brigands continued to provide a semblance of activity within the space. The man remained completely engrossed, unable to dismiss the peculiarity of this set. This presented an opportunity for liberation, and it was not to be squandered. Abruptly, a young woman approached him and positioned a container of aromatic victuals before him, from which tantalizing scents emanated. He instantly discerned the necessity of procuring sustenance. Prior to ultimately absconding from this location, he found himself savoring a succulent morsel of couscous. His exit strategy abruptly shifted. Such a flavor was entirely novel to his palate. It was as though a meadow of wildflowers had erupted into bloom around him, permeating the air with their captivating fragrances. He frequented numerous esteemed eateries throughout Hubei province, sampling the nuances and bouquets of the most exquisite cuisine imaginable. A true culinary connoisseur, he represented the pinnacle of the Yuga clan. Soki opted to recount the narrative. This cherished establishment was a bequest from her grandfather. However, the passage of time had brought inevitable alterations, and presently, numerous aspects diverged from their former state. Lately, owing to the delectable fare served at the inn, she envisioned global recognition for this establishment. By this juncture, Xiaomian had already reached a conclusion, one that he had contemplated for the subsequent half hour. Lowering himself to one knee, Xiaomian pledged to exert every effort towards their shared triumph. Prosperity for the entirety of Kunlun. After a period, the assembly congregated around the recent arrival, yielding him space to attentively heed his proposals. The recent arrival then announced having already formulated a rollout strategy. While relocating, the newcomer proposed a foolproof method to elevate the tavern's reputation. To execute this scheme, the tavern's location required a slight adjustment. A tavern isn't merely a dining establishment. It's a sanctuary for wayfarers seeking overnight lodging or respite from their troubles. Over a glass of wine, he hastened to gather the pertinent information, sensing the urgency of each passing moment. Crucial specifics could alter the trajectory of events. The enigmatic cloud dragon elucidated that the innkeeper was devoid of financial resources, and that this cherished establishment was a bequest from her grandfather. Consequently, she desperately required assistance. The young woman surmised that Mr. Beck consistently possessed a more profound understanding than anyone present. He paused in contemplation before declaring that their unyielding demands could potentially lead to difficulties. Following a brief pause, he stated that if his suggestions were implemented, the Kunlun hospitality courtyard would become Zhenghai's premier establishment. This notion was ingenious in its own right. However, it first required public dissemination. Irrespective of the approach, they needed to publicize the tavern and all its associated offerings. The crucial element was to generate buzz, to pique everyone's curiosity. Naturally, it's undeniable that Chef Daniel crafts such culinary delights that they're absolutely divine. Furthermore, legend has it that her cuisine remedies even the most ailing patrons. Upon hearing this, the young woman became apprehensive. She adamantly asserted it was preposterous, and that the young man seemed like a genuine swindler. A grin spread across Siam Yan's countenance. As the fellow explained, he merely aimed to make an impression. He claimed it wasn't deceitful, but simply promoting Tanoga. These remarks appeared rather persuasive. In the meantime, the Azure Dragon chose to inquire of the lad precisely where their journey should commence. Then, Some Young observed, but the inhabitants had long been acquainted with the magnificent Kunlun mountain. John opted to append details regarding the location to the handbill and inscribed that the entire meal was complimentary. The grandfather did not conceal his discontent, grumbling that John was certainly not employed to dismantle this quaint establishment. He maintained that unconventional notions could adversely impact the ambience of a locale. The young man elucidated everything. Dumplings and cola are ubiquitous. Therefore, nobody would venture such a distance solely for them. However, if the sustenance were gratis, that presented an entirely different scenario. The proposition appeared intriguing, and Dragoncloud resolved to solicit the maiden's perspective. She enthusiastically endorsed this tactic, envisioning a promising prospect within it. Particularly when he claimed he could produce the preliminary drawings, and Mr. Chung Sam would assist in finalizing the project within 5 minutes. A multitude of letters lay scattered before him, poised to materialize a fresh concept. The demonic entity, a virtuoso of arcane arts, asserted his refusal to endure directives from the youth. Beck's plea emanated from the kitchen, requesting aid with the correspondence. He felt no enthusiasm for the predicament, yet he acknowledged the necessity of completing the assignment. To avoid forfeiting the match, he addressed the group occupying the adjacent table, proposing a collaboration. The individuals at the neighboring table proved to be frequent patrons and declared themselves under no compulsion to assist. They instantly resolved to contribute to the endeavor. Their unwavering commitment astonished all those in attendance. Jean purposefully strode towards Gung Song and declared her willingness to assist in disseminating the handbills. To the best of her ability, her choice invigorated the group. As they conferred amongst themselves, Sumian had already devised a sketch and presented the team with a visual representation of the intended postcard design. Chun Sung expressed disapproval of the aesthetic, but conceded that the circular might prove impactful. Seated at the table, the brigand meticulously replicated the postcards individually, striving for maximum resemblance. A youngster commented to his companion that he appeared illiterate, merely duplicating the image before him. Chun Sam, afflicted with amnesia, frequently contemplated his predicament. Currently situated in a tavern, sketching simple drawings, he sought glimpses into his forgotten history. He asserted that for the reward of couscous, one could tolerate and engage in tedious labor. After a few hours elapsed, the young lady joyfully proclaimed the completion of 500 postcards. In anticipated imminent dispatch, chatter arose outside the alehouse regarding the necessity of 3 additional table sets. However, even the already constructed tables possessed significantly greater robustness compared to those within. The craftsman resolved to endure hunger rather than persist laboring under such degrading conditions. He acknowledged that forbearance has its limits. He summoned his pupils and commended them for their dedication and assistance. He specifically acknowledged Yong Mog and Yong Sok for their exceptional performance. Unexpectedly, a cloud dragon approached them bearing urgent tidings. He beckoned them into the establishment and offered them 3 servings of delectable, steaming hot kuksu. After inspecting the situation, he announced that the entire meal had already been settled. Thus, they could immediately relish the piping hot kuksu without any concern. The notion of fleeing vanished from the thoughts of every Kunlun sect member in a flash, and they eagerly commenced devouring their meal with haste. Relishing each mouthful, the master deduced that he would likely need to provide several more tables. He then calmly inquired about the cloud dragon's intentions. The cloud dragon partially rotated, gestured towards the stacks of documents, and proclaimed that they required immediate dissemination. All those who had just partaken in a gratuitous feast abruptly understood they had become ensnared in the predicament. They were now obligated to distribute flyers in return for sustenance. This proposition piqued their interest. Beck stated that if they relinquished everything, he would promptly dismiss them. The Kunlun sect members were elated upon receiving this information. One inquired about the possibility of relocating to the village. They were informed that their destination was Sichuan province. The reason given was that a contingent had already been dispatched to the village. The master proclaimed it infeasible due to the excessive distance to C1. However, Cloud Dragon questioned if he truly intended to squander this opportunity. In a fit of irrationality, the master vehemently declared that duty called, and immediate action was imperative. A fleeting smirk graced his lips, yet his tone carried a menacing undercurrent. Should he discover any location devoid of leaflets, severe repercussions would be unavoidable. He guaranteed the apprehension of every individual, condemning them to an eternity of relentless table grinding until their demise. All three simultaneously declared their immediate departure. Beck could depend on their vigilance in ensuring comprehensive coverage. Within mere moments, the group had assembled outside, and the supervisor observed that the atmosphere felt fresher than it had previously. One of the pupils commented that he hadn't witnessed such a jovial instructor in quite some time. The teacher lifted his forefinger and exclaimed, "We must proceed onward." The assembly withdrew a bit farther from the primary activity towards Jiangxi, where a member of the group was meticulously distributing handbills to pedestrians. A massive satchel draped over Chung Sam's shoulder, overflowing with paper pamphlets. As he traversed the city, he spotted the residence of Family 10. It was an immense dwelling. Therefore, Cheongsam deduced that numerous individuals must reside within. He stepped inside the house, and instantly, certain noises captured the sentinel's attention. The guard firmly intercepted Chung Sam. Initially, he possessed absolutely zero inclination to engage in combat, merely inquiring about the individual's identity. He stressed that entry to this location was strictly forbidden. He fixed his signature stare upon his adversary, a gaze capable of piercing the very essence of one's being and inspiring profound reverence in any who met his eyes. The man, subjected to this intense scrutiny, became paralyzed with dread, recognizing the imminent peril posed by his opponent. Yet, the youth harbored no desire for conflict, and so he merely proffered a piece of paper retrieved from his pocket. Upon reading the note, the man pondered the nature of the establishment mentioned, a seemingly peculiar Kunlun. Then, raising his voice in a shout, he bellowed after the departing boy, cautioning him against proceeding further. Responding to the commotion, several sentinels rushed towards the man, inquiring as to his intended destination. At that precise instant, Jongsam's countenance contorted with outrage, for he had harbored aspirations of a seamless and unobstructed mission. Without uttering a word, Chung Sam's visage conveyed his sentiments unequivocally. His expression was one of unwavering resolve. In a booming voice, he demanded to know how they dared to brandish their spears in his presence. Suddenly, an aged gentleman emerged from the grandest edifice, gesticulating wildly as he commanded the immediate evacuation of the vicinity. He gestured for the guards to lower their spears, who stood poised to strike the unexpected visitor. Walking toward the newcomer, he presented himself as Chang Bei, the patriarch of the 10 family's house, and inquired about the purpose of his arrival. The enigmatic stranger emanated an aura, an unfamiliar power that compelled caution, and prevented him from ordering an attack. The unidentified youth wordlessly dropped the satchel he carried to the ground. It seemed to conceal a mystery, or the explanation for his reticence. Adopting a combative stance, he focused his internal energy, which erupted forth instantaneously. The potent force dispersed the missives from the bag in every direction, as if they vanished into the unknown. Yet with remarkable swiftness, each individual within the estate's confines received a card, which materialized directly in their hands. Even the steward obtained a postcard, much to his astonishment, for he was unaware of the master's such capabilities. Upon deciphering the inscription, he discerned it to be a promotional flyer for the Kunlun Hotel. The sentinels exchanged astonished glances, incredulous that everything was indeed being offered gratuitously. Mere moments later, the enigmatic individual had vanished into the throng and commenced a leisurely stroll across the primary plaza, initiating dialogues with arbitrary pedestrians. He remained perplexed as to the stranger's identity and the purpose of his actions. Ascertaining the stranger's motive for being present proved exceedingly challenging. Perhaps the aesthetically pleasing gateway had captivated him. In the meantime, as he traversed the thoroughfare, his gaze alighted upon a house of ill repute. The notion of entering the establishment and distributing leaflets to its occupants persisted in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Beek arrived at a hamlet situated near the Kunlun mountain range. Despite the scant number of residences, the settlement teemed with activity. Individuals thronged the principal avenues, engrossed in their daily routines, projecting the facade of a thriving metropolis. Dragon Cloud casually navigated the human throng, proposing to pedestrians that they accept one of his postcards. He possessed a persuasive demeanor. Thus, no passerby declined to receive the card. Completely convinced of its significance, some individuals were oblivious to their motivation. It was as though an unseen hand orchestrated their actions, compelling them to obey inexplicable directives. An enigmatic pressure compelled them to endorse the OC, resembling mere marionettes manipulated by an unseen puppeteer. This dissemination caught them completely off guard. Yet, notwithstanding these circumstances, they accepted the leaflets and meticulously perused each inscription. Mominzwate. Cloud Dragon approached a dwelling devoid of adult presence, a truly peculiar sight. Nearing the young boy, the hero inquired about his broth-making and the whereabouts of the residence's grown-ups. Initially, the lad was reluctant to respond, due to his unfamiliarity with the newcomer. Nonetheless, he quickly discerned that the man posed no threat. The youngster explained that his father departed for employment in the springtime and had yet to return. His mother, he added, had passed away long ago. Only his ailing grandmother remained at home. Consequently, he was borrowing medication. The protagonist instantly resolved to assist and requested the child to guide him to his grandmother, to assess the circumstances and devise a solution. Mominzwate. Beck stepped into the chamber, where the grandmother lay serenely upon the mattress, appearing as though she had succumbed to a profound slumber. He cautiously and somewhat nervously entered, offering an apology. "My name is Bayoff," he uttered gently, gazing at the elderly woman's tranquil countenance. The elder paused, feebly responding that she was unaware of the individual before her, and added in a shaky tone that she lacked the strength to turn and see. The protagonist stepped into the chamber. He drew near to her and gently rested his right hand upon her head. He lifted his hands over her form. He declared that the affliction stemmed from a disharmony between yin and yang. This clarified the reason for the grandmother's inability to consume sustenance, and her progressively deteriorating condition with each passing day. The mystical energy emanating from his palms infused itself into the grandmother's physique. Then, abruptly, he announced that she was now capable of movement. The elderly woman was utterly astonished to sense vitality coursing through her limbs, suddenly imbued with renewed vigor. And she was no longer confined by immobility. She confided in the stranger, expressing a profound sense of well-being and bewilderment at the inexplicable nature of her recovery. He glanced towards Yun Long. Assuming Cloud Dragon as a name, she inquired as to how she could express her gratitude. Without hesitation, he withdrew a card from his satchel, revealing his occupation as a chef at a local inn. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he extended an invitation for her to visit the establishment. As he was elucidating the details of the agreement, a shriek pierced the air from the street below, steadily escalating in volume. The commotion originated from a man hollering in the street, insisting on finding Quenchen. Apparently, Quenchen was indebted to him for a substantial sum. His cries intensified, their origin drawing nearer. It transpired that Quenchen's obligation had ballooned to 5 nannies, a considerable amount, and the creditor was far from convinced that this represented the entirety of the debt. Beale emerged from the dwelling and inquired about the stranger's identity, to barge into a residence, where the patriarch himself was absent. He instantly deduced that he was confronting one of Quenchen's debtors. Beale presumed the stranger to be a kinsman of the debtor and recognized an opportune moment for debt collection. Apprehension filled the dragon's thoughts, due to the unanticipated visitor. He promptly questioned the intruder about his purpose. It became immediately apparent that the man was not a local inhabitant. His ignorance of the renowned T-bomb gang from Namro village betrayed him. A grin stretched across the brigand's countenance. He proclaimed that after obliterating Gamabin within the Puno settlement, the village would swiftly become their possession as well. The man was incredulous at the unfolding events and stood completely paralyzed with astonishment. He struggled to comprehend how everything had materialized. Abruptly, the aide approached Bayok. The champion rested his hands upon their heads, and instantaneously, they knelt before him. He hadn't even resorted to physical coercion. Retrieving a multitude of postcards from his satchel, a sudden grin spread across his face. A notion sparked in his mind, one with the potential to alter everything. He guaranteed the boy and his grandmother a complimentary meal of kuksa and dumplings free of charge. He extended an invitation to the Kunlun Tavern. Nevertheless, the celestial dragon commanded the brigands to escort him to their chief. Remaining on their knees, the outlaws unexpectedly began crawling along the earth, despite their own reluctance. An unseen compulsion, more potent than dread, propelled them forward. The man meticulously scrutinized the postcard he held. He struggled to recall the name of the establishment he was meant to visit. A small gathering of individuals prostrated themselves before their superior. One implored him, questioning whether an increase in the protection levy would condemn them to starvation and insurmountable debt. The leader, masticating a morsel of flesh, inquired about the size of the supplicant's household. With a tremulous tone, the man responded that his family consisted of 4 members, including himself. This answer failed to appease the overseer. He pressed further, asking the man if he had considered the true extent of his familial obligations. After accounting for those on the streets, it became apparent that his extended family numbered 58 individuals, and each one required sustenance. He launched into a vociferous tirade, proclaiming his audacity to even voice a complaint about a large family, when providing for a mere 3 people was a comparatively trivial undertaking. Their expressions clearly indicated that the gathering had resulted in nothing but humiliation and dissatisfaction. Glancing upwards, the leader observed a cloud dragon looming before him. With a solemn countenance, the dragon inquired if he was the authority figure in charge. The 2 subordinates shakily regained their footing, expressing remorse for their inadequacy in the presence of the formidable dragon. The hero reiterated his question, asking the leader if he held command of the group. Moments later, Taksahan divulged his true identity, affirming that he was indeed the commander of the assembly. A bombshell, to be sure. Cloud Dragon merely conceded that he had never been in service to the government. This revelation prompted laughter from the leader, and all those present instinctively knew how this scenario would conclude. Uproarious laughter erupted from the onlookers as they anticipated the imminent issuance of a command, one that guaranteed to be utterly exceptional and remarkably captivating. Their faces lit up with mirth, sensing the impending decree about to be delivered. It guaranteed to transform the predicament into a captivating spectacle, and thus the commander instructed every soldier to unsheathe their blades and dismantle the unwelcome intruder into fragments. Initially, everything proceeded flawlessly, and the entirety of the combatants charged towards the adversary in unison, their steel gleaming in the atmosphere, as though inscribing their own saga beneath the celestial canvas. However, within mere moments, the circumstances deteriorated uncontrollably. The soldiers clustered together, scattered in every direction, then abruptly plummeted to the earth as if felled by an unseen force. The force of the impact upon the ground was so tremendous that several combatants sustained multiple fractures. The chieftain was enraged, baffled by the sudden collapse of his legion. In an instant, the true nature of the situation became apparent. Furthermore, as the brigands attempted to rise, their oral cavities overflowed with crimson. The protagonist proclaimed that he had obliterated their internal force, and henceforth their existences would be devoid of any impediments. Concurrently, he emphasized the importance of their decorum, gradually reducing the distance to the ringleader. Upon reaching striking distance, he focused his energy into his palm and gingerly applied pressure to the man's abdomen. The man promptly regurgitated a copious amount of blood onto the ground. His form wavered and commenced a gradual descent. Beck proceeded towards the individuals who were soliciting funds and guaranteed them he was familiar with their past. He conveyed his aspiration that the brigands would cease their harassment, permitting them to reside in tranquility. The men, brimming with appreciation for their deliverer, inquired with intrigue about his background. The scene transitioned to a public house, where a predominantly convivial and jovial ambience permeated the air. All present celebrated with exuberance, having successfully disseminated a substantial quantity of correspondence. Specifically, Nogok lauded Cloud Dragon for his accomplishment in distributing all the handbills, completely, without retaining a single one. A grin illuminated his countenance as he appended, "A considerable crowd would likely gather here on the morrow." Simeon exhibited unconcealed delight, certain that the scheme had been executed flawlessly. Breaching this location tomorrow would prove challenging. "Grandfather, let us commemorate this triumph with a glass of a distinct beverage." Simeon readily accepted the offered drink. Dawn broke, and as the sun reached its apex, the tavern's entrance swung open for the initial time. Within, an air of anticipation hung heavy as the doors parted. A veritable deluge of patrons was imminent, following the arrival of the earliest visitors. As the first guest cautiously cracked the door ajar, he inquired hesitantly if he had indeed located the Kunlun Inn. He further questioned whether complimentary sustenance was truly offered. Simeon's female companions were already positioned at the threshold, collectively welcoming each arrival in harmonious unison, akin to a well-rehearsed duet. A queue snaked outside the establishment, and the atmosphere buzzed with lively energy, debating amongst themselves if the meals provided were truly complimentary, while skepticism lingered about the possibility of everything being gratis. The enigmatic dining hall's appeal continued to draw them in. A throng of individuals had already congregated within, and nearly all were requesting a predominantly puzzling dish known as ko. Xiaomian perpetually greeted arriving patrons, carefully heeding their requests, which he promptly relayed to the culinary staff. Concurrently, BJRK exerted himself to prepare the meals with utmost haste. BJRK was a proficient chef, conjuring dishes that retained their warmth for an extended period in a mere 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Chun Sam undoubtedly transported distinctive platters of dumplings, navigating the aisles as the brigands surveyed the scene. They observed the substantial assembly, noting that seating was unavailable due to the sheer volume of attendees. The underlings were perplexed, failing to grasp his intentions and exchanging bewildered glances. Consequently, Bungie encouraged them to participate in the meal distribution, as provisions remained abundant. Unbeknownst to anyone present, the weary night descended upon them. Fatigued and spent, the attendees dispersed, retiring to their chambers or departing for home. The brigands, under the command of their leader, could barely remain upright from sheer exhaustion. Following a strenuous day of provisioning sustenance, Simeon approached them bearing welcome tidings. All anticipations had been surpassed, and subsequent requests for their fare were far more numerous than envisioned. The volume of orders was so substantial that revenues outstripped expenditures, a truly exceptional outcome on the very first day. Upon hearing this news, Nan rose from his seat and advanced toward the cloud dragon. Drawing as near as permissible, he performed a respectful obeisance and requested admittance. In truth, Sabong harbored a single aspiration: to secure a permanent position within this vibrant establishment. They approached the captain, resolute in their intent, and beseeched him for employment within the ranks. Their yearning was sincere. They ardently coveted this opportunity. Simeon approached him with a direct gaze and a twinkle in his eyes. He evidently had a fascinating notion brewing. He proposed giving it a trial run. The hero glanced towards the tavern keeper, seeking to discern her opinion on their subsequent course of action. The young woman voiced no dissent, entrusting the pivotal determination to the formidable cloud dragon. Naturally, they consented, for now they would be provided with sustenance, lodging, and all necessary provisions. Beck, turning his back to them, expressed his contentment, as matters were now resolved and each individual had a designated responsibility. The tavern's patronage swelled daily. Patrons queued in the street, obtaining a numbered token from Xiaoman. On the fourth day, the bard summoned everyone at Xiaoman's behest to address a matter of significant import. Sun Yan addressed the assembly, declaring that presently, affairs were proceeding with unexpected efficiency, even exceeding all projected outcomes. Jia observed that the initial phase concluded flawlessly. However, the man pointed out this was merely the commencement. The team's objective was to disseminate gossip, and now they needed to strategize on accomplishing this goal. The time had come for the subsequent action. Yet, even Beck himself was perplexed. What course of action should be taken? Selmian elucidated that achieving supremacy is challenging. With a limited selection of only 2 dishes, top-tier dining establishments across various locales invariably provide a diverse culinary array. Therefore, he resolved to enlist an instructor for Mr. Bach. The subject, culinary expertise, to be taught by the hotel's premier chef. No-Hawk instantly expressed skepticism towards the proposition. He questioned Selmian's true intentions. Did he genuinely believe he journeyed here for this purpose? Nevertheless, Selmian dissented. He possessed a concept involving a Hubei province public house. It was known as the Yellow Crane. This establishment would soon become unforgettable. Its widespread renown was undeniable, The young woman even asserted that within this establishment, one could discover approximately 100 culinary creations. The eatery she described boasted such an extensive menu, making selection a daunting task. This revelation astonished Jean considerably. Once everything became comprehensible, Chung Sam deduced that he merely needed to devise a novel culinary offering. Remarkably, the concept held merit. However, Samyang pointed out the scarcity of remaining time. Acquiring new expertise at this juncture was futile. This declaration elicited widespread astonishment. Yet, only Nan instantly conceived the notion of abduction. He envisioned compelling the chef through coercion, but he quickly reconsidered, recognizing the unnecessary nature of such drastic measures. He simply drew near and courteously inquired about culinary instruction. Cloud Dragon struggled to grasp the circumstances surrounding such an esteemed individual's sudden presence. He nonetheless possessed a distinct strategy. Simply compose a letter and the chef would materialize. Beck expressed doubt regarding the proposed scheme. How could a mere missive summon a prominent figure to the base of the Kunlun Mountains? It seemed excessively simplistic, though the idea did possess a degree of ingenuity. Beck didn't require much time. Beck abruptly rose from his seat, proclaiming his immediate departure for the location of the occurrence, to promptly address all matters at hand. The setting shifted to Hubei province, a destination the Kunlun and team had envisioned reaching for several consecutive hours. It was the very establishment known as the Yellow Crane Inn. Its exterior possessed a remarkable aesthetic appeal. Within the Yellow Crane Tavern, numerous culinary artisans diligently labored, endeavoring to attain culinary perfection in their respective creations. In that precise instant, the culinary artists were engaged in a spirited exchange about their confidential recipes. They shared culinary concepts and drew inspiration from one another. The cooks fervently debated their ability to satisfy the discerning palate of their head chef, considering his exacting standards. Abruptly, the kitchen in trance swung open. A member of the kitchen staff approached the assembled group, proclaiming the imminent arrival of the head chef. Ocho, the culinary master of the Yellow Crane establishment, strode into the dining area with an air of assurance, captivating the patrons with his aura of mastery and charm. Foregoing pleasantries, he promptly commenced sampling the culinary creations that awaited his evaluation. The eager chefs observed with bated breath, anticipating his judgment. Upon savoring a single dish, he discerned a distinctly peculiar flavor. The ardent chef immediately pronounced it a time-honored Chinese delicacy and elucidated that he had incorporated poultry into the broth. But the woman abruptly cut him off, demanding silence. She swiftly turned to face him, inquiring if he possessed any knowledge regarding the dish in question. She clarified that the recipe called for poultry, specifically chicken, to achieve a delicate consistency and a translucent consommé. This inexperienced chef had inexplicably incorporated lard, thus oversimplifying the preparation. She instructed him to recreate the dish the following day, carefully reflecting upon his errors. The second aspiring chef presented us with an ordinary roasted duck, prepared using conventional techniques. The chef expressed dissatisfaction, deeming the dish excessively simplistic. They could have sufficed with a basic roasted chicken, without incurring the expense of a pricey duck. Chef Cho, renowned for his stringent instruction, instilled even greater discipline in Okion and his colleagues at the Yellow Crane Hotel. Her fervent culinary zeal left her disillusioned with her students' capabilities and commitment. She yearned to witness within them the same unwavering dedication to the craft that she herself possessed. Her own desire was for freedom, yet she confessed that following her departure, placing trust in anyone was impossible. The chef anticipated no visitors, not even when the unfamiliar individual addressed him by name. The identity the stranger referenced remained a mystery to her. Moments later, the portal swung open, and a figure gradually materialized within. After a short interval, they were seated at the dining table, engaged in a spirited dialogue with the culinary artist. Without delay, she initiated the discourse. "I am Cho Okion, the head chef of this fine establishment," she declared. A warm smile accompanied her introduction. The protagonist reciprocated with his own introduction, revealing his novice status as a culinary practitioner at Kunlun. The chef confessed her unfamiliarity with the aforementioned tavern. His precocious involvement in the gastronomic arts astonished her. Such a youthful apprentice was rare. His tender age belied his exceptional culinary prowess. Nevertheless, she exhaled deeply, mustered her courage, and posed a crucial inquiry to her visitor. She sought to understand Bayok's purpose and expectations in venturing to her establishment. However, Chunsum's curiosity compelled him to inquire, questioning the chef's presumption of familiarity in addressing him by his given name. The Cloud Dragon maintained his composure, observing that he merely required the necessary tools. Despite his recent entry into the culinary profession, his current repertoire of dishes remained modest. He yearned to acquire knowledge from her, to broaden his capabilities and refine his expertise. For a fleeting moment, Chukian became immobile, gazing silently into the hero's eyes, her expression vacant and enigmatic. Then abruptly, she addressed one of the pupils, instructing them to expel the pair, as their presence clearly represented some form of anomaly. The hero recognized his dependence on influential advantages. He discreetly and mysteriously placed a small piece of paper into the woman's hand. The woman accepted the folded note and proceeded to read its contents. Within the missive, the writer addressed Chukian with a reverence befitting a respected mentor. The sender was Komian. Upon her initial perusal, she was taken aback, for it had been a considerable period since she last encountered any news of him. Rumor had it that, at his father's behest, he was currently employed at the Kunlun Inn, with Mr. Bach serving as his temporary supervisor. He expressed empathy for her disappointment in lacking an heir, capable of safeguarding her culinary expertise. And within the correspondence, he guaranteed her that he deemed Bosch the quintessential nominee for the position. He further asserted his conviction that Mr. B. Yuck was a bona fide prodigy, a gift from the heavens. He recommended she mentor him to evaluate his gastronomic abilities. Upon concluding the letter, the chef laid it upon the surface and remarked pensively that these pronouncements had prompted her to reflect. Nevertheless, she remained incredulous regarding the assertion that a virtuoso of unparalleled aptitude sat before her. The neighboring apprentice chefs chuckled, as the individual bore no resemblance to a culinary maestro whatsoever. She explained that given Young's earnest plea, she opted to grant them an opportunity. Cloud Dragon sought to elucidate several particulars. Was he merely anticipated to prepare a single culinary creation? She countered that the matter was not so simplistic. They had convened to sample his cuisine and pronounce a definitive judgment. Should the dish prove universally pleasing, she would take him as her protege, dedicating herself entirely to his tutelage. She rose from her seat and commanded Bayak to proceed to the kitchen without delay, for time was of the essence. The protagonist retorted that he could demonstrate his capabilities right there. He simply required the necessary components. In mere moments, every required element was already present within the chamber, meticulously arranged in a row. He channeled his power, and currents of unseen force began to permeate the area, dispersing in various trajectories like ethereal beams of light. A single surge of energy levitated all the components, including the produce, into the air. Then, they spontaneously sliced themselves and underwent an instantaneous metamorphosis. The superiors observing this spectacle were utterly astonished. The application of these esoteric techniques was so unanticipated that none present had witnessed them employed before. The liquid erupted from the pail skyward and abruptly halted mid-air, suspended in flight. The chef couldn't fathom what she was witnessing. A genuine marvel was unfolding before her very eyes. An orb materialized in the heavens, containing all the necessary components for preparing kuksu. Simultaneously, it was merely required to sustain this condition momentarily. Subsequently, Beck dispatched the completed meal in bowls to every individual present, enchanting them with its exceptional flavor and fragrance. Fauchal. The culinary procedure itself held significance for Okion, and upon observing the outcome, he was utterly astonished. This culinary creation attained the utmost accolade. However, everything transformed, or rather deteriorated, upon her initial taste of the dish. Her facial expression conveyed utter disbelief, and the flavor of this culinary masterpiece was genuinely indelible. The novice cooks, overwhelmed by the dish's exquisite flavor, they couldn't contain their emotions. Tears of pure joy welled up in their eyes. The chef believed the dish possessed an extraordinary energy, a profound and complex taste that seemed to transcend mere sustenance. The dish was vibrant with life. The chef looked at her assistant, seeking confirmation that the meal had truly brought them genuine happiness. Indeed, their expressions instantly conveyed that they were experiencing couscous of such unparalleled deliciousness for the very first time. Turning to Bayok, she inquired about his culinary experience. This man, she thought, seemed to possess a talent granted by the heavens. The cook quickly recognized his extraordinary aptitude. Without hesitation, she candidly admitted to the hero her ignorance of his combat prowess, but ventured that, hailing from Urim, he must have encountered much during his travels, and was clearly a virtuoso in his chosen field. His culinary skills were undeniably unmatched. Bayak's exceptional abilities could have allowed him to dominate the entire world. Yet his chosen vocation was culinary arts, aspiring to win over individuals through his gastronomic creations. The concept of prestigious employment was foreign to this champion. His sole focus was the extent of his commitment to his chosen endeavor. From his perspective, a chef's responsibility was simply to nourish the famished with warm sustenance. Okian reached a conclusion and, observing her underling, delivered an explicit directive. She resolved to appoint him acting head chef. Throughout her period of absence, she swiftly discerned the high esteem this culinary artist commanded, and recognized the necessity of emulating his conduct to preserve her reputation. Instructions were also issued to procure a cart, but the subordinate's expression betrayed a potential minor obstacle. His wavering voice revealed that only a single cart remained available. The chef was initially perplexed by the predicament. He mentioned the presence of the aged horse and the anticipated arrival of another conveyance the following day, suggesting postponement. However, the hero responded with a grin. There was no need for delay. Becker guaranteed the chef that everything would be all right. She simply needed to have faith in him and accompany him without question. For reasons unknown, the chef trusted him implicitly. And in a flash, the trio of companions found themselves outside, prepared for fresh escapades, the underlings feeling quite slighted. As the women bid the chef farewell and safe travels, stepped aside, observing their departing friends with smiles. She truly appeared impeccable. However, the crucial matter remained unanswered. Where was her steed? The gentleman turned about, seeking someone to request assistance with the carriage. Without a second thought, the man consented to lend a hand. Moreover, he would have willingly obliged even without being instructed. Moments later, the protagonist reached out to the chef, beckoning her to ascend the platform. He declared that this journey would be horseless. Although the chef had already settled into her position, she still inquired of the hero if this was truly feasible. He guaranteed her a swifter journey. The hero's request for her to remain calm seemed peculiar. Should the cart unexpectedly become airborne? Although there was seemingly no logical explanation for such an event. In a flash, the cart ascended into the sky, and the chef within was astonished by the abrupt flight. It became apparent that the man possessed the ability to hoist the chef skyward, effortlessly propelling her forward at a rapid pace. The scene shifted to Kunlun Mountain under the cloak of night, more precisely to the adjacent valley. A long-burning fire brilliantly illuminated a small clearing, creating a stark contrast against the darkness of the nocturnal valley. A lone figure sat beside the flames, patiently awaiting someone's arrival. He remained there, patiently anticipating a visitor. Periodically, he replenished the fire with wood, ensuring the meat was properly warm. Its sizzling sound a prelude to a forthcoming meal. As he remained seated, he abruptly spotted several warriors garbed in identical attire approaching. They leaped towards him, their landings executed with precision. One operative reported reconnaissance of the Kunlun faction, yielding no results. These individuals constituted the 5 leading figures of the demonic cult eradication unit, acknowledged experts in their respective fields. While consuming a morsel of food, the individual asserted the leader's indomitability, even if confronted by a unified assault from all adversaries. Penrock spearheaded the pursuit detachment, relaying to his subordinates the disappearance of the quarry's tracks within Kunlun. The 11 cadavers dispersed amidst a single offensive troubled him. A frequented tavern stood nearby, yet it provided minimal assistance to the commanding officer. The establishment bore the name Kunlun Inn. The commander briefly deliberated before issuing a revised directive. Locate individuals linked to the documented incidents. The unit was instructed to meticulously examine every locale and apprehend the perpetrators. By the following day, she was prepared to engage, concealed within a secluded niche of the drinking establishment. The tavern's bustling occupancy astonished her, considering its remote location from the urban core. As Sam Yin walked past carrying the tray, He remarked about the accuracy of his intuition regarding the establishment. He believed that Kuksu would soon materialize before him. Abruptly, a voice emanated from behind the young woman, inquiring if her standing posture was due to a lack of seating. The elder surmised that the individual with the yellow crane emblem before her held the position of head chef within the eatery. She settled into a chair and resolved to inquire of her grandfather regarding the source of his knowledge. The young lady questioned whether they were acquainted. The grandfather responded that Xiaomian had imparted the information, as he was the one responsible for guiding him there. Xiaomian had a proposition for the Juga family. Following a brief interlude, the elder declared that their visitors would remain until nightfall, suggesting it was an opportune moment for libations and relaxation. The culinary artist had not ventured from her establishment for an extended period and did not experience a significant degree of thirst. After a moment of contemplation, she requested a beverage, and the elder gentleman realized he could orchestrate it. Grandfather poured a small measure of the beverage for the young lady and added that he was acquainted with the establishment chef. The girl found it difficult to accept that this elderly man was a companion of the renowned culinary artist, whom she had encountered moments prior. The grandfather commented that she might be astonished to discover his friend's true age, as he was old enough to be her parent. The girl implored her grandfather to cease jesting, but he simply counseled her to maintain her composure. The senior citizen reassured her he had no desire to mortify her and proposed a cautious introduction. The gentleman pledged that their initial encounter would be subtle. He was confident that progressively they would establish a rapport and develop a greater understanding of one another. Recognizing her reluctance to initiate introductions, Grandpa opted to seize the moment. He presented himself as Nogok and claimed his affiliation with a band of mendicants. Subsequently, Oki Yuan's tolerance reached its limit. She abandoned her suspicions, concluding that all the accolades attributed to the world's foremost martial artist were merely hollow boasts. She could no longer endure further jesting, and her expression became exceptionally solemn. Unexpectedly, like a sudden thunderbolt, she erupted in boisterous laughter. She proclaimed that she hadn't encountered such humor in ages. Following this, her grandfather escorted her to a remarkably captivating location, situated on a precipice of Mount Kunlun. The young girl intently observed her grandfather's hand and inquired about the presence of the bottle. He responded that he chose to imbibe there, as it would bestow genuine serenity upon his spirit. The ambience of the locale was breathtaking, as though all malevolence had abruptly dissipated, leaving behind solely a feeling of tranquility. Despite the peculiar aura, Nogok's tranquility was disrupted by someone's presence. He abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on the emptiness before him. The young woman swiftly turned her head towards her feet, detecting an anomaly. Perhaps sobriety is advisable, she mused unexpectedly. From the undergrowth emerged a band of brigands clad entirely in black. One of the outlaws commented that the elderly man was far from average, if he had so readily perceived their approach. The third in command declared his indifference, stating that the old man frequented the tavern daily, a fact of significant importance to them. Therefore, his apprehension at this critical juncture was imperative. The entire group of combatants abandoned their positions to assault Nogok. Nevertheless, it appeared the elder gentleman possessed a few concealed stratagems. Numerous warriors were present, each possessing exceptional prowess, capable of single-handedly defeating any opponent. The predicament was that their adversary possessed strength surpassing any they had previously encountered. But Nogon nonchalantly reassured Okian that it wouldn't require much time. Instantly springing to his feet, he snatched an empty liquor bottle and charged into the fray. Dato boasts blinding speed. In mere moments, he delivers a flurry of strikes against an adversary who audaciously advanced towards him, closer than the rest. His attacks were consistently anticipated. Thus, Grandpa, without a moment's hesitation, intercepted the foe and hurled him directly into the throng of assailants who had congregated nearby. The leader of the entire squadron was astonished. The elder had managed not only to vanquish all his foes, but also effectively employed maneuver tactics to adroitly shift his position. Amidst the intense combat, the elderly woman positioned behind her grandfather abruptly emitted a piercing shriek, shattering the suspense. Chao Oki-han unexpectedly proclaimed herself the head culinary master of the Yellow Crane. Possessing strong connections with the royal lineage, she commanded them to depart. due to her strong connection with the royal lineage. Her grandfather attentively absorbed every utterance, and only then did he comprehend that this young woman was a truly influential figure within their community, possessing remarkable fortitude. Notwithstanding Okian's elevated position, the commanding officer nevertheless directed his troops to assault her grandparents. Simultaneously, everyone scrambled to escape, now armed with venomous blades. For unexplained reasons, Grandpa remained stationary until one of the assailants lunged towards him, brandishing his weapon for the kill. In a split second, without a moment's pause, he shifted his withered frame and positioned himself beneath the attacker. Following a ferocious strike to the head, the aggressor was propelled several meters away, appearing momentarily unconscious. Meanwhile, a second assassin had stealthily approached Grandpa from behind, lifting his sword to deliver a blow. But Grandpa responded swiftly, deflecting the blow with a simple glass bottle. Grandfather faced his assailant, scrutinizing the attacker's blade. "That sword must be quite dull if it can't even shatter a bottle," he remarked, mocking the enemy's ineptitude. The onlooker observed the unfolding events intently and discerned that the attackers were hopelessly outmatched. Recognizing their master was utterly surpassed by their adversary, a seasoned and formidable combatant, he grasped the gravity of the predicament. Employing this tactic, he commanded an immediate retreat from the mountains. Upon receiving the directive, the assassins abruptly sprang from their positions and hastily made their way towards the escape route. Meanwhile, Grandpa fixed them with a penetrating gaze as they fled. As they retreated, Grandpa simply bent down and muttered, "Had even a single one of you remained, I would have swiftly incapacitated him." Cho-Oki observed the unfolding events, jaw agape, marveling at her grandfather's masterful command of the battle. The scene shifted to a sinister cult's headquarters, where a critical discussion unfolded within an office. This exchange would profoundly impact the subsequent course of events. Two individuals were seated at a table, one expressing astonishment that a gifted recluse dared oppose them. Upon receiving this intelligence, the man clad in green posited that their superior might have planned a confrontation with this enigmatic elder. His counterpart responded that their intended quarry had vanished without a trace, remaining unseen even within the Kunlun Tavern. The man pondered this, considering the possibility that the vagrant and his multitude of blades had vanquished and slain their leader. However, this seemed implausible, as no one could overcome a superior who had undergone such rigorous, isolated training. He contemplated the implications if the truth were being obscured, reasoning that if reality was being manipulated, the populace would assume their leader deceased. This could incite pandemonium as the struggle for authority escalated uncontrollably. Amidst this contest for dominance, animosity reached its zenith. It became universally evident that selecting a new sovereign was imperative. The officer proposed the optimal course of action, demanding Western Murim's capitulation and subservience to the nascent regime. Murim wasn't merely a central territory. Westward, near the demonic sex boundaries, lay formidable entities, the Temple of 1,000 Blood Maledictions, and the Shrine of the Mighty Tempest. With dawn's initial light, they resolved to proclaim the edict, declaring the lieutenant's pivotal role in instigating the conflict. Acknowledging his crucial involvement, circumstances shifted once more, unfolding directly within the lodging where Cho-Okang had managed to return. Cloud Dragon approached the matriarch, extending a cordial welcome, and expressed his pleasure at always seeing her in the establishment. She informed him that achieving success would necessitate considerable learning, and demanded a completely dedicated approach. The tale commenced with an enormous, unconscious boar sprawled across the ground. Atop this colossal beast, impressive in its sheer magnitude, sat Chung Song, visibly satisfied with his accomplishment. His countenance radiated with self-satisfaction for his deed. She discreetly admitted to the warrior that she had requested pork, but had never before encountered such a gigantic wild boar. Concurrently, peculiar occurrences unfolded within the Namgon clan, events that would astonish many. A juncture arrived where pronouncements and deeds intertwined, forming an unforeseen cadence of existence. An individual affiliated with the Kunlun clan conveyed his appreciation for the cordial reception, an act that genuinely moved him. Their generosity resonated deeply within him, leaving a positive memory. One of the men voiced his thankfulness for the champion's aptitude for enhancing their capabilities, and requested that they inform the leadership of their impending arrival. Young Poon departed, and the pair instantly noticed a grin spread across his face, recognizing that he had accomplished his objectives. Meanwhile, the other two gentlemen pondered, concluding that Kunlun was undoubtedly concealing his actual capabilities. To comprehend the situation, it's necessary to rewind a week to when the same duo encountered Young Poon. They inquisitively inquired if he was the sole emissary from Kunlun. They remained perplexed as to how they could receive assistance. By dispatching a lone Taoist, particularly one so youthful, it felt like an affront to the Namgun clan. Nevertheless, the young monk was granted entry. Refreshments were already laid out upon the table. As they convened to deliberate over the specifics, the two lads requested Unpan to exhibit the Kunlun Han technique. Since the clan was renowned for its proficiency in the wushu long fist style, they were fully aware that this adolescent, being inexperienced, couldn't have possibly perfected the technique, and for this very reason, they sought to humiliate him. Their scheme involved showcasing novel Kunlun techniques to the budding prodigy. Following this display, they might consider providing financial aid to the struggling clan. He consented, and the pair revealed to him that their seventh member would be his designated adversary. His challenger proved to be none other than Nam Gung Hong Wu, who appeared to possess a wealth of combat expertise. On the training grounds, Jong Poon offered a respectful bow and readied himself for the bout. The two onlookers were astonished to observe Jong Poon's intention to engage in unarmed combat. Facing an opponent wielding a staff, the other derisively commented that perhaps they would witness a demonstration of the Njaikan method. As they conversed, he covertly advanced towards his target, poising his staff for a decisive blow. The instant Young Poon's forbearance reached its limit, he launched himself from the earth, resolutely bracing for a counterattack. His eyes radiated unwavering resolve and power. With lightning speed, he evaded the attack, rendering Hyun Woo's staff strike ineffective. The combatant was stunned, unable to comprehend Young Poon's sudden vanishing act. He was left utterly bewildered and disoriented. It became apparent that Young Poon possessed incredible speed, allowing him to outmaneuver his adversary and position himself directly behind him. A single, well-placed strike to the occipital region was sufficient to gradually induce unconsciousness in his foe. Hyun Woo struggled to maintain his balance, but his limbs refused to cooperate. He slowly succumbed to gravity and collapsed. His attempts to remain standing proved futile, culminating in his forehead impacting the unforgiving surface of the arena floor. The opponent was vanquished with a single devastating blow, a visually striking and awe-inspiring display of power. Abruptly, following the conclusion of the battle, an unfamiliar individual approached Young Poon from the rear, issuing a formal challenge to a duel. The individual who confronted Young Poon was the renowned lightning blade master, Ho Chung-gun. Without a moment's pause, embraced the confrontation. Yearning to once more exhibit his prowess to the clan, he inclined his head and declared his readiness for another bout. Mehr Moment zuletzt, before it became apparent to every onlooker what the conclusion of this contest would be. The gravity of the situation became evident when Ho Chang'in's blade quivered in his grasp, and his entire frame visibly trembled with strain. He battled against the encroaching debility, but when the audacious youth struck him from the flank, Ho Chun-gun's physique succumbed and collapsed to the earth. The two Nam Gun clan members were incredulous. This outsider had vanquished the lightning swordsman in a mere 7 seconds while seated. They comprehended that if this episode became common knowledge, it would spell catastrophe. One even proposed that the stranger was a deliberate emissary, dispatched to ensnare them. Both were consumed by rage when the elder sibling recalled the necessity of informing his brother and father. The younger one's fury intensified further. He realized their family could become a subject of ridicule. Therefore, immediate action was required to atone for this humiliation. A decisive move was imperative. They concurred that the optimal strategy was to pursue Kunlun. Their aim was to somehow rectify the predicament. The feasibility of executing this plan remained uncertain. However, events were already transpiring within the tavern. The atmosphere crackled with suspense and the promise of an impending escapade. Meanwhile, 20 days had elapsed since the initial dissemination of the handbills. A considerable duration had passed. the period during which circumstances could have undergone a radical shift. The young woman meticulously assessed the predicament. Following the conclusion of the affair, the attendee count had dwindled. However, the remaining number was still double the initial figure. On a brighter note, Beck commenced practicing more frequently and had acquired the ability to prepare a multitude of cuisines. One particular day, Salmian engaged the proprietor of the establishment, proposing the implementation of a novel promotional strategy. Salmian conceived a fresh approach, advocating for publicizing through individuals rather than printed flyers. This gentleman possessed close affiliations with the Zhou lineage. Consequently, Salmian firmly anticipated the certain acceptance of his proposition. It wasn't until several days subsequently that Siam Yang discovered his father's invitation. The latter instantly discerned the deceitful scheme, intended to exploit him for the tavern's advertisement. Upon observing this correspondence, Xiaomian's mother was overcome with elation and immense delight, purely from receiving the tidings. Sun Riyong instructed the man to depart the premises forthwith, as they were utterly devoid of alternative recourse. The patriarch articulated with strain. At the dining table, the father attempted to rationalize his actions. Grasping his son's suspicions, he surmised that his spouse had coerced him into this choice. Upon her return, the wife created a commotion, reproaching her husband for exiling their son and suffering sleep deprivation due to worry for him. Several hours later, they were seated in a horse-drawn carriage en route to the public house. Elaborately depicted in the missive, anticipation imbued them with both exhilaration and trepidation. Mid-journey, an attendant unlatched the carriage entrance and proclaimed their imminent arrival at their intended location. The woman radiated joy, protruding her head through the aperture. To gauge their proximity to their coveted objective, gazing outward, she perceived a substantial stone tavern ahead. Its imposing facade conveyed an impression of robustness and dependability, sparking a curiosity to uncover its concealed contents. Meanwhile, Siam Yin occupied this enigmatic chamber, endeavoring to organize the meager paperwork he had procured. A woman abruptly burst into the room with tremendous velocity, and the youth instantaneously recognized his maternal figure. He was undeniably overjoyed by this reunion, having departed his residence for an extended duration. Without bidding her farewell, elation engulfed his being as he yearned for his mother's presence. They instantly embraced, jubilantly reuniting after a prolonged absence. Contrary to the household's patriarch, whose disposition remained imperturbable, when Sungryong inquired about his abrupt departure, the lad explained his father's unequivocal mandate. She commenced a barrage of inquiries regarding his dietary habits and his nightly sleep duration. At a certain juncture, she questioned her son's alcohol consumption frequency. After a brief contemplation, he responded that he had practically abstained from alcohol entirely. Unexpectedly, Bayak materialized on the scene. He reassured Shimon's mother of his son's conscientious nature and his vigilant observation of his conduct. By this point, the father had softened and informed his son that, following such an extended voyage, they were famished and desired sustenance. As the family settled at the table, Jin So approached them and presented a menu, allowing them to select a dish to their preference. The mother expressed astonishment and inquired about the charming girl's age. Naturally, Shaman felt compelled to interject. Reminding his mother of her proprietorship of the inn, he suggested that she be accorded due respect on occasion. Within mere moments, victuals materialized on the table, and the family, with great haste, promptly consumed it. Upon concluding his repast, the father, observing his vacant dish, concluded that he had never encountered such flavors before. The mother similarly noted that the couscous, which she had devoured in a matter of minutes, possessed a matchless taste. The broth, moreover, rendered her speechless, and the consommé left her utterly without words. Drawing near to her son, she confessed her awe, acknowledging that she was profoundly impressed. They remarked that their invitation was purposeful, for following such a favorable encounter, they felt a sense of duty to reciprocate in the times ahead. Numerous individuals had caught wind of this establishment, which had attained widespread recognition. The mother was so captivated by the exceptional cuisine at this eatery that a notion abruptly sprang to mind, one that her spouse would undoubtedly disapprove of, find disagreeable, The woman proposed that, given the extraordinary culinary delights, they prolong their stay to sample the entire menu and fully grasp the genuine essence of this dining establishment. Meanwhile, a modest assembly standing nearby attentively heeded the directive she was poised to deliver. Their expressions were concentrated and solemn. They listened with rapt attention. They diligently absorbed each utterance of their leader, gazing fixedly into his eyes. The commander declared that, for the impending operation on the morrow, all personnel must be prepared to execute swiftly and decisively. Culinary endeavors necessitate a substantial quantity of uncultivated flora. Thus, the contingent proceeded towards the mountainous terrain for foraging purposes. Imbibing the ambience of liberation and daring exploits, Okian arranged all the botanical specimens upon a pristine white cloth, meticulously indicating each variety with her digit to preclude any confusion. It was her personalized methodology for preserving organization amidst the assortment. As Nung Sabong lifted his hand to speak, a glimmer of optimism emerged within their hearts. A spark of hope ignited within them. Instead, he inquired about the requisite quantity of herbs to be gathered. The commander responded that the greater the abundance of herbs, the more advantageous it would be. Their group confidently ventured into the dense undergrowth, scrupulously scrutinizing every nook and cranny to unearth every conceivable species of plant. Laura proposed dispersing to investigate distinct sectors of the woodland and determine who could amass the greatest bounty of herbs. Having triumphantly accomplished the assigned task, he embarked upon his expedition. Striving to attain his objective, the protracted voyage was now in his wake, and he had traversed the majority of the distance. While contemplating the repercussions of the recently concluded mission, he was abruptly startled by a desperate cry for assistance. The cries intensified, the individual frantically imploring rescue. Young Poon was unable to disregard this plea. Driven by his inherent inclination to aid others, he propelled himself off the trees on the second cartographic representation, accelerating to deliver the man from peril. He deduced that someone in close proximity was imperiled and required his urgent intervention. Upon reaching the origin of the clamor, he was stunned by the spectacle that unfolded. In terrifying proximity, a colossal insect, dwarfing a bovine several times over, clutched a man within its mandibles. The sight was both daunting and horrifying. The creature emitted a deafening roar, yet it appeared oblivious to the presence of the newcomer, Yongpun. He became paralyzed, for it was his inaugural encounter with a gigantic cross spider. The sight shook him to his very core, compelling him to involuntarily hold his breath. At a prior juncture, he had engaged in discourse with fellow Kunlun members regarding a comparable arachnid. One of his companions had recounted a spider inhabiting the profound caverns of the western ravine. Its enormous physique possessed a head resembling that of a human. The spiritual aura of the mountain was so potent that the creatures could assimilate humans, augmenting their power and transforming into monstrous entities. Confronted by this adversary, Junpoon acknowledged his failure to rescue the individual, yet he was resolute in preventing further senseless fatalities. Consequently, he resolved to confront and vanquish this monstrosity. At that very moment, carefully depositing his belongings, he assumed a combative posture, poised for engagement. Every fiber of his being was taut, his gaze burning with unwavering resolve. Despite its imposing stature, the insect exhibited remarkable agility, instantaneously launching itself forward. Primed to strike, the boy discerned the necessity to amplify his internal fortitude, which he had cultivated through mastering the 8 elements of the cloud dragons. This represented his sole avenue to triumph. Following the successful execution of the maneuver, he concentrated his attention upon his palms, channeling all acquired energy outwards, as if unleashing an imperceptible torrent. Having received a potent surge of power, flames erupted from the hero's hands, hurtling towards the foe with escalating intensity. Abruptly, a detonation resounded, engulfing the insect's form in flames. Nevertheless, the dense smoke that billowed forth significantly impaired visibility, heightening the dramatic tension. The warrior peered intently into the obscuring haze, attempting to ascertain whether he had vanquished his opponent. Mere moments after this contemplation, without warning, an immense spider with a head the size of a human lunged at him. Young Pun, swiftly deduced that the technique he had so diligently employed could inflict substantial damage upon the spider. He charged towards the sphere, poised to strike, aspiring to divert his adversary's attention. His hands moved with alacrity, his gaze fixated on the intended mark. However, his strategy was thwarted by the spider's paw swipe. He was forced to react instantaneously, abandoning his initial intent and parrying the blow with his blade. The young man recognized the potential for his sword to shatter. After a series of such exchanges, its power had visibly diminished. Abruptly, the creature relaxed its grip. This presented the boy with an opportunity to strike. Yet, the circumstances seemed dubious, and the cautious boy hesitated to capitalize on the opening. He deftly evaded the subsequent perilous strike. The force of the creature's claw was so immense that it felt as though the very atmosphere was being cleaved in two. The impact was tremendous, causing several trees behind the boy to fracture and topple earthward. As the trees crashed to the earth, a dust cloud erupted, obscuring the insect's view of its adversary. Amidst the disarray, the creature frantically searched for the boy, who had narrowly repelled the initial onslaught. It attempted to discern where he had vanished. There was a valid explanation. Jongpun now stood directly behind it. The energy radiating from him clearly indicated his resolve. Mid-air, he deduced that without manipulating the sphere, a physical attack would be necessary. Therefore, with a single gesture, he unleashed a potent energy blast that immediately surged towards its target. The adversary sustained harm, but remained standing, its combat effectiveness undiminished. The inflicted damage seemed negligible. Yunpun felt a pang of disappointment, having expended all his internal force. Astonishingly, the spider remained upright. The spider, against all odds, maintained consciousness and spatial awareness. It still possessed sufficient strength to retaliate. The spider experienced mere discomfort, prompting it to eliminate the attacker decisively. In a flash, it ejected a venomous fluid from its mouth, directed squarely at the boy. He swiftly ducked, the toxic liquid sailing over his head and impacting the stone behind him. The vibrant green liquid immediately triggered alarm. Its hue was a clear indication of imminent peril. The young man glanced at the stone. Several conclusions rapidly formed in his mind. He understood that underestimating the spider was unwise, given its remarkable resilience. It possessed cutting appendages and a corrosive poison capable of dissolving rock. As young Poon assessed the situation, he observed the enemy before him begin to metamorphose. This suggested potential poisoning. The potent toxin was gradually permeating his system, posing a lethal threat. Assuming a specific stance, he realized the necessity of swiftly revealing his true objective and neutralizing the deadly poison. This must be accomplished before the enemy recognized its advantage and initiated an offensive. Inexplicably, the spider became motionless, as if entranced. It fixated on its prey, seemingly attuned to an imperceptible cue that could alter the course of events. Unexpectedly, the creature pivoted and, as if under a spell, moved in the opposite direction, as if detecting new quarry. Nearby, a familiar figure named Chongsen scanned his surroundings. He observed only weeds, with no sign of valuable herbs. Witnessing this, Yongpun urgently yelled, instructing him to flee from the perilous insect. However, the man remained unresponsive, devoid of fear or self-preservation instincts. The insect approached the man, observing him laterally, hoping for a lack of resistance. Changsum scrutinized him, noting only the creature's humanoid face and its limbs resembling a gigantic spiderweb. Suddenly, the insect lunged, attempting to impale the newcomer with its leg. Young Poon was aghast. He was incredulous that another person might be harmed. The scene became even more horrifying as the stranger remained passive, remained motionless, seemingly unaware of the imminent threat. The spider's limb halted, unable to penetrate his flesh. The creature was astonished that its target remained unscathed. He lifted his hand and gestured, striking the spider with a swift motion. He severed the menacing appendage. The spider abruptly leaped skyward, attempting an aerial assault to swiftly dispatch its foe. Despite the agonizing pain from its severed limb, the spider expelled another volley of venom. This time, its aim was truer, heading directly for the intended recipient. With a single kick, Chunchum dispersed the poison into minute particles, scattering them like a shower of rain. They fell like precipitation, The man's forceful tone was unexpected. He inquired if the creature felt any remorse for its deeds. Until now, the insect had never challenged anyone, mortal or divine. However, events were progressing towards their inevitable conclusion. The human unleashed a powerful punch, poised to deliver a definitive strike. The impact was so forceful that they were propelled in opposite directions. The fist connected squarely with the opponent's forehead, leaving a distinct mark. The insect collapsed softly. Wasting no time, the man charged forward, intent on delivering a final blow. Gathering momentum, the man progressively turned crimson from the surging energy within him. The concluding strike was equally impressive, propelling the insect's remains hundreds of meters. Young Poon, observing from afar, witnessed a portion of the spider land on a tree branch. The sight was almost unbelievable. However, the lingering odor from the battle was undeniable. Scanning the area, he spotted an object that, like everything else, lay scattered on the ground after the confrontation. Retrieving the item, he contemplated its nature and the reason for his intense curiosity. Junpun approached and softly suggested it might be a nadion. Nadions are crystals formed from accumulated energy within the bodies of millenary animals that transform into spirits. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the boy lowered his head and earnestly expressed his appreciation for the rescue. He also inquired how he could reciprocate for saving his life. Without hesitation, Chun Chung beamed. A potentially advantageous plan formed in his mind. It could prove quite useful. He addressed young Pun with a serious expression, stressing the importance of attentiveness. The subsequent instructions could be pivotal. During a brief pause, young Pun ventured to ask how he could demonstrate his gratitude. His rescuer unexpectedly declared that Jungpun need only learn about a few herbs. Initially, the boy was stunned and uncertain. Jungpun swiftly retrieved several handfuls of herbs from his pocket, enumerated them, and instructed everyone to gather any they found. He intended to discard them at the spider's demise location. Recalling that rudimentary knowledge should suffice for identification, he deftly snatched the artifact midair. He caught it before it landed. As Chung San prepared to depart, he inquired about simply disposing of the Naden. The response was that he would handle the artifact personally. He then took a few steps, carefully inspecting the spider's remains. He mused that the spider meat appeared almost edible. Later, the scene shifted to a tavern. Hosting a small competition, the first man on the Neen team meticulously arranged his collected potions upon a special cloth. Meanwhile, the other man promptly began systematically displaying his gathered potions on a carefully laid-out cloth, adding an air of mystique. Abruptly, he emptied a bag full of herbs. The boys observed the surprisingly large quantity. Their faces lit up with childish glee. They were genuinely delighted by the substantial herbal haul. They cheered and celebrated. No one begrudged him his success, as he had diligently earned this impressive bounty. Amidst the general amazement, there were no disputes. Nan simply expressed his utter astonishment at the sheer volume of gathered herbs. Only then did young Poon deduce that his forest savior likely worked at the tavern. Concurrently, Bayek was strolling down the street when he recognized the man he had initially encountered at the tavern. Years ago, his heart was filled with elation at the unexpected reunion. They entered, initiating a fresh conversation. Cloud Dragon commenced brewing tea. He recounted the spider incident, including the employee's role in ensuring the young prankster's survival. He reiterated his pleasure at being present, but inquired about his teacher's whereabouts. The hero joyfully exclaimed, learning that their mentor had assigned them a crucial task. They embarked on its fulfillment. Upon their return, they anticipated resuming their customary routine. The young boy finally obtained answers to all his inquiries. Yet a single plea for the champion lingered within him, one he lacked the courage to articulate. His aspirations now centered solely on a single desire, to beseech the hero to impart upon his brethren the arcane wisdom of the Cloud Dragon's 8 elemental aspects. Bach contemplated the proposition for a moment, wary of inadvertently engendering further complications should unforeseen circumstances arise. In a mere handful of seconds, He proclaimed that the enlightenment bestowed upon him by Kunlun remained ingrained within him, and he harbored no qualms about its dissemination. Upon receiving the joyous tidings of consent, the man offered a profound bow of gratitude, declaring their imminent departure. As the man departed, Beck sensed a lingering incompleteness in his actions. He gazed pensively after him, exhaling with a disquiet that constricted his chest. He pondered the urgency of bridging the distance between them. Young Poon, a perpetual smile adorning his face, journeyed towards his objective. His grin never faltered, for he had finally obtained the long-sought authorization. He believed that by divulging this esoteric knowledge, their clan could achieve the resurrection of Kunlun. Subsequently, with minimal exertion, they would vanquish the Nam Gong clan. Abruptly, the man discerned a proximate presence. A surge of apprehension coursed through him, compelling him to tighten his grip upon his sword's hilt. He braced himself for any unforeseen contingency. The elder materialized abruptly before him, evoking a fleeting moment of trepidation within the youth, yet simultaneously a sense of tranquility. Beck had once alluded to possessing something he wished to bequeath to this individual. Throughout his convalescence, Beck had assumed the martial art of Kunlun had faded entirely from his memory. However, recollections of his master gradually resurfaced. As a testament to this, he requested a sword from the young man, intending to exhibit his prowess. The techniques of the celestial spirit master, the mastery of the 24 hands, the art of clouds, and the plumed sword, each embodied the fundamental tenets of swordsmanship. He must be rescued and returned to Kunlun to re-establish the clan's former eminence, which had once greatly aided the boy. The young man understood the importance of attentiveness, for the forthcoming words held invaluable wisdom. There exists a method to perceive another's thoughts, to establish a wordless connection. A language that intertwines meaning and imagery fosters profound comprehension. True value resides beyond the realm of the visible. This is known as profound meaning. Every weapon adheres to this path. The very air, commanded by the elder's blade, obeys his every command. All within this world must serve him. The spectacle was simultaneously awe-inspiring, exhilarating, and terrifying. Young Poon reminded himself of the necessity of unwavering focus, lest he lose sight of the master. The master elucidated that the eye of a colossal typhoon remains tranquil and static, for there is no motion. Within the ocean's depths, an unseen power governs the celestial dance of the sun and moon. Its boundless nature is astounding. From this source, one must draw strength. Self-restraint culminates in oblivion. A true master allows energy to permeate their being, preventing even momentary stagnation. This perpetual current sustains him internally, empowering him. Following this discourse, the hero executed a series of novel maneuvers, meticulously observed by the boy. Upon completing the final motion, Beck ceased, silently scrutinizing his student's response. Initially, he directed his attention towards his hand. He examined his own hand, perceiving a tremor, as if imbued with potent force. From a tender age, Poon's eyes welled with tears at the sight before him. Its beauty was breathtaking. Dragon Cloud inquired whether his disciple retained all that he had witnessed. He added that any individual could awaken this blade, provided they augmented their knowledge with diligent practice. As the sword was returned, the boy affirmed his complete recollection, though the technique's name eluded him. After a brief hesitation, Beck finally divulged. The technique is designated the Infinite Great Dragon Blade. This appellation arose from the fusion of one of Dragon Cloud's master's designations with the art of the sword itself. Swordsmanship ascended to become the most revered art within the Kunlun sect. This technique stands as one of the 3 foundational pillars of the sect's teachings. Its resurgence was sparked when a disciple recalled a vivid memory of his master's form. Concurrently, circumstances were undergoing a transformation. Siam was bidding farewell to his mother, who was finally departing after sampling nearly every culinary creation. As she engaged in conversation with her son, her spouse abruptly bellowed from within the carriage, insisting on her immediate return inside. Their journey needed to commence, yet the mother lingered, requiring a few more moments. She briefly wished her son fortune before returning home. Omian reassured the manager, guaranteeing that his parents would undoubtedly commend the inn to everyone. They had clearly relished each dish, ensuring exceptionally favorable feedback. His parents delighted in sharing news with their acquaintances, but recognized that prosperity hinged upon captivating the younger generation. Specifically, they needed to resonate with the youth. Thus, they embarked on a quest to secure the approval of young individuals. When the young lady inquired about the method to accomplish this, he grinned and responded that on this occasion, they would require the assistance of a renowned individual. A brief silence ensued, following which it was revealed to be a member of one of the 5 prominent families that had attained widespread acclaim throughout the populace. Simeon remarked that the patriarch of the clan would soon be commemorating a birthday celebration, and they intended to exploit the festivities to their benefit. The man stated that the family had a sole heiress, and numerous suitors aspired to become her spouse. She perpetually commanded the limelight. The leader's daughter relished being treated with cordiality and deference. She was accustomed to luxurious dining, and upon sampling the cuisine at the establishment, word of mouth rapidly disseminated. The elder declared his current availability and proposed escorting the lady there, possessing a few cunning strategies. Nevertheless, the man countered, asserting that Mr. Beck was the appropriate choice for this endeavor, as the assignment was ideally suited for someone youthful and vigorous. Hawk misinterpreted these remarks and inquired why the boy was so fixated on age. However, Okion abruptly interrupted him, stressing that such conduct was unbecoming of seasoned and judicious individuals. She paused briefly and then questioned the boy, inquiring who would manage the kitchen while Bayok was occupied with this duty. The young man, she expressed with firm disbelief that she could single-handedly resolve all the culinary challenges. They all proceeded to delegate tasks, and presently, Bayok approached Tunsum's table, declaring his intention to collaborate with him. The matter of who would oversee the hotel during this period remained unresolved. Grandfather was quite keen to participate in these activities. He solemnly proclaimed that he would personally maintain order within the hotel and guarantee its safety. He added that, as their companion, he would naturally provide assistance to Okion. Nevertheless, he still struggled to accept the notion that they had genuinely become comrades. On that particular day, the heavens shimmered with exceptional brilliance, and the sun's rays tenderly bathed the surroundings in their comforting warmth. Jock and Chunsum departed from the lodging, heeding the well wishes of the young woman who bid them a secure voyage. They embarked towards uncharted territories, faraway realms, to execute a mission of paramount significance. The narrative shifted to Hefei, the site of the Ming Empire's esteemed cargo security agency. Within this locale, the protagonists were destined to encounter fresh trials and prospects. Inside the Bureau's central chamber, Superintendent Yuchingo was engaged in a dialogue with a junior officer who was verifying the personnel count within their unit. Upon completion of the assessment, the individual designated to lead the contingent initiated the command to proceed. As the assembly advanced, the subordinate inquired of the agency director whether he genuinely planned to relinquish the entirety of the medicinal plants and silken fabrics to the Solman lineage. The Bureau's administrator possessed his own justifications for this decree, but the primary factor was his offspring, who had assumed the mantle of a spouse. The man possessed a single son, and notwithstanding the hardships he encountered, he cherished him profoundly. This paternal figure envisioned his son wed to Soman's daughter. However, it was the aide who had proposed this notion. Consequently, the department head instructed him to remain calm and simply adhere to directives. There was a kernel of truth within this statement, and the department head recognized that. He had initially neglected to consider assistance, for a glimmer of optimism still lingered within him, clutching the tyrannical blade in his grasp. One of Merim's 10 precious gems. The department head discerned that the Salmon clan's chieftain would be unlikely to decline such a present for his natal anniversary. The bureau director concluded the sword served no purpose for him. After all, the art of warfare was not his domain. Thus, it was more prudent to relinquish the armament that only encumbered him. Engrossed in contemplation, he abruptly perceived a recognizable whistling sound in the heavens, swiftly drawing near in mere moments. A volley of arrows pierced the bodies of the guards tasked with protecting the group. With each passing second, more guards raised their shields, seeking refuge from the barrage of projectiles. Swift as a flash, The realization dawned that they were under assault by bandits. The squadron leader, enraged by the assailants' impudence, bellowed, "Who dares assail our security detail?" Abruptly, the attackers emerged from their concealment, advancing upon their targets at point-blank range. The adversaries also possessed a leader, who commanded the escort to relinquish their possessions and flee, should they value their lives. Nevertheless, the escort commander refused to yield in order to counterattack. Though outnumbered nearly 100 to 1, they remained unaware of their opponent's true strength. But that ignorance would soon be shattered. A mercenary clad in shadowy garb stealthily approached his foe and swung his blade directly at the defender's shield. The impact fractured his protective barrier in two, rendering him vulnerable. Capitalizing on this opportunity, the soldier of fortune and his cohorts vanquished their adversaries, exhibiting their prowess. The agency director observed the unfolding events from the periphery and subsequently expressed dismay at the mounting casualty count. Abruptly, at that juncture, an inquiry arose from behind the supervisor. Was he genuinely incapable of overcoming those positioned across the thoroughfare? The interrogator was revealed to be Bach, accompanied by his associate, who censured the bureau head for his lack of intervention. The aggressors, having nearly finalized the eradication of the entire security detail, were taken aback when two additional individuals materialized unexpectedly on the scene. They were instructed to depart and disregard what they had witnessed, as there was no genuine desire to harm the youths. Its significance was now negligible and would scarcely impact subsequent developments. Yet, none of the brigands could have foreseen the swiftness with which one of the targeted foreigners would demonstrate his exceptional speed with a mere flick of the wrist. He delivered a devastating blow to his adversary, so forceful that a faint violet aura began to emanate from his form. The foe was momentarily paralyzed by the abruptness of the assault, which utterly surpassed his anticipations. The skirmish persisted, but the action progressively transitioned to an alternate locale. This site was concealed from the perception of common individuals, its existence known solely to a select few. The individual advanced towards the monument, obscured amidst a thicket of trees, seemingly ordinary upon initial observation. Employing a specialized method, he channeled a potent surge of energy towards the effigy. The man radiated a crimson luminescence. The instant the power infused the statue, it commenced a violent tremor. Responding to the energy, it was internally assimilated. The sculpture rotated, revealing its opposite facade. In the direction of the individual who employed the skill, a narrow portal abruptly materialized. Without a moment's pause, the man descended the staircase that unexpectedly manifested before him. It was evident that this action was not unfamiliar to him. Once the final tread was behind him, another individual emerged in his path. He appeared to be anticipating the newcomer's arrival. This individual was none other than a pale creature known as Jun Jungbo. Collecting his composure within a clandestine sanctuary, he encountered Sean Ligon, an enigmatic figure who yearned for Moraine's 10 artifacts. Concealed behind a powerful syndicate, among Ligon's followers were the 5th Beast, the 7th Sentinel, and the 10th Blade. The latter was the least formidable. However, he held the conviction that all three possessed the potential to become exceptional masters. Upon entering the wider world, he struggled to comprehend the sheer might of the escort agency's conflicts. However, the white monster could only offer the explanation that the inquiry was still in progress. Furthermore, he had obtained a briefing from surveillance operatives who had been discreetly observing the Namgon clan for an extended period. Moreover, intelligence had surfaced, revealing that the King's Sword was in the possession of the clan's eldest son. This signified that the King's Sword, renowned for its notoriously challenging unsheathing, had fallen into the hands of the firstborn male offspring of the Namgon clan leader. He intended to present this sword as a betrothal gift to the daughter of the Soman clan, a development that further intensified the intrigue of the situation. This interconnected sequence of occurrences centered around 3 legendary artifacts: the Tyrant's Sword, the Dragon Scales, and the King's Sword, all destined to converge at a single location. He sought an individual to whom he could delegate a crucial assignment, although he was already cognizant of who would undertake it. Abruptly, the elder materialized from above, descending like an apparition and alighting gracefully before him. He vowed to the commander that he would fulfill the mission without fail. Should it be designated to him, A creature covered in venomous spines materialized before him, identified as Dokshan. In a flash, utilizing his skills and a lengthy cord, he ascended to the refuge's ceiling and commenced traversing it. Unjong Bo observed him wordlessly, and when he ultimately appeared fatigued, he inquired of Zhang Wei whether this was his newfound pastime. Ceiling walking, nonetheless, found Lagan receptive to any absurdity from anyone at that moment. After all, his mind was preoccupied with visions of the 8 bloods he would soon possess, with 3 more slated for acquisition. Concurrently, the most captivating events were commencing at Somme and Clean. An exceptionally large contingent of attendees had congregated for the birthday festivity, where they were presented with a plethora of refreshments arranged upon the tables. The dining area buzzed with animated chatter, and several guests had already commenced indulging in the delicacies. Although the celebration had scarcely begun, a small girl materialized on the horizon unexpectedly and dashed towards the man sharing his birthday. She conveyed heartfelt felicitations for his well-being and prosperity, filling his heart with warmth. "For her daddy," her father uttered, beaming as he envisioned her finding joy with a deserving suitor. Yet, the girl abruptly darted aside, her ravenous appetite unable to tolerate any postponement. She hastened to the table laden with enticing seafood delicacies, contemplating where to commence her culinary adventure. The sizable prawns on the platter particularly captivated her attention, and she promptly extended her chopsticks to secure them. However, at the final instant, an unfamiliar individual intercepted the shrimp with his own chopsticks, leaving the girl bewildered and supperless. The girl remained speechless, inwardly criticizing the stranger's audacity. His presumptuous behavior astonished her, for such a disrespectful display was inappropriate, even for the most brazen of visitors. The girl attempted to retrieve another shrimp, though slightly irked by his audacity. The moment the girl attempted to take another shrimp, he swiftly snatched the very crustacean she coveted. This second act of pilfering further infuriated her. Mentioning the capture of colossal prawns in the sea, suggesting they partake in their exquisite flavor. Chong Sum conceded the shrimp's exceptional deliciousness, but only after having devoured a gluttonous quantity of the delicacy. In the meantime, the girl had deduced the boy's utterly disagreeable nature, finding him thoroughly repulsive. Glancing at her plate, she noticed a solitary shrimp remained, the one she had earmarked for herself. In a critical instant, the boy rapidly seized the final shrimp, depriving the girl entirely. She angrily exclaimed, questioning his persistent appropriation of her intended meal. After a moment of contemplation, Chung Sung offered her some advice. To savor what you cherish most, you must learn to embrace the prospect of relinquishing control to another. This young woman struck him as peculiar, and he averted his gaze. Having delivered his premeditated message, after taking a few strides, he resumed his assault on the food laid out on the table, consuming everything within his sight. By this juncture, the girl was consumed by rage. She balled her hand into a fist, poised to unleash a forceful strike upon this insolent individual. Naturally, Yung Sana was not one to be easily struck. Strengthening his hold on his wooden implements, he swiftly intercepted her fist. Terror overwhelmed her, and she instantly regretted her impulsive decision to strike him. However, the circumstances shifted when Bach, who had been observing from a distance, intervened, directed his underling to immediately pacify the agitated individual, retreated swiftly, assuring the young lady he would seek out a more delectable dish elsewhere. Observing this, the girl was overcome with sadness, and inexplicably, her body started to tremble uncontrollably. Moments later, tears welled up in her eyes. A profound sense of despair enveloped her being. She couldn't reconcile herself with the reality of being denied the shrimp she had so eagerly anticipated. The scene shifted to a specialized training facility, where intense preparations were underway. Instructors continuously emphasized the paramount importance of concentration and self-control, and the trainees exerted themselves to the utmost for the pursuit of triumph. Regrettably, it appeared as though the superior competitor was intentionally flaunting their dominance over the weaker individual, highlighting the disparity in their capabilities. It was none other than the renowned Seo Moonbeck, a figure familiar to all present, partook in the exercise. His attendance instantly heightened the session's intrigue. Given his leadership of the Salmon clan, It was universally understood that with a mere gesture, he possessed the capability to subdue adversaries and reinstate tranquility. Upon the defeat of his sparring partner, he remained utterly composed and stationary, anticipating subsequent events. The man rose and expressed gratitude to the clan leader for the day's instruction, replete with fresh obstacles and prospects for advancement. The chairman merely chuckled in response, marveling at the audacity of his opponents. He observed that this adversary likely possessed a bright trajectory. As he departed, he overheard the chairman utter, "I shall observe your future endeavors." The remaining individuals, who were similarly cued for training with the clan leader, were astonished by such complimentary remarks directed towards an unfamiliar person. They commenced deliberating amongst themselves the necessity of commending the leader, as he seemingly favored such actions. Neglecting to do so might displease him. They risked forfeiting crucial points. Abruptly, an enigmatic individual materialized in the line. He requested everyone to advance, and upon observing him, every person queuing inexplicably felt compelled to yield him passage. Within moments, the stranger stood directly before Sai Moonbok. This caused the latter to recoil in astonishment. Encountering this man for the initial time, Sai Moonbok acknowledged this was their first meeting. Consequently, he inquired about the stranger's origin. Unhesitatingly, the man declared his arrival from the Kunlun Tavern. Upon hearing this, the group's leader, Sai Moonbok, pondered if he perchance possessed knowledge of the establishment. Thus, Sai Moonbok resolved to investigate further and question the stranger. Sai Moonbok listened as the man reiterated his employment as a chef at the Kunlun Tavern. This appeared remarkably peculiar. The clan head found it unbelievable that such an individual would present himself for an exceptionally demanding training regimen. Bok proffered a parchment scroll to the patriarch of the Soman clan, covered in enigmatic script. The clan leader discerned the scroll was a personal offering, and with palpable excitement grasped it, proceeding to peruse the cryptic symbols once more. Accompanying the present was a summons from Bok. He penned, expressing his desire to meet the esteemed clan chieftain at his lodging. The message conveyed their hope that he and his offspring would sample and savor their culinary creations. Yet, despite this gesture, the clan leader remained perplexed. His emotions verged on fury, as he grasped that this individual was genuinely privy to their private affairs. Furthermore, he was a mere chef, not even a security personnel at any establishment. Another individual materialized behind Bok, identifying himself as a staff member named Jongsum. An aura of impropriety emanated from Bok was beyond words. Patriarch Summon struggled to maintain his composure. In spite of the scorn, in spite of it all, he attempted to keep his cool, particularly when Bok pledged a feast of diverse delicacies for the clan leader. And then Moonbyuk had a stroke of genius. Addressing the lads, he proposed, why not capitalize on this chance to acquire new knowledge? Beg, on the training grounds, guaranteed him he had no qualms. It was then that the Soman clan's head realized that this choice elevated him beyond a mere resident. While consenting, the fellow stipulated a minor prerequisite. A notion struck him, which he promptly articulated. Furthermore, he asserted that should this occur, the clan patriarch must present himself with his daughter personally. They then advanced a few paces, and the clash commenced with unrestrained ferocity and brutality. On this festive occasion, the clan leader opted to expend a substantial 20% of his inner power to unleash a devastating strike. He brandished his fist threateningly, poised to unleash a devastating strike upon Bayak's form, which remained momentarily immobile, frozen in place. Just as the fist grazed his body, Bayak abruptly extended his right hand, swiftly seizing the oncoming fist within his palm. Moonbyuk was astonished by the unforeseen outcome. Utilizing a mere 20% of his capacity, he had achieved a remarkable feat. Retreating slightly, the Salmon clan leader observed his adversary's rapid learning. Nevertheless, he vowed to devise a countermeasure to this technique. Energy coalesced around his frame, and spectators sensed his imminent unleashing of 40% of his internal force. Their eyes were riveted upon him, anticipating the extraordinary might. This impending assault was also demonstrably amplified. Bayak, exhibiting agility and assurance, succeeded in extending his hand to intercept it. Spectators were left in utter disbelief. The power Moonbyuk channeled into the assault appeared phenomenal. Clenching his jaw in fury, he prepared a scathing retort for his adversary. Yearning for triumph, He conceded that he'd fallen prey to BX's taunts. And now, both combatants were compelled to amplify their offensive and defensive maneuvers. The tempo accelerated, each strike potentially decisive. Engulfed by a sea of foes, Baek experienced a surge of assurance. An aura of energy shimmered around him, intensifying with every passing moment. It resembled an unseen barrier of protection. Suddenly, this power converged upon Moonbiak's fist, which tore through the air with blinding velocity. Onlookers grasped the perilous, yet mesmerizing spectacle before them. It was both incredibly dangerous and breathtakingly captivating. This individual expended a full 50% of his inner strength, knowing that retreat was no longer an option. The sheer strength of his strike was so immense that it could astonish even the most seasoned adversary. But Baek was unlike any foe the man had previously encountered. All that was required of him was a simple extension of his hand. In that instant, the entirety of the impact's energy dissipated like mist, seemingly absorbed into some unknown void. This constituted the third, and consequently, the concluding ritual to be conducted by the Salmon Clan's leader. Only a single task remained for him: to ascertain Bayak's true identity, and the source of his remarkable proficiency in deflecting and neutralizing assaults. Most peculiar was the sudden eruption of applause from the onlookers, awestruck by Moonbuk's capabilities. After all, he had deliberately suppressed his inner strength at the final moment. Despite the clarification, the clan leader remained perplexed by the initial occurrence. How had such a feat been accomplished in the first place? Nevertheless, maintaining his composure, he remarked on the cook's apparent expertise. Very well then, he chose to visit the pub in Kunlun. Furthermore, his mind was still plagued by relentless, agonizing thoughts, like phantoms haunting both his own perception and the judgments of others. He resolved to, at the very least, outperform the approaching barkeep. He engaged the worker in a contest of strength. Having just finished a competition with the pub's proprietor, the objective was straightforward. The Chungas were required to endure 3 strikes before scattering. Moon Bayak pondered briefly and affirmed that indeed, Chungasum could utilize his fist to potentially level the playing field. He now poised himself to unleash the most devastating strike within his entire repertoire, one capable of instilling terror in his adversary. His agility was astonishing, and the intensity of the energy surging around him eclipsed that which he had employed. When he struck Bayak, every fiber of his being strained to its utmost capacity, poised to unleash a truly devastating strike. This was the legendary Phoenix Divine strike technique, and Moonbuk was utterly convinced he could obliterate this innkeeper with a single blow. But was that truly the reality? Every onlooker became motionless. An unbelievable spectacle unfolded before the astounded audience. The outsider effortlessly deflected the ferocious attack, evoking awe and hushed reverence. Electrical energy crackled around the elder's form, intended to serve as his weapon. However, it proved utterly useless, yielding only agony. The lightning meant to be his advantage, transformed into his tormentor. Excruciating pains surged through his hand, forcing him to clutch it, desperately assessing the extent of the damage. Meanwhile, a throng converged at the location, meticulously observing every nuance. Spectators pondered the impending outcome, engrossed in contemplation and apprehensive speculation. At this precise juncture, Nam Gunmu, the firstborn of the Nangon lineage, materialized, poised to confront the impending challenge. Upon close examination of Gunmu's accoutrements, one could discern the regal blade gleaming under the sun's radiance. Concurrently, Chungsin opted to engage in playful banter with his elder, remarking that he ought to have initiated the engagement. Observing the man's clenched hand, grandfather was gripped by intense trepidation, for among other factors, the lingering discomfort had not fully abated. His physique still ached as if recently harmed. Grasping the circumstances, Bayak addressed Chung Sam, imploring him to compose himself and cease his actions. Yet, inexplicably, the adolescent abruptly struck the elderly man with a feeble blow to the face. Crimson liquid erupted from his nostrils. He clutched his nose, startled by the sudden impact. The action was utterly unexpected and bizarre. Every onlooker swiveled around in astonishment. Bewildered, they questioned his motive. They pondered the objective behind this unforeseen conduct. Even the young lady was taken aback. None comprehended the reason for her father's mistreatment. The peculiarity of the circumstance baffled them. However, upon closer inspection, ULA discerned that the perpetrator in this incident was the individual she had recently encountered. Meanwhile, the elder stanched his nasal hemorrhage, contemplating the preceding events had resulted in utter defeat. Amidst these contemplations, the boy abruptly sensed an unsettling energy accumulating around his lower limbs. This unforeseen and startling sensation in his legs caught the youth completely unaware, putting him on high alert. Before he could so much as lift his gaze, he observed one of the men lying inert on the earth, immobilized in a peculiar posture. Lifting his head abruptly, he noticed a massive throng of onlookers who were either fleeing to the periphery and collapsing, or simply plummeting to the ground where they stood. Even his own offspring couldn't maintain her equilibrium, and, progressively losing her footing, commenced swaying gently back and forth. Ultimately, she succumbed to gravity and tumbled to the earth. Remaining still, the grandfather discerned that he too was incapacitated, though he possessed sufficient strength to remain upright. Unexpectedly, a small contingent of individuals materialized on the horizon, bearing a suspicious resemblance, and potentially culpable for the unfolding events. Among them, a grotesque, hairless elder proclaimed that no individual afflicted by such a toxin could remain standing, irrespective of their martial arts prowess. Nevertheless, there are invariably unforeseen circumstances with toxic substances. 2 hours subsequent to ingesting the venom of mental torment, inhalation of the Mikian toxin is imperative. The aged man, accompanied by his kin, moved towards Nam Gunmu and expressed astonishment at his endurance. He insinuated that Nam Gunmu's triumph might be attributed solely to fortuitous circumstances. Sensing a prevailing upper hand, he repeatedly made contact with his immobile adversary's countenance. He divulged his immediate elation. Mirroring his paternal figure, the patriarch had preemptively devised his scheme. He was poised to execute it, and seized the invaluable blade, suspended from the youth's waistband. Scrutinizing the weapon meticulously, he remarked on the unexpected appearance of the regal sword. His recollection of the relic differed slightly. In that instant, the youth experienced a surge of power and cried out, understanding that he couldn't relinquish this invaluable relic to anyone. The repulsive antagonist glared at the young man, as if he had spotted his quarry. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, emanating a lethal aura. The boy instantly comprehended that perhaps he shouldn't have vocalized his defiance, for he immediately felt significantly worse. Almost instantaneously, a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth, and the grotesque villain observed with malevolent glee. The young man collapsed to the earth, his form depleted of all inner strength. The villain slowly circumnavigated the area when his sight landed upon someone by the name of Yuck, and he purposefully strode towards him. One of the villain's underlings inquired anxiously about the source of his nasal bleeding. After all, the Mikian toxin shouldn't induce such adverse reactions. No one could provide a definitive explanation. The villain only discerned that it appeared the man was adorned with some form of protective layer beneath his garments. A blend of apprehension and astonishment washed over Grandpa's face. He certainly hadn't envisioned this outcome. As the antagonist abruptly gestured, the grandfather recoiled further. Recognizing the unavoidable repercussions of this rash deed, the villain, scrutinizing the armor, discerned its genuine value as plunder. Externally, the armor appeared pristine. Meticulously inspecting the protective gear, he concurrently commanded his underlings to locate the dragon scales, while he himself detached the armor. Abruptly, an unfamiliar voice resonated from behind them, inquisitively inquiring, "What have you perpetrated here?" The henchman instantly detected the interloper, whom he had been unable to assimilate into himself, permitting this stranger to remain discreetly positioned nearby. One of them impulsively lunged toward the newcomer, aiming to neutralize him. According to their strategy, this appeared to be the sole viable course of action. In that instant, the assailant remained oblivious to the gravity of his error. Remaining stationary, Beck launched him airborne, rendering his body immobile. The adversary collapsed onto the ground, lacking the capacity to rise. The Remaining underlings were bewildered by the inexplicable nature of the occurrence. None of them perceived how Beck executed the attack. The Cloud Dragon commenced an assessment of the circumstances, recalling a comparable peculiar aroma emanating from food. He deduced it was the toxin of psychic anguish. The henchmen renewed their assault, converging upon the hero and commencing to divvy up which body parts each would claim. They were utterly unaware of the Cloud Dragon's impending lunge, fueled by his internal energy reserves. Employing this incredibly swift maneuver, he evaded the blow. His subordinates required a moment to discern his whereabouts. Meanwhile, he had already seized one's head in his grasp and yanked it toward himself for the initial time in his existence. The antagonist experienced an unforeseen surge of trepidation. He hadn't anticipated any defiance. He had absolute conviction that the toxin they had all imbibed had rendered them utterly incapacitated against his might. He promptly employed this maneuver, and his right hand, firmly grasped by Bayak, commenced to radiate a brilliant luminescence. He concealed his feelings, observing impassively without a solitary movement. His expression remained resolute, yet he made no advance toward the unfolding scenario. The malevolent being cackled, declaring in his menacing tone that this venom surpassed the potency of all others, contained within his specialized receptacles. The moment for action had arrived, and to achieve this objective, the Cloud Dragon initiated increasingly profound inhalations. Once the Cloud Dragon had amassed a sufficient quantity of these exceptionally noxious vapors within its maw, it merely expelled them, engulfing its surroundings in a deleterious miasma. At this juncture, the adversary deduced that his foe might not be of human origin. Thus, the antagonist commanded his underlings to remain inactive and to hastily retreat from the impending peril. However, upon initiating their assault, the brigands opted to capitalize on the opportune moment. Bayak was clutching his head, presenting them with a window to deliver a decisive strike. Yet, at this precise juncture, Chunsong materialized in their path, posing an unforeseen impediment to their objective. Chunsong forewent any formalities, refraining from taking hostages. Instead, he immediately confronted the adversaries, unleashing a barrage of potent blows. Crimson fluid erupted in every direction, and teeth scattered across the ground like glistening pearls. Dispersed amidst the tumultuous frenzy of combat, two inanimate forms, resembling discarded puppets, were flung aside, devoid of the energy for further aggression. The malefactor, who had previously conjured a formidable incantation, was disarmed. Despite this setback, the Cloud Dragon reiterated his command to administer the antidote. The circumstances were rapidly deteriorating. Thus, the antagonist, embodying despair, informed the protagonist that no remedy existed, and individuals would simply overcome it independently. Initially, this notion was difficult to accept. Consequently, Beck contemplated how to ascertain the veracity of the claim. At this juncture, the adversary was gripped by intense fear, as it was the first instance he found himself in such a precarious predicament. Eventually, he succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, and the villain released him. It was imperative to comprehend the events that had transpired. Therefore, Chun Sam seized the initiative and inquired of the Cloud Dragon, "Who are these individuals?" With a mere delicate touch from Chun Sam, they vanished without leaving a single trace. In a fleeting moment, it occurred so rapidly that it defied belief. Cloud Dragon elucidated that he had knowledge of assassins, concealing a minuscule vial of toxin within their mouths, to instantaneously terminate their own lives. The patriarch of the Salmon clan recognized that their rescuers were exceptionally skilled combatants. Even the incapacitated man understood that he had never witnessed such martial arts prowess. A period of time elapsed, and as expected, every individual gathered in the square progressively recuperated from the debilitating toxin's effects. This recovery continued until even the clan leader himself overcame the venom's influence. He drew near to the hero, seeking to inquire how to express his gratitude for the salvation of his people. The chieftain, now free from the poison's grip, purposefully strode towards the hero. His gaze radiated thankfulness, desiring to find a suitable recompense for the valor that had rescued his people from certain demise. His words faltering, he questioned the Cloud Dragon's true identity. The dragon simply reiterated his previous statement. After all, his words held veracity. They were both indeed employed at the Kunlun Hotel. The proprietor finally grasped what he should have accepted right from the start. Indeed, he possessed genuine culinary skills, albeit with a noticeably challenging personality. Barely pivoting, as if on the cusp of departure, Beck cautioned the clan heads about the necessity of upholding their commitment, as previously stipulated. Truthfully, Moonbayek had already let this pledge slip his mind. However, prior to engaging in the exhilarating fray, he recollected both the agreement and the promised reward. With a smile, he reassured the chef from the Kunlun establishment that he would be paying a visit shortly with his offspring, so there was no cause for concern. In addition to all other matters, Bayek had one further petition, to effectively convey his intentions. He recalled this specific request. Having attentively heeded Omian's counsel regarding the dissemination of gossip, he addressed the clan chieftain with a proposition to propagate these rumors on his behalf. As twilight descended, the urban clamor subsided. Individuals who had recuperated from the toxin's effects regained their composure and gradually departed for their residences. Dawn broke, and the setting shifted to an entirely different locale. Here, a new historical chapter was commencing. This location was expertly concealed from prying eyes. No casual wayfarer could gain entry. This was the very dungeon in which a soldier reported to his superior officer that a venomous creature had abandoned them during an operation. Though he endured, the combatant admitted to being apprehended by the Salman faction. Furthermore, all his comrades had perished by their own hand. This revelation proved profoundly disturbing, for the venomous beast was deemed the most proficient, possessing unparalleled aptitude. In addition, his subordinates were at the zenith of their capabilities, eclipsing even the most elite combatants of any organization. The underling clarified that 2 young heirs were present in the plaza. At that specific juncture, even Maki's potent toxins had no effect on them, and they were capable of retaliating. Yet, the identities of these enigmatic combatants remained a mystery, as such knowledge proved exceptionally elusive. It was a pivotal clash, and in that instant, a look of astonishment was prominently displayed on the commander's countenance. It was almost palpable. The leader found it peculiar that traversing the Clydeland Mountains was required for a meal. This implied a connection between the inn and the sect, hinting at a potential clandestine plot and the possibility of a treacherous scheme afoot. The underlings suggested the venomous creature could be a decoy, an ambush to ensnare them. Nevertheless, the chairman recognized that inaction was not a viable course of action. The time for reconnaissance had arrived, and the potential rewards outweighed the perils. Locating the ideal operative for espionage was imperative. Subsequent occurrences led them to a dense woodland, where tranquility prevailed and wildlife roamed without fear, owing to the lack of human presence in this sector of the mountain range. Yet occasionally, individuals would venture into these desolate regions. Solitary wanderers amidst the mountainous terrain. A dwelling stood where a recluse resided. He seldom engaged in human interaction, finding tranquility in communion with the multitude of creatures that enveloped him, completely consuming his hours. As this individual departed his abode and advanced a few paces, he brandished a colossal axe, channeling his entire internal force into it. His physique radiated a violet luminescence, absorbing the surplus energy coursing through him. Wielding his axe with tremendous force a second instance, he triggered the surrounding energy to erupt with intensified brilliance, astonishing all onlookers with his sheer might. With a single swing of this formidable implement, a nearby stone disintegrated into minuscule shards. This strike, honed to perfection, was executed repeatedly. The beast tamer, Wang Kuoyang, the leader of the 12 Masters sect, bore responsibility for this feat as the axe cleaved the rock. A tiny arachnid on its silken thread gingerly alighted upon the man's shoulder. The arachnid delicately settled on the man's shoulder, its legs twitching, and commenced a gentle, incessant rustling, continuously shifting its stance. From the exterior, the edifice appeared resplendent, yet each subtle motion hinted at something beyond mere aesthetic flawlessness. The man, in a hushed tone, voiced his astonishment that the cross spider was lifeless. The tiny spider caught a gust of wind and drifted away, as if having imparted all the knowledge it intended to share. The man pondered more profoundly, unable to fathom that even esteemed experts, though clearly outmatched by this spider, would still have the audacity to attempt its demise. Abruptly, the beast master sensed a presence afar. His physique instantly became rigid. Poised for combat, he clutched his axe with increased force, gazing intensely towards the perceived menace. He was met with an unexpected sight, an ordinary individual, standing serenely motionless, and appearing utterly harmless. Upon initial observation, the individual offered a courteous bow and addressed a gentleman known as Wang Koyong. This seemed peculiar since the man, who proved to be unfamiliar to the beast's lord, appeared to recognize him from somewhere. The scene shifted to the Kunlun Tavern, where the patrons were, animatedly conversing about intriguing occurrences. Visitors continuously debated the typical daily attendance of the establishment, foreseeing a period of significant financial prosperity for the tavern. This knowledge wasn't based on rumors, but stemmed from a formal declaration by the clan leader. Abruptly, the tavern entrance creaked open, allowing increasing amounts of sunlight to penetrate within. The tavern proprietor, a youthful woman with gentle eyes, faced the entrance and welcomed the newcomer with a radiant smile. At that instant, two armed sentinels rushed in, nervously surveying the area and evaluating the circumstances. Watchful sentinels peered from their posts, swiftly evaluating the circumstances. They promptly reported to the clan's patriarch that all was well, and he could proceed without concern. His offspring, Asamani, materialized with the head, an act that elicited widespread awe and wonder. Onlookers were utterly astonished, incredulous that a maiden could possess such breathtaking beauty. The clan leader, too, was captivated. Even within the fortress walls, her radiant voice resonated with purity. Glancing about, he espied his godmother, and instantly inquired as to how she came to be present. With a gentle smile, she revealed her occupation as the resident chef. This revelation astounded him, for such a development was utterly unforeseen. Comprehending the caliber of martial arts experts employed there, he deduced that in all probability, the renowned culinary master had been forcibly recruited and coerced into servitude. Suddenly, another recognizable voice pierced the air. Concurrently, the possessor of this vocalization seized Munbyuk by his garment. The individual grew apprehensive and commenced cautiously surveying his surroundings. This continued until he discerned the identity of the person he was confronting. An elderly gentleman named Nogok offered a warm greeting to the patriarch of the Soman lineage. Within this establishment, imbuing the already exhilarating ambience with a distinct allure, the clan leader offered a respectful bow to the senior, who remarked on the considerable duration that had elapsed since their prior encounter. Just then, as Munbyuk inquired about the elder's purpose for being present, he responded with a grin, indicating he was a habitual patron, and additionally, a companion of the culinary artist. This incited conjecture. Munbyuk queried his godmother if she and Nogok were currently romantically involved. However, her response was enigmatically evasive. "That's utterly untrue," she abruptly stated. Unexpectedly, another individual extended greetings to the Soman clan chief, prompting him to rotate. It was Yuga Sumyong, and his presence there was as unexpected as the arrival of everyone else he'd encountered previously, prompting the man to inquire about his presence. The stranger offered a subtle smile, responding that he was merely a barkeep. By that point, it was evident that the most skilled culinary artist, the youngest scion of the Zhugai lineage, was employed there. One could deduce that this establishment was the most extraordinary public house globally. Abruptly, a voice resonated from behind, audaciously commanding the clan's head to be seated immediately. The speaker appeared quite impudent. It materialized that the brazen declaration originated from the individual responsible for the demise of the clan's patriarch. With a solitary strike, the young woman urged Chunsam to compose himself, stressing that the patron warranted greater deference and courtesy. Within mere moments, Munbak's audacious request was fulfilled. The tables overflowed with a profusion of aromatic, freshly prepared dishes, as the tavern's personnel wished patrons a satisfying repast, encouraged them to share their thoughts on their experience. The tavern's patrons commenced their repast, and within moments, it was evident that the cuisine surpassed all anticipation. Regrettably, I'm unable to modify this text as it falls outside the scope of the Ukrainian comic. Should you possess alternative Ukrainian text, kindly furnish it, and I'll gladly adapt it per your specifications. It's absolutely divine, he exclaimed, his daughter concurring with a beaming smile. A true culinary delight. When Seal Munbiik surveyed his surroundings, inquiring about the dish's name, the server offered an enigmatic response. "We are delighted by your patronage." The appellation was so intricate that the man opted to disregard it and simply savor the delectable fare. Ultimately, his daughter confessed, that she experienced a revitalizing surge of vigor upon tasting the noodles, and it was quite a spectacle glancing sideways. The clan had observed some burly fellows in the corner, likely also employed as short-term laborers. The physical drills were utterly draining, and the lads in the corner softly grumbled about their aching backs. The leader, disregarding their grievances, asserted that we commenced this endeavor. Therefore, we must persist. They repeatedly reminded their leader. Let's consider this a practice session. This will enhance our capabilities. Suddenly, everything became apparent to the man. The youthful chef and the other boys were senior pupils, who deemed the incessant training arduous. The elder was determined to cultivate commendable disciples, and Munbiek was fond of this notion. Eventually, the senior perceived that the individual he had recently been bested by was seated beside him relishing dumplings. He concluded that he was the ideal suitor for his daughter's marital union. Thus he needed to take immediate action. Drawing nearer, he gently tapped his shoulder and requested a brief moment of his time. At this juncture, Chung Sam, taken aback by the unanticipated interruption, responded abruptly, inquiring if the man was seeking another altercation. Nevertheless, in a flash, he received a swift, albeit stinging, blow to his nose. It became apparent that this was the Korean game Nemi, for in Korean, Nemi signifies the imitation of a challenger. The endeavor proved futile. Consequently, the scene shifted to the enclave of the 12 Zodiacs. A crucial deliberation was underway within the headquarters of the Zodiac sect. An unfamiliar individual deposited a chest brimming with a substantial amount of currency upon the table. The Beast Master discerned that the undertaking would be exceptionally demanding, given its exorbitant price. The upfront payment was considerable, and now the Beast Master yearned to ascertain precisely what was required of him. What manner of assignment did this enigmatic sum conceal? The individual who delivered this immense fortune confessed that his sole objective was to acquire comprehensive knowledge about a single enigmatic pub. He elaborated, expressing his desire to uncover every minute detail concerning the establishment, its patrons, the activities within, and its overall ambience. His fervent curiosity astonished all those in attendance. Furthermore, he stipulated that, should the intelligence provided be deficient or lacking, only a preliminary payment would be disbursed. Conversely, for information deemed truly invaluable, the Beast Man pledged a tenfold recompense. This represented a substantial amount, raising eyebrows as to why such a sum would be expended on investigating a seemingly ordinary drinking hole. Undoubtedly, this tavern harbored some extraordinary secret or significance. Abruptly, a voice from the thoroughfare proclaimed the arrival of the revered deity of beasts, an unforeseen and perplexing development. Emerging from the building and into the open air, he addressed the throng that had gathered seeking his presence. A compact carriage was positioned directly before the edifice, encircled by a contingent of watchful sentinels, who diligently surveyed the surroundings. A moment later, the carriage door swung open, and a figure emerged, his very presence radiating an aura of significant authority. The man exchanged greetings with the sect leader and presented himself to Samajong. He announced his affiliation with the celestial cult. They engaged in a brief exchange. The sect leader concluded that, for such a substantial sum, procrastination was pointless. Thus, he promptly hastened forward. Axe in hand, he advanced relentlessly. Suddenly, he plummeted head-first into the earth. Then, mustering his remaining energy, he swiftly brought his arms up in a defensive posture, bracing himself for the imminent impact. The instant his body collided with the ground, a minor surge of energy emanated from the forceful collision. He hurtled through the dirt at an incredible velocity, vanishing into a concealed cavern beneath the surface. The illumination within this subterranean lair was so dim that discerning anything in the surroundings proved nearly impossible. He clutched the axe firmly, and gradually, its form underwent a transformation. Most notably, the axe started to radiate a luminescence, bathing the entire cavern in light. The grotto was overflowing with rodents. Due to the axe's brilliant radiance, it became apparent that the cavern was teeming with a multitude of rats, swarming in every direction, generating. Amidst the pandemonium, the man inquired about Sovin's whereabouts. However, the rodents offered no response. They scurried in circles, seemingly oblivious to his inquiry. At that juncture, the beast lord could no longer conceal his irritation. With determination, he advanced towards a mouse that had captured his attention. Confronting her, he delivered a swift blow to her face with his fist. He demanded to know the meaning of the peculiar noises, which resembled the high-pitched squeaks of a rat. The strike, though not forceful, inflicted excruciating pain. Tears welled up in Sovin's eyes and silently streamed down her face. His duty was to monitor all who entered and exited the area. For 5 days, Sovin shrieked with increased intensity. But this time, her cry was unlike a roar. In a flash, a multitude of mice dispersed in various directions. Their velocity was astonishing. The beast master launched himself from the ground with lightning speed. He effortlessly traversed the opening through which he had previously entered. His motions were so rapid that they appeared almost ethereal. His greatest delight stemmed from receiving a pair of summons from the Kunlun Tavern. He resolved to personally investigate this enigmatic establishment. The scene abruptly shifted to the tavern, now nearly devoid of patrons. An aura of secrecy pervaded the air, as if in anticipation of a significant event. One of the mice stealthily infiltrated the premises, commencing its clandestine acquisition of crucial intelligence. Skulking along the walls, the rodent deduced that remaining concealed within shadowy recesses would minimize the risk of detection. It swiftly darted through momentarily unlatched doorways, venturing further into the dimly lit passageways. Grandma Beck explicitly mandated the inclusion of scallions in the culinary creation, yet it remained uncertain whether the rodent's reconnaissance would prove beneficial. The antagonists obliterated the cloud dragon. The predicament was that the mouse lacked sufficient time to amass substantial information, as the proprietor of the establishment swiftly detected it. His actions lacked the necessary stealth to prevent the rodent's escape. The sudden commotion instantly grabbed Beck's notice. Upon entering the culinary area and inquiring about the occurrence, the young lady responded that this marked the third murine intruder that day, and such a quantity was excessive, as they were typically absent from the premises. The hapless innkeeper was diligently endeavoring to eliminate them. Their commander materialized on the distant skyline and declared the commencement of a rodent eradication initiative. And naturally, all present complied with Sobang's directive. Undeniably, they charged towards the vermin, wielding diminutive branches as weapons, slaying them with each encounter. However, eventually, the rodent population escalated to an implausible and overwhelming degree. Mere moments subsequently, a complete legion of rats abruptly materialized within the tavern's principal chamber, where the entirety of the patrons were convened. Yet, the clientele remained undeterred, tenaciously brandishing their sticks in an attempt to repel the vermin. Even the chief culinary artist was compelled to recline upon a table, yelling that every last rodent needed to be apprehended before the visitors showed up, lest they be in for a rude awakening. Beck was taken aback by such an oddity, and resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. To ascertain the root cause, Beck swiftly glanced towards Chong Song, offering him a fleeting look that implied the circumstances were far more intricate than they initially seemed. Consequently, the lad promptly bolted, and in a flash, he found himself out on the thoroughfare. Upon reaching the street, the boy abruptly launched himself skyward, rapidly ascending to a significant altitude. Having attained a considerable elevation, he executed a sharp mid-air turn and plummeted downwards headfirst. With breathtaking velocity, a tremendous detonation rocked the earth, compelling every occupant of the tavern to leap from their chairs, gazing bewilderedly at the world outside, seeking an answer. In the aftermath of the blast, a gaping crater marred the ground zero, but that was the sole discernible clue. Mere moments later, Chung Sum ascended from the chasm, clutching a mysterious, sizable object that, upon initial inspection, appeared weighty and imposing. It became evident that the item he grasped by its tail was the colossal rodent that led the others. Despite the striking spectacle, Chung Sim remained unfazed by the creature. Mustering his full force, he hurled the rat earthward, exhibiting his raw power and unwavering resolve. The mercenaries, wielding wooden bludgeons, were astonished. It was undeniable. The rodent size rivaled that of a wild boar. Retreating slightly, The rat reared onto its hindquarters and emitted a piercing shriek, provoking annoyance in all those present. Chunsin sensed his moment had arrived. He commenced flexing his muscles, readying himself to showcase his prowess in subduing such a formidable beast. With unwavering resolve, he lunged forward and delivered a solitary, yet impeccably precise strike to the colossal rodent's core. The force of his impact was so overwhelming that the massive rat's remains were propelled with blinding velocity. The skirmish persisted until she collapsed to the earth, vanishing abruptly from existence in a fleeting moment. They bolted towards the primary entrance and dispersed into the woods, converging on their commander. Grandmother finally ascertained that it was secure to descend from the table. She deduced that their terror stemmed from their leader's demise, which prompted their hasty retreat. All that lingered from the scheme was the enormous carcass of the rodent, and Cheongsum, who stood vigilantly nearby, lost in contemplation. Abruptly, Cheongsum sensed the captain's presence in the vicinity, who was crooning unreservedly. He commanded that timber be fetched, as the decision was made to roast the gigantic rat. Concurrently, events shifted to all 12 zodiac signs, where the head now resided. Each sign perceived the transformations it induced, and the atmosphere of apprehension intensified. He was famished. Thus, he prepared a meal for himself in a diminutive pot over the flames. The moment he lifted the spoon to mix the contents, he abruptly released it, letting it clatter to the earth. An unforeseen pang of foreboding seized him, akin to an internal monition whispering, "Suven is among the departed." Rage consumed him upon receiving the tidings. He was baffled as to who would dare commit such an act. With minimal exertion, mere moments remained until tomorrow's midday attack. Employing celestial techniques, the occurrences transpired within a thick wood, where a frantic and deafening shriek now reverberated, shattering the tranquility. A wild boar, escaping an unseen peril, bolted at a blistering pace through the dense undergrowth. An immense tiger pursued the boar relentlessly, compelling the creature to maintain its frantic flight. The tiger, possessing superior speed and strength, swiftly overtook its quarry. The boar had no time to comprehend its demise before it met its end. But abruptly, a premonition of peril washed over the formidable hunter. He swiftly pivoted, attempting to discern the imminent threat. Yet he detected nothing amiss. As he abruptly turned his head, a colossal silhouette, resembling an ursine creature, materialized on the skyline. But upon closer scrutiny, he deduced that it couldn't be a mundane beast. He cautiously commenced stalking, endeavoring not to alarm his prospective quarry. However, at the final instant, the bear rotated, revealing itself to be Even Korin all along. Adjacent to the tiger, throughout the encounter, others present were equally astonished by the creature's emergence. They had presumed him vanished permanently, but now he stood amidst them. A sapphire-eyed tiger materialized on the distant horizon. He meticulously observed the unfolding scene and emitted a thunderous roar upon recognizing a familiar countenance. His gaze held a hint of disdain. The beast man insinuated that it would be prudent to address him with respect. His hubris was on full display. The beast man stroked his cape and cocked a brow in a questioning manner. He implied that the tiger might share the same destiny as the garment. He elaborated that the cape was once a magnificent creature known as an unwan, but now served merely as part of his attire. Once a formidable apex predator, the tiger was instantaneously transformed into a diminutive cub, no larger than a domestic feline, following the metamorphosis. The tiny creature promptly leaped from the precipice and scurried towards the beast lord. As Wang approached him, he softly stated that he had been assigned a mission at the Kunlun Inn, where he was to discreetly observe all patrons and provide a detailed report of his findings. Incapable of speech, the tiger uttered a gentle meow and continued onward. The tiger moved with remarkable swiftness, and owing to its reduced stature, it was practically invisible within the undergrowth. While escaping, the beast master contemplated that the creature's power and intellect were comparable to that of a shadow assassin. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to reduce itself to the dimensions of a feline. Despite the certainty that this entity would undoubtedly fulfill its objective, the Overlord deemed it necessary to finalize the Celestial 12 Impact Protocol. The scene shifted back to Kunlun, where an unanticipated visitor had already arrived at the threshold. Notwithstanding the unexpected arrival, the newcomer was received with a warm welcome. The young lady joyfully greeted him, and expressed heartfelt gratitude for his return visit. Naturally, Moonbuck himself greeted the guests, accompanied by Noguk, who promptly suggested sampling the regional cuisine. Following such a delectable experience, resisting the urge to return would be insurmountable. He was an exceptionally gracious elder. Therefore, without delay, he offered his visitor a beverage, pouring the liquid into his goblet. He retrieved a mysterious artifact from his satchel and clarified that his urgent arrival was due solely to this item, for it possessed paramount significance. Indeed, this legendary item was none other than a magnificent blade, recognized across numerous cultures as the Sovereign Blade. The Sovereign Blade was a bestowal from the agency for the safeguarding of valuables. Just recently, our protagonist confronted a perilous pilferer attempting to purloin the sword. Owing to the valor of two courageous combatants, the blade was restored to its legitimate possessor, and order was re-established. He contemplated the fact that he now held two invaluable artifacts within his grasp, the Sovereign Blade and the Dragon Scales. They apprehended the assailant who had marred his natal celebration. Yet, he remained unyielding even under merciless interrogation. He refused to divulge a single syllable. This implied that someone was undeniably endeavoring to amass all the treasures, and consequently desired to eliminate these armaments. A pupil at Nogok Academy, Beck, was given unsettling tidings. However, the elder responded that the individual in question was not his disciple, but merely an acquaintance. A dragon descended from the clouds, arriving just in time to declare that he now possessed what the master had once entrusted to his care. In that instant, he pivoted and observed Chun Shao Mu consuming dumplings with gusto. The atmosphere seemed to be permeated with contentment and fulfillment, emanating from their delectable flavor. Gazing back at him, he conveyed his wish for him to undertake this responsibility. Undoubtedly, the assignment was formidable, and Chun Sam did not immediately grasp the requirements. Ultimately, Chun Sum, with a resounding thud, set down his wooden chopsticks upon the table. His resolve, evident in this action, left no room for doubt. The moment had arrived. He was prepared to make inquiries. Thus, we inquired of the man regarding the nature of the matter and received a response. It constituted one of Murum's prized possessions, the fabled blade of royalty. Subsequently, the individual inquired whether bearing this weapon was truly necessary. The response came in the format of a counter-question. Following a momentary contemplation, he firmly assented, a look of gratitude gracing the man's features. Concurrently, he pondered bartering the relic should weariness set in. The scene shifted to a shadowy recess of the marketplace, where activity buzzed and aromatic scents of foreign seasonings mingled. The Kunlun Range, the tiger's current path, ascended grandly skyward, concealing within their depths the mysteries and lore of antiquity. The young tiger reached the battleground and was astonished by the spectacle. Debris, enigmatic remnants, and whispers of bygone legends lingered amidst a hushed expanse. Suddenly, all was illuminated. Organic matter was discernible encircling the hive, yet the cause remained an enigma. The perpetrator behind this perplexing occurrence remained unknown. This instantly evoked recollections of his near-fatal poisoning. He was on the precipice of death. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Taoists, survival would have been improbable that fateful day. Upon approaching, the disciple proclaimed it to be a tiger of immense proportions. Its life force seemed to be rapidly dissipated. The master observed with trepidation that the creature had been envenomed. Simultaneously, he retrieved a vial from his inner pocket. He elucidated that it contained a form of counteragent. Nevertheless, its efficacy in this particular predicament remained uncertain. Under these circumstances, their only recourse was to trust in Providence and exert their utmost effort. Miraculously, the anti-venom proved to be the tiger's salvation. He yearned to express gratitude to his deliverers. However, despite the passage of time, he remained unable to locate them. Gazing upon the spider's gore-covered remains, the tiger discerned that Taoists appeared to have perished as well, much like his mentor, but this was no moment for reminiscence. With lightning speed, the tiger leaped from his position and darted deeper into the woods, towards its outermost boundary. That particular day was a day of respite at the tavern, and consequently, there were very few patrons present. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were radiating exhilaration. Having finally attained inner strength, their expressions became determined exuding self-assurance in their capabilities. This was a stark contrast to their prior battles, and hence their elation. Their hearts were brimming with newfound emotions and the thrill of triumph. This narrative commenced as they roasted a rodent carcass and conversed beside the campfire, engrossed in an ambience of peril and daring exploits. They observed that this particular stew surpassed the preceding wild-born flavor and possessed no hint of rodent taste whatsoever. The men were astonished by her presence, and the captain declared loudly that this individual possessed the precise expertise to amplify their inner power. He was encouraged to partake, as it promised an exhilarating experience. He contemplated the potential impact on his physique. He adamantly declined the proposition, asserting his reluctance to consume anything remotely resembling the unpalatable. Consequently, we presented them with the relic, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor. Subsequent to its tripartite division, their inherent life force surged dramatically, bestowing upon them augmented strength and an ethereal luminescence. Each perceived energetic currents coursing through their very being. He proposed engaging a monstrous arachnid with a human visage. The very notion was utterly inconceivable, for who could fathom the existence of such a grotesque creature? Yet at that precise instant, as the remnants of a spider materialized before them, the realization dawned that this was no mere fable. One inquired about the whereabouts of the beast's cranium, while another pondered aloud regarding their initial capture of the creature. He responded with a grin, stating he delivered such a forceful blow to the monster that it had completely obliterated its head, and then nonchalantly discarded the remains. Subsequently, he permitted them to consume it, as there were already a trio of them present. Throughout this entire episode, a small tiger cub observed the exchange from a concealed vantage point. It was startled upon sensing Chung Song's immense power, and recoiled when he abruptly struck the spider. Slowly, it commenced its retreat, contemplating a swift escape from the vicinity. However, the individual who had just granted the mercenaries permission to devour the spider abruptly detected an imminent threat. The mercenaries grew apprehensive, observing his sudden and wary glances around the area. They perceived him as fixated on some indiscernible point, as if anticipating a perilous encounter. Naturally, Chung Sam was not inclined to elucidate his behavior, so he charged towards the young tiger. Earlier that day, Chung Sam swiftly snatched a small tiger cub, and nobody could anticipate the ensuing events involving this unruly little creature. As the scene shifted to the local pub, the elderly woman declared her utter intolerance for rodents, expressing a deeper hatred for them than for serpents. She recounted to the proprietor a personal ordeal during a previous infestation of these pests. The mere recollection of the experience caused her to shudder. Midway through her narration, an unknown individual abruptly materialized within the establishment. It was Chung Sum. His arrival was instantly apparent. Upon entering the building, Chung Sum inquired about the possibility of leaving an animal behind. The proprietor, understandably curious, questioned the nature of the animal in question. Chung Sum calmly responded that it was a feline. The young woman, despite initially accepting his claim, promptly inquired about the abundance of spots on its fur. Should that have been the truth, the feline could only emit continuous meows, an attempt to wriggle free from Chun Sam's grasp. The lad presented the tiger cub to the lass, whose face radiated pure delight upon receiving such a present. She proclaimed with enthusiasm that the tiger cub was utterly adorable. The moment they commenced stroking the cub, she noted with a grin that no rodent would now venture near. She observed with a smile as the little tiger elegantly groomed its paws. No rat would dare approach them now. Under such guardianship, the tiny tiger felt tranquil while being caressed, until a distinctly recognizable scent wafted from nearby. This aroma belonged to the individual who had once rescued it from imminent demise. Years prior, back then, this person had administered an antidote, saving its life. And however peculiar it might seem, this individual was none other than Dragon Cloud. Meanwhile, the training of one of the young warriors culminated. His penetrating shout was a testament to his resolute determination and yearning for tangible outcomes. His arms thrust forward, unleashing a potent surge of force from his armament, possessing the capacity to pulverize a massive boulder into fragments. A mere arm's length away, an energy discharge spiraled, as if seeking its intended mark. Subsequently, a detonation of unparalleled magnitude reverberated, propelling minuscule shards of rock in every direction. Radiating outward from the ground zero, a colossal cavity materialized at the detonation point, appearing instantaneously. Observing the aftermath, Beastman perceived that by attaining mastery of the Celestial 12 strike technique, he had perfected the infernal mineral discharge. His physique exhibited exceptional prowess. He erupted in boisterous laughter and inquired as to when he would finally be declared the sovereign of Sichuan, for it represented immense prestige and regal authority. Abruptly, his sudden craving vanished, replaced by a grave countenance. His thoughts abruptly shifted to Havana, causing his mood to change. He wondered about Havana's current whereabouts and the reason for his absence. The scene transitioned to a tavern with a tranquil ambience. A welcoming young woman greeted patrons as they entered. With a cheerful disposition, she inquired how she could assist them. The family's patriarch mentioned recently discovering the establishment and inquired about the availability of complimentary meals. Slightly abashed, the young woman explained that the complimentary dining period had concluded. Payment was now required for sustenance. Just then, Beck materialized behind her. Beck gestured for the young man, presumably Mup Young, to be seated. Meanwhile, Beck stealthily advanced, like an encroaching shadow. He was poised for unforeseen developments. As the cloud dragon approached the boy, she reaffirmed her promise to provide everyone with complimentary sustenance. However, the patriarch disapproved of the dragon's magnanimity. He declared resolutely that with the complimentary dining period concluded, as the patriarch of his household, he would assume responsibility for the meal's expenses. The father proudly proclaimed his arrival to express personal gratitude to Beck, as his son had recounted the entire sequence of events. Abruptly, the entrance swung open, revealing a newcomer within the tavern. Visibly enraged, the beast master stormed in, his eyes burning with intense anger. He swiftly confronted the closest patron, inquiring if the establishment was indeed the Kunlun Tavern. Naturally, he was met with utter silence. He reiterated his query, seeking confirmation that he had located the Kunlun Tavern. He proceeded to scrutinize each individual present, clearly displeased with the lack of response. Furthermore, the absence of any reply struck him as peculiar. Everyone appeared dumbfounded, as if his inquiry had jolted them from their ordinary states. The ultimate moment of astonishment arrived when he observed another young woman, embracing Coven tightly and stroking him affectionately. The creature's presence there at that specific moment was perplexing, yet Gohan clearly lacked any desire for comprehension or explanation. He simply averted his gaze towards the wall, evading any response. An instant later, he abruptly leaped to the floor. The innkeeper enthusiastically welcomed the. She graciously offered him the choice of any available table. He declared his arrival was for a definitive resolution. He remarked that only patrons received favorable treatment. Then he bellowed at the top of his lungs, commanding everyone present to instantly prostrate themselves before the mighty beast sovereign. The family, seeking a complimentary meal, were paralyzed with terror and held their breaths. Their primary concern was for their young son, concealed behind the table. However, at the 11th hour, a bystander intervened, explaining such actions were unnecessary. Only then did the beast master emit a thunderous roar, proclaiming he had already meticulously calculated everything. In a flash, with lightning speed, he flung the tavern door open and burst onto the thoroughfare, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust in his wake. The strike was so forceful that despite possessing a mass exceeding 150 kilograms, the man was propelled like a mere pebble. Moreover, he sensed the imminence of losing consciousness. His head spun violently, resembling a whirling merry-go-round. Chung Sam materialized on the distant skyline, the very individual responsible for delivering the mighty blow. The huntsman instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes ignited with fury as if subjected to blatant ridicule. Gazing upon his physique, the beast lord abruptly recognized and initially overlooked Trucial detail. The impact had left an indentation upon the beast lord's form, notwithstanding his body being fortified by countless ordeals. This unforeseen occurrence engendered fresh apprehension. As he scrutinized his physique, Chun Sung unexpectedly seized him by the throat and commenced constricting it forcefully. With each passing moment, Chun Sung's grip on his neck intensified and commenced elevating his form until it levitated mere millimeters above the earth. Nevertheless, Huang Qiang was not one to readily succumb to defeat. Even under such dire circumstances, he managed to execute the Celestial 20 Strikes technique. This maneuver possessed immense potency, possessing the capacity to obliterate adversaries from a considerable distance. The impact was devastating, yet Chung Tsum was forced to withdraw, and the assailant himself leaped in the reverse direction, struggling to maintain his equilibrium. He comprehended that employing this maneuver would leave his adversary with zero chance of survival. His astonishment was immeasurable when Chung Tsum lifted his hand and implored him to cease the action, claiming it inflicted pain upon him. The Beast Master's countenance displayed a multitude of sentiments: bewilderment, apprehension, and elation. His gaze blazed like slumbering embers poised to ignite. Moreover, after a brief interval, Chun Sung commenced gesticulating to further alleviate the discomfort. The surrounding fauna discerned that this technique resulted in internal lacerations and fractured bones, whereas this individual merely experienced insensibility. Intervention was imperative, for the predicament appeared dire. It became evident that drastic measures were necessary. He resolved to utilize the technique of infernal ores. The foe had amassed a phenomenal quantity of energy within his being, poised to unleash a devastating strike. The commander observed intently as Kanga's formidable power amassed within him. Every indication suggested its imminent discharge. Yet, the leader remained uncertain. He termed it the attainment of equilibrium. He resolved to eliminate this adversary first, then address the remaining foes. A tremendous detonation abruptly convulsed the cosmos, and a concentrated surge of energy hurtled directly towards Jiang Xiang. However, Jiang Xiang remained composed, utterly unperturbed by the incessant energy flux. His stance exuded complete apathy towards the peril. The blast propelled a multitude of rocks and debris omnidirectionally, strewn haphazardly across the terrain. Debris ascended and plummeted to the earth, completely obscuring Jiang Xiang from view, as though he had simply vanished into the surrounding pandemonium. The Bee King remarked with a grin, expressing his discontent with the indolent rodents, who were delegating all their labor to him. He scrutinized the unfolding events. The hired soldiers deduced that this energy signature belonged to Kong. The anxious patrons within the alehouse swiftly discerned that he was responsible. He was the one who had unleashed a swarm of rodents upon them. Every gaze appeared transfixed on the enigmatic silhouette lurking in the shadows. Remarkably, the shadowy figure, having just assimilated a tremendous surge of power, remained steadfast and resolute. Furthermore, he ominously proclaimed to the Beast's master that retribution was imminent. It was now his time to suffer the consequences. In a flash, he vanished from his position on the floor. He propelled himself towards his adversary with lightning speed. At that precise instant, he declared his intention to unleash an assault. 3 devastating strikes would be delivered in rapid succession. The initial blow cleaved through the air. The foe was hurled 10 meters aside. The force of the impact was so immense that the opponent ricocheted off the earth and was propelled in the reverse direction. Maintaining his momentum, he remained suspended midair, unable to comprehend how such a feat was possible. He felt trapped in a horrific nightmare, destined to remain eternally slumbering. Yet, a searing agony served as a stark reminder that this ordeal was undeniably real. His adversary lunged at him once more. But despite the assault, he maintained composure, landing a precise strike. Labeling his opponent a self-absorbed imbecile. Following the second impact, his foe lay prostrate upon the earth, his body having formed a colossal fissure in the ground. In the ensuing instant, Yung Sam seized him, inquiring whether he appreciated the meticulous preparations made. The zookeeper attempted to intervene, extending his hand, but such endeavors proved futile, far too late. A forceful blow propelled him away, rendering him entirely insensible. The scene shifted to the tavern terrace, where the family expressed heartfelt gratitude to the proprietor for the delectable meal. The family lauded the host, declaring the cuisine unparalleled, vowing to undoubtedly return annually. Addressing the young boy, he bid him return another time and offered a farewell for now. A smile graced his lips. The protagonists turned to their paternal figure, harboring the aspiration that with maturity, he would evolve into an honorable individual, steadfastly pursuing his ambitions. Their dialogue concluded abruptly, and the setting transitioned to a woodland expanse situated a short distance from the public house. This ushered in a fresh chapter within the narrative. Adjacent to the woods lay a barren glade where the nobleman reposed, basking in the tranquility of the natural world. Without warning, the lord was roused by an overwhelming sense of dread, as though the sylvan spirits had chosen to jest with his slumber. Respiration became labored, and as he desperately attempted to rise, he struggled to recall the preceding events. Recollections abruptly surged back into his consciousness, though fragmented and resembling a one-sided assault. He was relentlessly tormented by the realization that, notwithstanding his accomplishments and mastery of combat techniques, he had been utterly vanquished by another's might. A voice from behind lauded his strength, while simultaneously instilling a germ of trepidation within him. Chun Sam perched upon a boulder, casually conversing with the adversary he had recently vanquished. "Join me at the inn," he suggested, offering an enigmatic smile. After a brief interval, the Beast Master materialized within the public house, positioned before Beck. The Beast Master genuflected, attentively listening to Cloud Dragon's recounting of impulsive actions. Notwithstanding his combat prowess, he was now confronted with a mere two alternatives. A critical decision loomed before him: demise or the obliteration of his own fighting techniques. The Beast Lord pondered whether the youth standing before him possessed the genuine resolve to dismantle his own abilities. He deemed him a callow neophyte, a tyro incapable of significant accomplishments. The Patriarch approached from the rear, counseling him to heed closely. The Beast Lord suspected even the senior was deriding him. Within this establishment, the elder fixed his gaze upon him, and a sense of disquiet washed over the Beast Lord. He was consumed by the notion that embracing death might be preferable to enduring that penetrating stare. It appeared to him that the elderly man possessed a profound, latent inner strength, which was conveyed with a single glance. The Beast Lord sought to ascertain if the old man truly was significantly more formidable than himself. The innkeeper, approaching the elder, addressed him with sarcasm, as if speaking to a senile fool, reminding him of his excessive alcohol consumption. The elder responded playfully that he had barely commenced. He advanced boldly with several strides, assured of the soundness of his choice. Beck rejoined the Beast Lord, declaring that the ultimate decision now rested with him. He must either choose their path or forsake martial arts entirely and lead a mundane existence as the Beast Lord. They were prepared to welcome him into their fold, provided he agreed to labor within their establishment. The Beast Lord was enraged, baffled by the unfolding events. Beck guaranteed him his employment would be provisional initially. The Beast Lord felt utterly hexed. Rage and bewilderment consumed him. What was the point of such exertion if it was all for naught? He couldn't fathom how this had transpired, and why his novel approaches had proven ineffective. The Beast Lord lifted his gaze, casting a glance sideways. Standing there was the very lad he had dealt with previously that day. He grudgingly conceded to working at the tavern, to circumvent further altercations with the boy. Beck had no misgivings about his predicted response. He pivoted and directed the Beast Lord to accompany him. Upon exiting the building, the heavens remained obscured by clouds, yet they were swiftly dissipating one after another. As Beck ventured into the courtyard, he neared a massive boulder and inquired of the creature's proprietor if he might examine the rock. The owner responded in the affirmative. Lifting his hands skyward, he inquired if the Beast Master truly desired to become a mere mortal. He could effortlessly provide assistance in that endeavor. The Beast Master comprehended that this seemingly youthful individual possessed the capability to have pilfered all his power. He had no alternative but to entertain the possibility that this enigmatic master, Chunzum, commanded the art of rejuvenation. Baekwu purposefully strode towards the tavern's entrance and gestured with his hand, beckoning his three companions to accompany him. He indicated a deceased tree adjacent to the tavern. The companions pondered whether another assignment awaited them. Beck instructed them to promptly construct a water trough of equal height. The fellow grinned, guaranteeing them that it presented no difficulty. He grasped an axe in each hand and commenced striking the massive stone repeatedly, sculpting the intended form with unwavering resolve. Elsewhere, three men were hewing at a withered tree with axes, endeavoring to fashion a trough. The resonance of their labor emanated from both locations, infusing the tavern with bustling activity. Meanwhile, within Chang, A nearby conversation at the Hungwar Pavilion, a local tavern, centered on the same topic. Inside the pavilion, melodies wafted through the air in harmonious waves, imbuing the city with an enchanting ambience. The city, resembling a vibrant organism, awakened beneath the tread of its inhabitants, pulsating with vitality and vigor. One warrior engaged in discourse regarding Master Chakon, a youth whose striking presence and magnetism elicited widespread esteem. While pouring a potent beverage, he affirmed the prior statements, offering a subtle smile, as one unable to resist concurrence. They must apprehend Chonin, he declared, for only then will the Tang clan attain sufficient strength to pose a credible challenge to the Namwai clan. This individual was the third heir to the Tang clan leadership. His companion brought to his attention the vanishing of the Four Dragons faction, the group they intended to employ. Their current location remained unknown, lacking comprehensive intelligence. Furthermore, the final assault force had dispersed. As their expedition commenced, initial reports suggested the discovery of numerous corpses. However, this merely deepened the enigma. Their objective remained unattainable. Despite their utmost efforts to maintain secrecy, the quiet was shattered by the approaching clamor of unfamiliar individuals. The newcomers drew near, asserting with unwavering confidence a deliberate purpose for their presence. A Tang clan warrior audaciously inquired what these wretched individuals desired. The brigand leaned closer, but before completing his action, the highwayman discerned the outsiders were unmistakably not from the vicinity. Should they be unaware of their leader's identity? Forcefully embedding his blade into the tabletop, the stranger proclaimed icily, they represented the successors of the Four Dragons sect, specifically the Iron Brigade, commanded by their merciless chieftain, Mr. Cookin's son. Surveying his surroundings, the combatant observed the tavern's deserted state. As if emerging from a daze, a thought struck him. Who in their right mind would require these scoundrels at such an early hour? Out of the blue, the innkeeper requested one of the outsiders consume a peculiar dish, barely concealing their revulsion. The strangers opted to depart the establishment and pursue separate paths. But one of them, indignant at their impudence, bellowed. Insisting they halt, he proclaimed that the chieftain's authorization was mandatory to exit these premises. The soldier pivoted and serenely cautioned them. It would be in their best interest to remain completely still. Despite the palpable pressure, they commenced a gradual descent of the tavern's staircase. Nonetheless, the leader flew into a rage. Perceiving himself as a fool, he launched a hasty assault. Abruptly, his fury morphed into impotence. He commenced asphyxiating, bewildered by the cause. The leader collapsed, forsaking all connection with reality. His subordinates were dumbfounded. Their formidable commander lay incapacitated, incapable of even the slightest movement. The warrior elucidated. It was the venom, dark bile, a concoction of their own tribe. Should it intermingle with one's inner chi, demise is unavoidable, and their adversaries have already ingested the counteragent. As their foes succumbed to the toxin's asphyxiating effects, the Tang clan combatants serenely departed. Concurrently within the realm of Tavria, at the behest of the youthful lord, the fabrication of an exquisite aqueduct reached its culmination. It was evident in its meticulous construction, as if embodying their recent victory and inherent grandeur. 48 hours of ceaseless toil culminated in the creation of this magnum opus, an aqueduct destined to become the object of their collective pridefulness. Their intentions for the day involved commemorating their achievement at a local tavern, partaking in a much-deserved respite. However, the youthful proprietor discerned a crucial detail that compelled him to amend his arrangements. He gestured towards a cascading waterfall high amidst the mountainous terrain and declared the necessity of replenishing the aqueduct with its pristine, crystalline fluid. This aqueduct shall serve as a wellspring of potable hydration for all. One of the lads indicated the proximity of a natural spring, but the young master countered that not even the horse-lung sect employed it, owing to recurring water scarcity. He commanded immediate departure, brooking no postponement. Preparations commenced, and a craftsman adeptly began fashioning a novel creation with his axe. Due to his proficiency, he swiftly constructed a magnificent table, garnering universal acclaim. Concurrently, another warrior sharpened stones, disgruntledly murmuring complaints under his breath. An individual exuding majesty and power approached the proprietor of the BC. It was his father, who welcomed his son with the reverence and esteem commensurate with a true patriarch. The young master's father arrived accompanied by trusted confidants, genuine paragons of deference and influence. Among them was Nok Song-chu, the leader of the Wuhan clan, and the eldest elder of the Rising Dragon clan. They all voiced their appreciation for the young Beaks nobleman. The hostess directed the guests to be seated in positions of distinction, thereby enhancing the solemnity of the occasion. In the meantime, a trio of men, their countenances grim, stepped into the hall. Their presence amplified the already palpable strain in the air. The proprietress welcomed them, remarking on the sizable assembly of patrons present that day. The Retian legatos requested 3 servings of kuksa, along with a dish of dumplings, then addressed the attendants. Among the group, however, some individuals concealed their visages beneath bandages. The woman perceived something amiss. One of the newcomers spotted a senior member of a different clan, who promptly identified him. Standing before him was Chan's second son, the designated successor of the Mayan clan, whose appearance there was not coincidental. He had learned of the establishment's reputation for serving exceptionally delectable kuksa, and that was his motivation for visiting. He proposed acquainting everyone with his siblings, notwithstanding his wedded state. He was in the peak of his vitality, and consistently sought opportunities to demonstrate his capabilities. The youthful proprietor inquired as to the precise meaning of the peak of his vitality. An envoy from the Mayan tribe mentioned that a particular woman frequents this establishment and invariably commands notice. Nevertheless, according to his account, her presence isn't daily, thus encountering her is a matter of chance. Someone inquired if this implied the possibility of seeing her today. Just then, the entrance opened, revealing a figure at the doorway, whose arrival caused everyone to become motionless. The moment the attendees recognized her, their tranquility was disrupted. It was she, the woman who was the subject of everyone's discussion. Her father exchanged greetings with the patriarch of the Jagilia family, a man he hadn't encountered in numerous years. The elder from the Mayan tribe felt compelled to interject, evidently desiring to participate in the exchange. Accompanied by her male siblings, she elicited overt fascination from the onlookers, heightening the event's mystique. However, the primary spectacle was the manner in which the young men watched Mrs. Mo depart with looks of awe, their admiration evident in their gazes. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the sprawling inclines of the Kunlun mountain range. Combatants sprint rapidly across the mountainous terrain, deftly navigating each impediment. They halt, meticulously scrutinizing their surroundings, prepared for any unforeseen event. Among them, the fourth-born son of the Nam Gun lineage attempted to garner attention, though struggling to maintain composure. His efforts to project an image of perfection left the others speechless and hesitant. Following his paternal directive, he embarked on a mission to assess the circumstances in Kunlun and gather intelligence regarding the young man rumored to be present there. They all yearned for another encounter with this enigmatic youth. Their uncle, an esteemed martial arts expert, remained consistently close by, owing to his unwavering trustworthiness. However, one day, everything abruptly transformed, shattering the established norm. They arrived at an inn to partake in a meal, but its unexpected locale caught them off guard. The establishment was nestled amidst such a remote mountain range that its continued existence seemed improbable, with no apparent potential for prosperity. Upon entering, the sight that greeted them was utterly astonishing. Inside, life pulsated with a vibrant, albeit chaotic, energy. A multitude of individuals packed the room, generating the ambience of a grand festivity. The presence of notable Niram figures was especially remarkable, each seemingly having arrived under mysterious circumstances. Among those present were emissaries of the Mo insect sect, and even dignitaries from the Soman clan. They dined leisurely within the inviting tavern, as though amongst long-time companions. All extended a warm reception to the newcomers, further enhancing the convivial atmosphere. Delegates from 4 of the 5 principal clans had converged within the tavern, a sight that impressed even seasoned attendees. Conspicuously absent were any representatives of the Tang clan, who typically shunned such gatherings due to their clandestine nature and haughty demeanor. Upon closer inspection, a contingent from the Tang clan could be discerned, though they remained peripheral, observing with rapt attention. They surmised that this locale might pique their leader's interest and merited a visit. Abruptly, a voice resonated from behind one of them, alluding to the manipulation of a toxic substance. The subject was dark bile, a venomous concoction seemingly introduced into the potable water supply. This contaminated water was presumably consumed by all in attendance, posing a substantial peril. Concurrently, emissaries from each of the 5 prominent clans were convening, and this convergence could escalate into a grave predicament. One of the 10 clan affiliates proposed that their scheme had been executed and superfluous actions were best circumvented. As they departed the tavern, the discourse regarding their deeds only amplified. They observed that the prevailing Kunlun sect commanded a strength comparable to that once possessed by the Four Dragons faction, lending the circumstances a particular gravity. One conspirator directed the preemptive contamination of the water reservoir with a toxic substance. This was intended to ensure that, in the event of a confrontation, their adversaries would be debilitated. However, a question arose. Why was water selected as the medium, given the possibility of disseminating the toxin aerially? Perhaps the choice involved considerations of quantity and accuracy. Upon reaching the cistern and evaluating the outcome, they observed the attendees reveling in merriment, relishing the cuisine and basking in the ambience. Notwithstanding the poisoning scheme, an aura of tranquility prevailed, devoid of any indication of disarray. The tavern's patrons were savoring their repasts, exchanging jests and exhibiting contentment, leaving the Tang clan members bewildered. They were perplexed as to why the 4 prominent clans had convened at such a venue. One individual proposed that the Tang clan leader himself might have orchestrated the poisoning to eliminate rivals. His companion reacted with indignation upon hearing such an audacious allegation, emphasizing that such matters should solely be deliberated via telepathic communication. It's common knowledge that channeling internal energy while under the sway of dark bile results in dire repercussions. Hemorrhage and fatality are inevitable, and the burden of guilt will rest upon their shoulders. Recognizing the peril, they opt to depart before attracting attention. However, their presence doesn't go unnoticed by their mentor, who instantly identifies Tung Salmon, the third in line to the Tung clan leadership. Word of his arrival disseminates swiftly, permeating the establishment with whispers and unease. The attendees comprehend that this enigmatic and formidable clan has also journeyed to this locale. The patriarch of a rival clan inquisitively inquires, "What purpose brings the Tung emissaries here?" One of them responds with a grin, claiming they were merely drawn by tales regarding the Moonshine clan's captivating heiress. Should her father have happened upon this exchange, he would have observed the growing number of individuals seeking proximity to his kin. But from his perspective, this matter demanded a resolution through action, not mere dialogue. The Tang clan's leader braced himself, recognizing that the impending confrontation might necessitate the utilization of his internal force. Despite the inherent peril, the clan head abruptly brandished his fist and beckoned any challenger to step forward and engage him. One after another, individuals emerged, transforming the situation into a display of raw power. Clan leader Salmon eagerly anticipated the identity of his initial adversary. Tension permeated the air. The Tang clan members sensed a potential snare, and that suspicion for the poisoning would inevitably be cast upon them, given their clan's notoriety for employing venomous techniques. One among them rose and approached the leader, exhibiting unwavering resolve. Chief Summon commended his valor, declaring him deserving of admiration. However, his gaze drifted involuntarily towards the mistress, betraying an unspoken yearning he couldn't conceal. Prior to the commencement of the fight, Chief Summon proclaimed that he would utilize a mere 30% of his capacity. His opponent, a delegate of the Tang clan, stood ready, was elated, anticipating using less than half of his. Both intensely concentrated, jaws and fists clenched tight, bracing for the imminent impact, a direct strike aimed at the core. Their internal forces collided, entangling in a lethal duel. The remaining Tang clan members observed with sheer terror, as if bearing witness to a malevolent hex. They dreaded the imminent activation of the toxin, utterly lost and uncertain of how to react. Yet, following the contest, no fatalities occurred, amplifying their vexation. They were baffled by the unexpected positive outcome. Assuming the water had indeed been contaminated, their scheme appeared flawless, yet the result defied all anticipation. A question then arose in their minds. Was the water truly poisoned? The inquiry wasn't merely an auditory delusion, but a psychic link, potent and intrusive. The young master discerned that this was the very thought, a method of mental acuity, allowing him to perceive the intentions of his adversaries. By sensing their inner energy, Mr. Beck confronted them, demanding their immediate departure from the establishment. He stated frankly that their scheme was transparent to him, and he comprehended everything. Escorting him outside, they reached a substantial boulder. The young nobleman asserted his unwavering refusal to pardon them, regardless of a full confession. Utilizing the telepathic connection, their affiliation with the Tang clan became evident. Beck possessed the ability to discern their every thought. Should Mr. Beck's assessment be accurate, they represented one of the 5 prominent families. But what motivated them to undertake such a perilous gamble? They recognized they were confronting a genuine expert, proficient in wielding the art of mental perception and even the skill of revitalization. The aristocratic youth understood his survival hinged upon the nature of his responses. At last, he admitted a grave transgression had led him to this location. He had caught wind of unusual occurrences within this area and resolved to probe the matter. He proposed the possibility of a foe lurking here, connected to the concept of ascension. However, Beck countered that this locale was beyond the Tang clan's jurisdiction. What purpose did deeming them adversaries serve? These utterances perplexed the youthful lord. Apprehension began to consume him. He found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, they resolved that their primary objective was augmentation. Their ambition was to attain a power level commensurate with that of the Namgun clan. Clenching his jaw, the Tang clan scion recognized his inadvertent disclosure of the clan's confidential knowledge. His own fighters contemplated treachery. However, their commander mandated immediate prostration. The directive was absolute, brooking no defiance. They pleaded for clemency. They vowed to depart and never again intrude upon these lands. Upon hearing their contrition, the boy concluded that further animosity was unnecessary. He discerned that exerting influence over the local populace would be more prudent than inciting turmoil via the 5 dragon factions. If the Tang clan possesses such profound toxicological expertise, they could redirect it towards pharmaceutical development. The demarcation between venom and remedy is delicate and can be judiciously employed. To the master, the Tang clan's toxins were not inherently malevolent, though their deployment nearly resulted in catastrophe. He cautioned that such occurrences must never transpire again. Mr. Beck resolved to grant them a reprieve. Collectively, they were dispatched to an isolated hamlet. Within this village resided an apothecary. They were instructed to deliver 1/2 of their venomous substances there. The mandate to relinquish half their stores astounded them. Mr. Beck allotted them a mere 3 days. Failure to comply would result in a personal visitation to their kin. The scene shifts to the domain of the Kunlun sect. A young man unfurled a cloth revealing a violet orb within. He expended a considerable amount of internal chi, readying himself for its absorption. The moment arrived, he consumed the sphere, permitting it ingress into his physique. An extraordinary violet energy suffused his being, inducing tremors in every cell. A potent surge of force strained his vascular system. The sensation was agonizing. It was a boundless might, nearly incomprehensible. His inner power dwarfed Yinpun's by a factor of 2, and through expert tutelage, he found equilibrium with the natural world, transforming into a different person entirely. He even embraced Crosshair, an arachnid that bestowed upon him fortitude from within. He had now attained a level of power typically achieved only through 9 decades of rigorous discipline. A companion approached him bearing tidings of great importance. His comrade informed him that a senior member sought his presence. However, upon witnessing the lad's metamorphosis, he was utterly astonished. The young man had altered so drastically that he was virtually unrecognizable. The scene shifts to the Kunlun mountain range, specifically to the esteemed Assembly of Sacred Purity. Summoned before them, he appeared promptly, prepared for any discourse. The Council of Elders had forewarned him that they demanded nothing less than complete honesty. Though unaware of the impending discussion's topic, he was resolved to speak truthfully. He had no intention of prevaricating. The senior members presented him with 2 parchments and inquired as to their significance. The lad instantly recognized the scrolls. One parchment contained the 8 techniques of the Azure Dragon. The other held the secrets of the infinite dragon sword art. Yen Pun clarified that these scrolls were transcriptions of teachings bestowed upon him by an aged monk. However, the council questioned, could there exist someone more ancient and sagacious than themselves within this sanctuary? The young man couldn't divulge his teacher's identity, bound by a vow of secrecy. The soldiers then recounted discovering the scrolls within a cavern, a discovery with potentially monumental implications. Upon hearing this, Yen Pun surmised that his master might be in peril. The circumstances demanded swift and decisive measures. The recently arrived warriors expressed remorse for their delayed arrival. They reported unearthing combat manuals. Their discovery was the result of a fortuitous encounter with a hidden grotto while en route to the Namgun clan. They also stumbled upon skeletal remains and antique texts within the cavern. Should their findings prove accurate, it could revolutionize everything. But would this discovery extricate them from the uncomfortable predicament they currently face? That uncertainty lingered, communicated through a telepathic connection. Using this mental link, a warrior silently expressed gratitude to Yen Pun. After all, the Kunlun Tavern incident needed to remain confidential, lest it besmirch his honor. The book's contents suggested that the scribe intended to impart his wisdom to his disciples, bequeathing it as his heritage. Remarkably, the book was impeccably preserved, astounding even the senior member. How had it withstood the ravages of destruction so flawlessly? Consequently, Yen Pun was compelled to relocate the books to safeguard them from further harm. The elder inquired, expressing doubt about the warrior's veracity and questioning if they were fabricating the discovery. Yen Pun recognized that his attempt to protect Kunlun's invaluable chronicle had nearly precipitated a significant crisis bestowed upon him by the senior member. Everyone contemplated the subsequent course of action regarding this predicament. The resolution was to relocate the chronicle to the archive, thus affording each pupil the chance to acquaint themselves with the invaluable legacy. This gesture became a token of appreciation, directed towards those who bequeathed such an inestimable treasure for posterity alongside his siblings. The youthful heir deliberated with his kin upon the knowledge acquired throughout this period. It was evident that the scion had attained mastery over the revitalization method. His countenance had undergone a significant transformation. Nevertheless, some remained plagued by visions of the limitations, mandated by the stones that tormented them. Henceforth, they resolved to reform and pledged to lead virtuous lives, ensuring that should the elders express interest in them, only commendatory remarks would be uttered. Yen Pun consistently endeavored to uphold the tenets of integrity and implored his brethren to relinquish concerns about bygone times. Abruptly, an individual intruded upon the assembly, proclaiming pressing matters. The leader inquired why the recent arrival hadn't announced their presence. But the reason was obvious. The circumstances demanded immediate action. Members of the Namgun clan launched an assault, decimating all present utilizing a clandestine fighting technique. The combatants succumbed one after another, bewildered by the unfolding events. Looming above them were emissaries from Namgun, relishing the suffering of their vanquished foes. Fortunately, one individual possessed a blunted training sword, averting a truly catastrophic outcome. The elders observed this spectacle with sardonic grins, conceding the Namgun clan's exceptional martial prowess. The current matter at hand, however, necessitated deliberation on a potential partnership with this clan. One elder questioned the true necessity of such a coalition. Another elder reacted with indignation, emphasizing that collaborations are futile when participants possess disparate levels of power. The situation no longer resembled a mutually beneficial alliance, but rather a one-sided subjugation. The Namgun clan dismissed the possibility of defeat and remained unwavering in their resolve. Their faction dared their adversaries to demonstrate otherwise. Upon the field of combat, a lone combatant strode into the arena, enveloped in a fiery crimson aura. His presence commanded attention. This was a metalworker, a celebrated artisan from the Kunlun Alliance, whose renown extended far beyond the regional borders. Ranked amongst the 10 most formidable masters, he volunteered to exhibit his prowess, to showcase the merits of a partnership with Namgun. He had caught wind of the Kunlun's 6 swordsmanship techniques and journeyed to witness them firsthand. Upon hearing this declaration, the Kunlun sect's disciples were plunged into despondency. Their confidence in their own capabilities wavered. Namgun's emissaries regarded them with undisguised disdain, mocking them openly. The elder discerned that this was a blatant affront to their sect's honor. They perceived Kunlun in the most unfavorable light, and perhaps their journey had been in vain. Discussions of a partnership between the Namgun clan and the Kunlun sect held no weight. The feeble were disregarded in this domain. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the horizon, commanding a halt to the proceedings. It was the Kunlun sect's fourth elder. Inquiries were made about his intent to engage in combat. The elder responded that his personal involvement was unnecessary. Instead, he presented a disciple prepared to demonstrate the sect's prowess. The student, while exhibiting deference towards his adversary, declared his name as Yen Poon. Observing his recently acquired capabilities, Yen Poon exuded self-assurance. Sensing the flawless equilibrium of his internal force, his strength astonished all present. The warriors, however, remained skeptical, uncertain of his capacity to manage such a formidable challenge. But the elder was aware of Yen Poon's hidden techniques, transforming him into a singular and formidable contender. Yen Poon clarified that he had lately obtained the native of the regimental crusader and extended his aid should the circumstances necessitate it. Nevertheless, he conceded his deficiency in practical combat engagement. The adversary aimed to triumph by capitalizing on his blade's swiftness. Yen Poon observed him impassively, as though evaluating his every maneuver. Their blades collided in a spectacular duel. Yen Poon sensed he had finally encountered a formidable foe. The Namgun clan delegate felt a growing ache in his arm from the impact of Yen Poon's strikes. In the meantime, the youthful Kunlun warrior grew increasingly relentless, pressing forward audaciously, not merely assaulting, but decisively securing victory, exhibiting his unwavering resolve. The Namgun clan emissary commenced a retreat, quaking with apprehension before the irrepressible might of his rival. It felt as if he had confronted the force of a mythical serpent. Not even his honed blade and internal fortitude could halt Yen Poon. The white snake technique employed by Yen Poon was awe-inspiring in its sheer potency. Yet, he remained convinced that no serpent could rival an actual dragon. The battle's apex arrived swiftly. One warrior's blade was flung aside. Yen Poon delivered a devastating strike to his adversary, compelling him to yield. The Namgun clan members' eyes went wide, incredulous at the sight before them. The Kunlun warriors were astonished by their comrade's prowess. A Namgun clan representative conceded defeat, declaring his loss as legitimate. The brothers' acclamations resonated throughout the chamber, infusing the space with a sense of triumph. Everyone chanted Yen Poon's name, acknowledging the gallantry and might he had displayed in combat. Some struggled to comprehend his victory over a foe they themselves couldn't overcome, even after 100 attempts. One individual couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Clan Chief Namgun realized they had been humbled and felt a sting of shame as their arrogance diminished. They grew wary and began to tremble with apprehension. The understanding that they had overstepped caused them anxiety. The Kunlun leader reveled in the display. He mocked the Namgun clan's predicament. Nevertheless, it was time to convene within the hall. They needed to confer on the specifics of the prospective partnership. The deliberation was complemented by robust tea. This heightened the solemnity of the occasion. For Yen Pong, this was a moment of victory. He had safeguarded his clan's dignity. He had countered his adversaries with might. The master resided in his chamber. He serenely observed the surrounding events. Zhongli Gung approached him, a fiendish entity. It appeared inextricably bound by the shackles that enveloped it. Its eyes emanated a chilling luminescence. The master remarked with astonishment. Zhongli Gung's internal power had grown considerably. Throughout their time apart, Zhongli Gung conveyed that he had a separate mission, but upon receiving the command to return, he instantly hastened to his master's presence. The Lord serenely requested him to be seated, encouraging him to compose himself and attentively listen when questioned about the events. It became evident that the master was facing a predicament. He recounted that upon the mountain slope, there existed an inn bearing the same designation, where 5 prominent clans had convened. The master sensed a disquieting premonition. Potentially, these clans were engaged in a matter of significant importance or peril. He further disclosed that the Beast Lord himself was purportedly among the attendees, an utterly astonishing circumstance. The congregation of such high-ranking individuals in a single location appeared anomalous and dubious. Should the intelligence regarding the Beast Lord prove accurate, it would constitute a revelation of paramount significance within the realm of Niran. They contemplated strategies to secure his confidence and sway him to their cause. given that the situation necessitated astuteness. Their primary objective was to thwart any potential conspiracy, particularly following inquiries directed towards them. The narrative shifts to the charming hamlet of Namru. A renowned apothecary resides there, drawing individuals from the surrounding region. Villagers queued to procure the remedies they urgently required. However, on this occasion, an extraordinary event occurred. The medications were dispensed gratuitously, an act that seemed unbelievable within the establishment. The physician meticulously examined each patient. He formulated diagnoses, providing guidance on subsequent actions. As an illustration, he counseled a gentleman afflicted with liver edema to abstain from alcoholic beverages. Adherence to these recommendations was a prerequisite for receiving treatment. The gentleman profusely expressed his appreciation to the physician, openly demonstrating his gratitude for the assistance provided. The physician requested that thanks be directed elsewhere, suggesting gratitude be extended to a nearby individual. The man, deeply moved by the benevolent gesture, conveyed his heartfelt appreciation. He also acknowledged the two Tang clan affiliates, who were growing increasingly self-conscious due to the recognition they were receiving. They were the providers, the source of the remedies that had so greatly aided the local populace. As time progressed, the community's expressions of appreciation intensified, lavishing them with thankfulness and praise. However, the young man from the Tang clan realized that their medicinal stores were already half depleted, and these actions were being concealed from their patriarch. This secrecy was perhaps logical, as widespread knowledge of their altruism would undoubtedly bolster the Tang clan's stand. The youth held on to the hope that his father would comprehend and sanction their deeds, viewing them as advantageous for the family. Abruptly, the robust individual hurled a massive boulder aside. The rock fractured into fragments, demonstrating the man's extraordinary physical prowess. Upon the shattered remnants of the stone, glyphs were discernible, bearing resemblance to the inscription on the monument. The continuous throng of people made the vicinity of the shattered rock a prime location for attracting notice. The man declared that each person should approach individually, as he represented the esteemed Kunlun Inn. A multitude of individuals recognized him, being frequent patrons of the establishment. However, on this particular day, a transformation occurred. This day was destined to be etched in memory. He procured a sheet of paper and a writing instrument, elucidating that anyone desiring a visit to the Kunlun Inn should inscribe their request upon the paper. Subsequently, the message should be deposited beneath the rock. Upon the sounding of the bell, a repast would be conveyed directly from the inn for the inhabitants of Murim. This was an unparalleled and extraordinary occurrence. The laborers engaged in conversation amongst themselves, conjecturing that the proprietor had dispatched specialized avian messengers to retrieve the notes, immediately following the chime of the bell. However, one of the combatants was overtaken by ire, deeming the entire affair a frivolous expenditure of time and resources. Beck, upon overhearing his remarks, interjected and clarified that this wasn't foolishness, but rather a significant affair. The stone proved to be intriguing, as it signified its affiliation with the establishment. Furthermore, any requests made in its proximity were granted utmost precedence. Damaging the stone would result in a severe and fatal penalty. Concurrently, within the tavern's walls, the proprietor assembled his staff to impart knowledge of a novel combat technique. He proclaimed the Thousand Mighty Winds method. The disciples were astonished. Having never encountered such a skill previously, the master elucidated that this technique was devised exclusively for them and possessed unparalleled uniqueness, non-existent elsewhere. Should they attain mastery of this method, they would achieve significantly enhanced speed and endurance. Tirelessness would be theirs. It commences with bodily prowess, stated the master, encouraging the dismissal of any doubt. He emphasized that he would recount the tale only once, necessitating attentive listening. Your training should commence with the technique of the vacant heart. This exercise necessitates profound focus. Channel your vital force towards your core, the Dantian center. Regulate your respiration, slowing its rhythm. Sustain a lucid mind, as if bathed in the radiant light of the sun. Then, ignite the fire within. Draw power from the wellspring of the cosmos. Several warriors exhibited impatience, frustrated by their inability to instantly grasp the method. They implored the instructor to reiterate the instructions. Meanwhile, at a short distance, A malevolent entity listened intently. It observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Concealed, it meticulously scrutinized each phase of the instruction. One warrior, in a fit of pique, slammed his axe against a rock, attempting to quell his vexation. He perceived an excessive number of tables arranged nearby, and pondered whether a significant event was being orchestrated. The elder directed his gaze towards the teacher, who had been diligently occupied with tasks since daybreak. Yet the infernal entities persisted in their pursuit, amplifying the palpable sense of unease. The elder gentleman found it inconceivable that the master was a cripple. Questioning his genuine identity, Nogok strode into the alehouse in high spirits, ready to place his inaugural request. A captivating artwork graced the wall, compelling everyone to halt their activities. The patron surmised it to be the creation of a renowned painter, but the proprietor clarified that the image was rendered by a young woman named Soka, much to everyone's astonishment. Soka, flustered by the accolades, proposed viewing her other creations. Drawing closer, they observed an unremarkable piece, which portrayed every individual in attendance. The master marveled at how she had managed to depict each person with such proficiency and precision. Master Nogan was captivated by the artwork, acknowledging it as a genuine magnum opus, where each figure was illustrated with meticulous detail. His gaze, however, fell upon a particular attendee, whose photographic representation was far more flattering than their actual appearance. Nogan couldn't resist vocalizing this observation, triggering a surge of feelings. The artist, upon overhearing his remark, was instantly offended, assuming his words were a slight against her looks. Yet, Nogan swiftly clarified that his intention was entirely different. To de-escalate the situation, he sought refuge in a beverage. Despite the morning hour, Grandma, observing the entire scene, noted the abundance of unoccupied seating arrangements. She contemplated the possibility of future familial expansion and the potential disappointment of insufficient accommodation. However, the woman had already anticipated this contingency. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the ambience transformed, becoming serene and enigmatic. The blacksmith skillfully manipulated the grant, metamorphosing it into something extraordinary. But abruptly, an unfamiliar noise emanated from behind him. It was the summons of the beast sovereign. The metalsmith pivoted. He was perplexed by the audacity of the man who had dared approach him. Unprovoked, the enigmatic figure proclaimed that he acted as an emissary for his liege, dispatched to ascertain the smith's identity, his true motives, and to obtain a response to a petition. The smith harbored suspicions that this individual represented a sinister, demonic sect, perhaps even Jungligan himself. However, if that were true, Jungligan had long ago relinquished that moniker. Clenching his jaw and fist, Koval declared that should this truly be Jungligan, he would be unable to comply with his demand, and was prepared to endure any resulting consequences. The malevolent entity deduced that the beast sovereign was counted amongst their adversaries, and actively opposed their cause. Consumed by fury, he lunged towards Koval in the attempt to seize him. The resulting punch unleashed tremendous pandemonium, annihilating everything in its vicinity. The impact obliterated any trace of life within the immediate area. The locale appeared to have been stripped bare of its very essence. The malevolent entity materialized, astonished that the beast lord had disregarded their plea and was aligning himself with the righteous faction. Consumed by fury, the specter resolved to chastise the lord, forcing him to atone for his treachery with his demise. The demonic spirit brandished its chains tipped with a bladed scythe, felling the surrounding trees. Amidst the ensuing mayhem, the beast lord adeptly battled this shadowy adversary, exhibiting his prowess. Nevertheless, he failed to evade the scythe's blow to his shoulder. Crimson blood instantly splattered upon the earth. In a moment of vulnerability, he sustained a lightning-fast strike to his abdomen. The scythe's blade pierced his flesh. The fiendish spirit was certain that even the mighty beast lord was defenseless against its lethal armament. It intended to conclude the battle by decapitating its foe. At his audacity, yet the beast lord merely grinned, which elicited further astonishment. It was a shrewd maneuver, enabling him to ensnare the fiend in a snare. The diabolic adversary failed to comprehend his opponent's intentions. The beast lord wrenched the scythe from his flesh and commenced yanking the chain, consequently subduing his foe. The demonic entity plummeted face first to the earth, utterly incapable of resisting. The spirit attempted to rationalize its predicament, surmising that the Lord wielded the skill of safeguarding. However, the Beast Lord clarified that it wasn't a matter of protection. His physique had been tempered by countless years of arduous mountain training, and his veins coursed with the blood of a tiger. His skeletal structure possessed the resilience of a tiger's, rendering him virtually impervious to harm. Yet, the Lord harbored no desire to prolong the battle. His adversary's demise was predetermined. His fist connected squarely with the demon's visage, pulverizing it. The foe's cranium shattered against the ground, eliminating any possibility of retribution. Remorse and self-recrimination were futile at this point. After enduring a few strikes from the infernal entity, only splintered timber and shattered rock remained. The Beast Lord perceived the peculiar potency of his adversary's attacks. Despite employing protective enchantments, their defenses proved inadequate against his overwhelming might. The malevolent spirit vanished into thin air, as if having dissipated entirely. In the meantime, the tavern was alive with vibrant energy. A lively ambience prevailed as patrons savored their meals. The dumplings were so exquisite that Mr. June's son, as usual, found himself unable to suppress his enthusiasm. It was universally understood that lingering within the tavern meant succumbing to the irresistible allure of its culinary delights, making departure difficult. The captivating flavors of the extraordinary cuisine held them captive. Their enterprise was flourishing. All expenses were being covered. Thus, there appeared to be no cause for concern. Abruptly, Mr. Beck produced a scroll and placed it upon the table. This created an atmosphere of unease, leaving the fair-haired individual perplexed. He was unable to decipher his superior's intentions. Mr. Beck reiterated the guidelines they frequently disregard. This further amplified the strain on everyone present. The rigorous instructor's presence made everyone feel ill at ease. He perpetually kept them on their toes with a ceaseless workload. The sole recourse was to ensure their unquestioning obedience. Abruptly, Mr. Beck inquired about the Beast Lord, who was stationed outside. The Beast Lord attempted to conceal this piece of intelligence. However, he was baffled as to how his master had become aware of it. Beck issued a warning of repercussions if he failed to divulge the truth. The Lord confessed his ignorance of the individual's identity, yet he undeniably sensed something amiss. He clarified that his purpose for being there was to gather intelligence concerning the coin. His directive to acquire information about Lin originated from two distinct entities. These were a malevolent sect and an enigmatic figure. This individual was suspected of being affiliated with the Zhongligan sect, potentially connected to the Suman lineage. Nevertheless, the current visitor wasn't Zhongligan, but someone seeking retribution from the Beast Lord for an unfulfilled obligation. Recognizing the imminent threat, the Beast Lord requested Beck's authorization to gather intelligence on these individuals, believing it superior to idly manipulating stones. However, Mr. Beck denied the requisite permission, leaving the matter unresolved. The Beast Lord asserted his own capacity to intervene and vanquish any adversaries, if deemed necessary. Yet this held no significance for the host, as all attendees were present, and the circumstances were manageable. Should any disruption occur, a memorable lesson could be imparted. He implored everyone to remain calm and persistently continue crafting tables. The following day, a proclamation resonated near the demonic cult's effigy. It transpired that the Beast Lord had declined their proposition and remained beyond the reach of retribution. His martial prowess had ascended to unprecedented heights, even eclipsing formidable demonic adversaries who had considered themselves invulnerable. The Beast Lord had become the most underestimated sovereign of Sichuan, and his newfound might was awe-inspiring. The demonic entity revealed the existence of another, eminent expert within the opposing ranks, whose very presence was shifting the tide of the conflict. The situation became evident. The Orthodox sect was progressively amassing power around this Grandmaster. However, the most crucial revelation was yet to be unveiled. It came to light that they also possessed the royal blade, which astounded the demonic emissary. Intelligence confirmed the Grandmaster's ownership of the royal sword. The presence of such potent allies fundamentally altered the power dynamic. While scrutinizing this information, the demonic spirit highlighted a young man clad in white, who appeared to be a lesser adept. The individual clad in white was seemingly implicated in the utilization of the regal blade. Furthermore, he possessed affiliations with the summoning clan's merchandise. Identified as Baekyu, he issued directives to the Beast Sovereign, exhibiting his dominance. He conversed with the Grandmaster with the familiarity of an old companion, perhaps even an elder offspring, suggesting a protracted and enduring camaraderie. It was universally acknowledged that impetuous judgments should be avoided. However, what course of action should a malevolent entity pursue under these circumstances? He resolved to assume accountability, apprise his superiors, and endeavor to broker a collaborative alliance. At this juncture, it became evident that the master intended to journey to the Black Ravine, potentially a pivotal occurrence. The attendees opted to solicit assistance from the celestial deity's earthly domain as the predicament spiraled beyond control. Concurrently, novel incidents were unfolding within Kunlun. The avian messenger delivered yet another missive, which once again altered the prevailing agenda. They were apprised of a fresh decree. Prepare 35 culinary creations, with 20 dumpling platters destined for Poon Village and the Tang household. The massive order from Poon Village is causing quite a stir. Requests are surging, and everyone is astonished by the sheer volume. For Master Baek-woo, this remarkable start is truly unbelievable. Beaming with pride, he meticulously ignites each dish, warming the meals to the ideal serving temperature. Delivery personnel, laden with food, sprint forward with remarkable velocity. They vie for speed, knowing that spilling even a single droplet will brand them as failures. But, having grown accustomed to corporal punishment, they become indifferent to it, focusing solely on task completion. Should a single drop of these exquisite dishes be wasted, it would be a grave dishonor to the master. Like fierce rivals, the delivery men race off as if competing in a grand marathon. They employ the methods imparted by their master, drawing strength and assurance from his teachings. They have become more formidable, swifter, now capable of effortlessly descending mountains with remarkable elegance. A century ago, 3 individuals were born who would later ascend to legendary status. The Celestial Emperor, John Leeson, the Warlord, and the Diabolic Lord. The Warlord perished while pursuing the elusive path to ultimate power, leaving behind no successors. The Diabolic Lord, devoid of moral compass, indiscriminately absorbed techniques with unbridled fervor. Ultimately, he was vanquished by a superior force and departed from this realm. The Celestial Emperor diverged from their paths. He recognized his inability to dominate the world single-handedly. He established a fraternity to uphold harmony and counteract anarchy. Subsequently, he secluded himself within the isolated Black Gorge, cultivating his philosophies and formulating strategies for the future. Nevertheless, he met his demise before realizing his aspirations. For a century, his progeny preserved his martial teachings, venerating him as a deity, perpetuating his heritage. Another enigmatic faction exists within the world, the ethereal sect known as the Celestial Sanctum. Its presence has endured for approximately 5 years, garnering curiosity with its enigmatic nature. An emissary of this faction stood atop a granite obelisk, emblematic of the sect. The Black Abyss was hermetically sealed with colossal, 8-sided stones, barring entry to any outsider. Yet, a means of proceeding existed, employing brute strength and esoteric knowledge to unlock the path. One had to utter an arcane incantation. This utterance, a charm, verified an individual's allegiance and belonging, thereby granting access. However, defiling this ritual could unleash dire repercussions, delusions, assaults by venomous creatures, fauna, or flora. As the malevolent entity breached the defenses and ventured forth, he invoked the correct password. At the passage's terminus, a luminescence emerged, promising the revelation of hidden truths. A sprawling metropolis materialized before him, astonishing in its magnificence and immensity. The notion of this place existing so far beneath the surface seemed improbable. Legions of combatants honed their skills, readying themselves for monumental conflicts. Their formation indicated a preparedness for an imminent and formidable encounter. They swiftly encircled him, poised for engagement. Their leader stepped forward, obstructing his path, and demanded an explanation of his identity and purpose. Adjusting his headwear, the fair-haired man responded with composure. He declared himself to be John Legan, a renowned figure whose reputation preceded him. He was promptly escorted to the city's core. Within the ring of combatants, he was formally greeted in the presence of the sovereign. The ruler recognized young Legan as a distinguished visitor. It was revealed to be young Legan, the third-born of the siblings, also known as the Third Lord. The reigning monarch decided to present Legan V to the bishop. Grasping the significance of this encounter, the The massive ascending stones nearby represented the attendance of exceptionally powerful individuals. The 5 eminent lords, among them Red Eyes, Divine Beast, Invisible Shadow, and Heavenly Death, were all assembled there. The sole inquiry was Zhongli Kong's motive for summoning them. He clarified that his meeting request extended not solely to the bishop, but encompassed his father as well. However, his father was engaged in solitary confinement, declining all communication. This seclusion had exacerbated the predicament, rendering it challenging for John Lihan to secure assistance, or even comprehension from his own patriarch. Nonetheless, he divulged to the counselors his discovery of an exceptional martial discipline. The elders were astonished to learn that their combat style, safeguarded throughout their lifetimes, had been unearthed. How could such a revelation occur? Zhong Ligang stated that he had located an individual who had inherited these methodologies. He elaborated that this individual, Buck Wu, was employed as a culinary specialist. It was common knowledge that the god of war had a limited number of pupils, although Zhong Ligang harbored uncertainty regarding the veracity of this intelligence. He surmised that Baek Wu could hold the key to Marine's substantial treasures. They recognized the necessity of deliberating their subsequent course of action. Notwithstanding the intricacies, the link to the deity of combat remained the sole connection to safeguarding archaic practices, preserved solely through spoken tradition. Concurrently, activity buzzed within the tavern. Patrons arrived in a steady stream, and the staff toiled relentlessly. Their earnings soared due to the unusually high influx of visitors. That day, the proprietor offered a complimentary refreshment, granting everyone a respite from their labors. Abruptly, an unforeseen individual entered the establishment. This personage made a special trip to see them. She was offered a seat, yet her purpose was entirely different. The lady clarified that her visit wasn't for culinary indulgence. Her objective was to locate Baek Wu. This piqued the employee's interest, prompting inquiries about her reason for seeking Baek Wu. Baek promptly emerged to greet her, inquiring about the nature of her quest. He was equipped with a blade, signaling his preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances. The woman strode in with unwavering assurance, validating Baek's assertion that her presence held a significant purpose. Introducing herself as Min, she declared her intention to acquire the martial arts knowledge that Baek possessed and was expected to impart to her. Min contended that a future rife with assassins was inevitable, rendering the concealment of these combat techniques futile. It was more prudent, she insisted, to disseminate this knowledge immediately to a worthy recipient. Her declaration resonated with an undeniable bluntness and severity. Baek retorted with a sardonic remark about smoked meats, which had previously been priced at a mere 20 coins, but now commanded a price of 300. Thus, he circumvented a direct response. Unable to tolerate this evasion, one of the soldiers within the unit unsheathed his blade and advanced menacingly, interpreting Min's words as an affront. However, the woman swiftly intervened, preventing any escalation of the conflict. At this precise instant, Min unleashed the Celestial Desire Soul Suppression technique. Her potent energy permeated the vicinity, generating a palpable aura of tension. Min was certain that under the sway of this method, Baek would become entirely subservient to her command and would be powerless to defy her wishes. She was prepared to expend all her energy and devotion to bend his will to hers. Yet despite her utmost endeavors, Min discovered her technique was not yielding the anticipated outcome. Employing soul suppression in conjunction with heavenly desire had disastrously recoiled upon her, provoking a formidable counteroffensive. Abruptly, she found herself ensnared within an phantasm, where she appeared to be adrift in a boundless expanse of water. Unexpectedly, amidst the aquatic abyss, a lightning bolt materialized, striking directly into the sea. The electrical surge enveloped her, inducing the sensation of submersion and asphyxiation, and the agony of electrocution. Following this hallucination, Min regained her lucidity, recognizing that Baek was a genuine, formidable being possessing extraordinary power. Her combatants discerned that the predicament was far more intricate than initially surmised. The mistress, observing this unfolding scene, sternly directed her companions to take their seats and remain silent. This was her attempt to compose herself after the unsettling experience. Min requested a basic meat course. In response, Baek chose to prepare 4 servings himself. His actions showcased his self-possession and poise. Min resolved to inform her superior about Baek. Abruptly, additional envoys materialized on the scene. Bald, tattooed men with an intimidating presence. The mistress was astonished to recognize them as the divine Beast Lord's retinue. Their arrival at the establishment created palpable unease. The gentleman offered his name by way of introduction. However, the new arrivals pressed him to divulge his insights. They were insistent on matters of combat techniques. They practically implored Beck for information. Maintaining his composure, Beck suggested they compose themselves and sit down. He cautioned that defiance would result in a severe beating. Yet, the newcomers were bewildered. They couldn't fathom how someone dared address their commander in such a manner. In the meantime, within the vicinity of the summoning clan, at the entrance to their estate, a man rushed toward the security personnel with urgent tidings. He appeared thoroughly spent, gasping for air from his exertion. The man collapsed before the guards, struggling to regain his breath. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the summoning clan was engaged in training. He honed his technique, each movement exhibiting increasing finesse. However, a messenger bearing critical intelligence compelled him to interrupt his practice. The clan leader responded instantly, directing his attention to the arrival. The disciples, witnessing their master's Taoist exercises, were awestruck by his prowess. The warrior, breathlessly, declared that a grave incident had occurred. The patriarch was initially perplexed by the cause of such alarm. The issue proved to be dire. The princess had been abducted. The princess had embarked on a stroll, but failed to return, inciting widespread fear within the clan. The head of the summoning clan was baffled by the direction of his men's gazes. He was subsequently notified that 4 sentinels had perished. A sole survivor emerged from the encounter. This individual delivered an ultimatum. The missive dictated that the leader present himself unaccompanied at Bear Rock. The rationale provided was the precariousness of his offspring's life. This predicament became a genuine tribulation for the chieftain. He found himself grappling with a formidable quandary. His warriors proposed assembling a contingent of elite soldiers. However, the chief recognized the potential jeopardy to his daughter's well-being that such a move entailed. At great personal risk, he opted to embark on the journey alone. After a passage of time, he reached Bear Rock. Clutching the relic, his resolve remained unshaken. He pressed onward with the singular objective of rescuing his progeny. The chief vowed that should he encounter the abductor, he would inflict grievous bodily harm upon him. Abruptly, the shadowy outline of a brigand materialized in the proximate gloom. The chief detected the sound of approaching footfalls and discerned the adversary's presence. Gazing towards Bear Rock, he discerned the brigand's presence directly above. The relic was clutched within the bandit's grasp. Resolve surged within him as he started to ascend. Prior to this, he had vociferously proclaimed his solitary arrival and vehemently demanded the liberation of his offspring. An enigmatic figure, their visage concealed, materialized, restraining the princess, rendering her captive and vulnerable. The chieftain insisted on the immediate relinquishment of his daughter and his departure from the vicinity. However, a malevolent entity manifested on the horizon, validating the chieftain's personal attendance. This signified that all events had unfolded under the meticulous scrutiny of their adversaries. The chieftain recognized the constant surveillance of his every action and the imminent escalation of the predicament to its apex. The outlaw secured his daughter with a cord, pledging her release solely under a specific stipulation. He mandated that the chieftain amass demonic energy within his palms and channel it directly into the young maiden's form. Though astonished, the chieftain complied, driven by apprehension for his daughter's well-being. But the ensuing events were horrifying. He witnessed his daughter's form undergoing a grotesque transformation. She succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing directly into his embrace. He barely managed to secure her. He now comprehended that the brigand had employed the tranquil stupor method, which triggers a series of 9 internal ruptures within the victim's physique, obliterating vital energy and inflicting mortal wounds. The outlaw stated that survival was contingent upon the timely expulsion of the destructive energy, ravaging the body. Overwhelmed by anguish, the Suman clan patriarch struggled to comprehend that the robber had the audacity to perpetrate such a heinous deed and subsequently speak of a potential remedy. The highwayman clarified that his objective was to circumvent a direct confrontation with the chieftain, as he harbored no desire for combat, but merely sought to conserve time, leaving the leader to attend to his offspring. He addressed the shadowy creature, impelling it to avoid delay as they had other pressing matters. The patriarch of the Suman clan cradling his daughter in his embrace, was consumed by anguish. He recognized the gravity of the situation, a veritable catastrophe unfolding before him. The scene shifted to the primary edifice of the Suman clan. The physician examining the girl's pulse delivered grim tidings. Local healers were incapable of providing a remedy, for the diagnosis proved to be far more intricate than they could have envisioned. The clan leader confronted a daunting predicament. The sole viable solution lay in the complete restoration of her vitality. The chief recalled receiving an elixir on a past birthday and commanded its immediate retrieval. Meanwhile, the girl's condition deteriorated. Her respiration grew labored, her physique weakened, her lips adopted a cyanotic hue. It appeared she teetered on the precipice of demise. All transpired precisely as the villain who had wronged her forewarned. Meanwhile, at a nearby alehouse, a celebratory ambience prevailed. Patrons imbibed, dined, and reveled in merriment, completely oblivious to the unfolding events within the Suman clan. The public house captivated newcomers, leaving the distinct feeling that the cuisine was crafted by a culinary prodigy. Observing the lively scene, the proprietress quipped that Beck was undoubtedly extraordinary, as his establishment generated an exceptional income. Shortly thereafter, martial artists materialized on the horizon, evidently seeking Beck. This quintet consisted of disciples from the Immovable Fist School, a master of hand-to-hand combat, serving under the enigmatic lord's authority. The landlady watched them intently, pondering if these youths could pose a formidable challenge to Beck. They advanced boldly, encountering no initial opposition. Beck greeted them placidly, remarking on the overcrowding, and proposed they simply step inside. Yet, the karatekas were insistent, firmly stating their sole purpose was to locate Beck. Beck, without pausing, directed them to either enter or leave the premises. Upon their refusal to comply, he promptly ejected them into the street without a moment's hesitation. He shamed them as if they were insignificant failures. The martial artists were utterly astonished. They perceived themselves as renowned fighters, masters of their craft. Yet this individual had dismissed them with such effortless ease. It prompted them to question if he was indeed the person they sought. However, the man disregarded their speculation, identifying himself as a mere worker, an average culinary professional. It appeared unbelievable if he wasn't Beck Wu. How could this unremarkable chef vanquish them so readily? Concluding it must be some sort of blunder, they attempted to shove him aside forcefully, but as one launched an attack, the young man exhibited extraordinary prowess, immediately neutralizing the strike. The blow concluded with the warrior shedding tears of agony. This bewildered everyone present. Beck calmly urged them to avoid overreacting, clarifying that he had merely grazed them with a fingertip. The onlookers struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Their mentor collapsed, unable to endure the impact. Fueled by a thirst for vengeance, all five launched a simultaneous counterattack, aspiring to overpower him through sheer numbers. Yet their efforts proved futile. He effortlessly deflected each assault. Following this display, the man serenely returned to the tavern and extended an invitation to his five adversaries to sample his signature culinary creation. As evening descended, the ambience within the tavern grew even more vibrant. Concluding the workday, Beck expressed gratitude to everyone for their exceptional contributions. The tavern's clientele continued to expand, and the revenue generated from deliveries started to yield even greater financial gains. Owing to this success, the proprietress declared her ability to disburse the wages of her staff. Full-time personnel received 3 units of currency, while part-time and temporary personnel received 2. Despite the modest sums, there were intentions to augment them in the foreseeable future. The previously uncompensated bandits were elated to finally receive remuneration for their efforts. Compensation encompassed all prior periods of their service. Concurrently, the tyrannical principal organization was renowned for its triumph over the Wangu clan. In the struggle for dominion over the Jinan territories, their victory was a resounding achievement, cementing their status as a dominant power within the shadowy underworld. Meanwhile, the formerly formidable Wangbo family, once ranked among the 5 most influential, suffered a crushing defeat. Following a massive conflict with the tyrannical principal organization, their situation became dire. The clan teetered on the precipice of utter ruin. At that critical juncture, 2 men carrying briefcases approached, poised to alter the trajectory of events. They presented themselves as twin entities, the fabricated monstrosity Huanyuk and the corpulent behemoth Van Heck. They declared their arrival to meet their liege. But one of the soldiers was bewildered by their pronouncements and proceeded to inquire about their identities. If this group was truly so esteemed, why were they unknown? He questioned their audacity to utter their master's name. He commanded them to promptly open the luggage and depart. However, the twins retorted that their rendezvous with the host was of utmost importance and could not be postponed. The soldiers demanded that they reveal the suitcase's contents, as introducing enigmatic items within those walls was strictly prohibited. Overwhelmed by the escalating pressure, one twin erupted and initiated a confrontation. Being the primary instigators of the conflict, the combatants recognized that they couldn't simply brandish their weapons. The warriors observed as their adversary unleashed a swift retaliatory strike, but were powerless to intervene. One warrior was even incapacitated, forced to withdraw from the fray. Losing his footing, a furious melee ensued within their domain, and they failed to foresee the repercussions of their actions. They were merely pathetic creatures, deserving of chastisement for their audacity. Without warning, one of the beasts made contact with a warrior's face, causing him to recoil. He retaliated by seizing another by the throat, constricting it with tremendous pressure. A third warrior received a direct blow to the face, resulting in dire consequences. One of the monsters, sensing an opportunity, swiftly incapacitated 3 warriors, leaving them prostrate. His objective was unambiguous and absolute. He had no patience for protracted engagements. Their purpose was not to engage in frivolous combat, but to execute their mission of delivering the marijuana. These imbeciles were merely impediments. Abruptly, their intended recipient materialized on the horizon. It was Zhang, expressing remorse for his subordinates' tardiness in relinquishing their duty. But he conveyed his admiration for these individuals, acknowledging their significance. The monsters directed their attention to him, referring to Chan as the provincial tiger and the overseer of the Black Archipelago. If that were accurate, then he possessed genuine renown. John requested that they refrain from commending him, as his sole desire was to promptly relinquish his duties, and these individuals would subsequently obtain their justly deserved compensation. Concurrently within his thoughts, he recognized that this duo had vanquished his combatants. With a single action, he produced the blood jade bangle, discerning its inestimable worth. Nevertheless, these individuals arrived bearing gifts. They presented herbal concoctions, capable of augmenting strength by 1.5-fold, in addition to the previously pledged herbs. Having now grasped the potency of these potions, the master deemed them more essential than the jade ornament. However, he resolved to inquire about his master's objective. In seeking out the 10 artifacts of Murim, what could be his motive? Acquiring the 10 legendary artifacts of Murim proved to be a formidable challenge. These artifacts hold the key to concealing the ancient seal. However, their knowledge of the seal itself remained limited. Ultimately, this was the extent of the information they possessed. John concluded that their mission had reached its end, and it was time for their departure. They traded keepsakes and parted ways to attend to their respective affairs. The youth contemplated Jay, while Hans seethed with indignation. Just what are you scheming? The answer awaits us in the upcoming season.